Good
Yeah,
morning, all. So, I, on behalf of Vesco, welcome all the jurors, all the principals, faculty coordinators, and participants for the Design Excellence Awards 2022. Before we proceed any further, as part of VES tradition, I request everyone to join their hands and chant Om along with me, followed by Saraswati Vandana.
hello.
Om. सरस्वती नमस्तुभ्यं वरदे कामरूपिणी विद्यारम्भं करिष्यामि सिद्धिर्भवतु मे सदा. Thank you all. I would now like to welcome our principal, conveyor, and curator of Design Excellence Awards 2022, Professor Anand Achari, to elaborate on this session.
Thank you, Monica. Uh, Monica, could you share the screen?
Yes, sir.
Could you share the presentation?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Good morning, all the jury members. We, Vesco, welcomes you all. I welcome all the principals from various colleges who have joined. We have with us today our chairperson of the jury panel, Professor Chauhan. We have as eminent jury panel architect Chitra Vishwanathan, architect Sanjay Prakash, architect Siddharth Ve, architect Sankalpa, architect Falguni Desai, and architect Swati Negi. Welcome all the students also. Vesco is an architecture college based in Mumbai. Started in 2018. We are just 4 years down the line of our students have reached fourth year. The philosophy at which the institution has focused on in developing humane, social, environmental, technological, aesthetical, and philosophical values in architectural education. The approach towards environment of learning, integrating, and leadership will be the prime focus while we are addressing it to the students. We are all working with that basis on principles of acoustics. The aim of the whole institute is to sensitize students towards designing an sustainable human habitat. Uh, we are working with very young and senior dynamic faculties and professionals, which in long term is benefiting the students. Friends, this initiative of starting this Design Excellence Award, the idea of taking the aim of the institute, the philosophy, the vision of the institute, which is there, to a next level where we address this alternative construction systems and sustainable in evolving sustainable human habitat. And there were many um, awards program which are happening, but the cream of the education where the students mind work in the early phases of second and third year, where most of the students addresses this issue as per the syllabus. We thought of focusing this and encouraging students to work towards this philosophy. And our trustee members, Monica next. Uh, so that's our campus at Chembur. It's a heart of the eastern suburb, which is located. And we are guided by very eminent trustee members, Sri Amar Asrani, who is the president of VES, and he is also chairman for the Vescoa board. Sri Rajesh Gyani sir, who is the secretary VES. Sri Suresh Malkani sir, who is a trustee VES and managing trustee for Vescoa. Architect Sri Bansi Vadwa is also trustee VES and joint managing trustee Vescoa. And Vivekananda, in support of Indian Institute of Architects, Rohan Mumbai Center, and in support of MASA, that is Maharashtra Association of Schools of Architecture, have organized this Design Excellence Award. And we also welcome architect Nilesh Dolokia, who is the chairman of IIA BMC, and architect Abhay Purohit, president of MASA. And without this association, we could not grow. Today we have, next slide please. The focus of this award program was to identify, look at various innovative, sustainable, alternative approach towards exploring building materials or technologies which students would use in their design studio of second and third year. And we floated this competition. We spoke to various principals across Maharashtra. There are 110 colleges in Maharashtra, and we got very good response. We got around 101 registrations from all over Maharashtra. And we had, next slide please, one previous, sorry, previous slide. Yeah, so we went through this competition in 2 stages. Stage 1 we finished, and where all these registered entries were gone through 3 set of jury panels, which was by architect Siddharth Vik, architect Falguni Desai, and architect Swati Negi. After going 3 days of continuous deliberation, they came with a tough level that these are the 20 shortlisted entries. And these 20 shortlisted entries, we are taking them to the next level where the students would be presenting in live in their presence to the level 2 of the jury panels. All the 3 jurors of the past, under the chairmanship of Professor Akhtar Chauhan and Siddharth Vik, architect Falguni, and architect Swati Negi. We have with us for the level 2 architect Sanjay Prakash, architect Chitra Vishwanathan, and architect Sankalpa. We would be deliberating today whole day till the end of the day. We'll be listening. We intend to have a very concise presentation. So we have modified the way student would present. We have given them only 10 minutes, 15 slides and 10 minutes to present, and 5 to 10 minutes for discussions if the jurors want to interact with them. So, with that small introduction to the whole award, how we initiated and what we are doing here, I request Monica to take it ahead, and the moderators, please, Architect Mandar Duri and Architect Abhishek Kadam, please take over the session. And
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Anshul. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So let me introduce myself. I'm architect Mandar Dhuri. I'm part of the core faculty. I'm an associate professor, and my colleague, architect Abhishek Kadam, is also an associate professor. Both of us have been moderating the procedures of the jury, and today we will be keeping time for the jurors as well as for the presenters. So firstly, let me also introduce the team that we have for the awards. Along with us, we also have architect Ajit Nirmal and architect Monica, who are the support of the awards team. And together with them, we are going to take the procedure of the jury ahead. So, as Anand sir has already initiated the proceedings, I would like to take it further without much ado. Let me just give a brief insight on our jury panel members. So, Architect Akhar Chauhan, most of the students might know sir. They must have heard about sir already. He has been a chairman of various, we can say, committees, and especially he has been for the comprehensive development and consultancy services, private limited, architects and planners. Sir is a great visionary, an inspiring architect as well as a teacher, and a strong supporter of humane habitat. His contribution in the field of acoustics as well as in the field of human habitat has been phenomenal, and with that, we'll be looking forward to his valuable insights today. Along with Professor Akhtar Chauhan, who is also the chairperson of the jury, I would like to introduce to you architect Chitra Vishwanath. Madam has been she is talking about a serendipitous flow of her pursuits in architecture, and that particular flow has taken her to understanding the various challenges of material, of ecology, and the requirements, so that of the program of the projects, which you can amalgamate into a design solution eventually, which will result in a sustainable ecosystem. So, with her experience of understanding how environment and sustainability go hand in hand, we will be definitely benefited by her inputs, and the students will take a lot away from her. Along with architect Chitra Vishwanath, we also have architect Sanjay Prakash sir with us today. Sir, we welcome you. And I request Monica ma'am to go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so we have with us architect Sanjay Prakash. Not only architecture, sir is also moved by music, and he also is very much inclined to looking at the ways in which life unfolds with music, with drama, and also with architecture. So, looking at his profile, you can also take one lesson from that, where sir has invested a lot of time into coming to terms with the understanding of how sustainability also works with the way design has to be delivered as a solution eventually. Sir also has a special mention in the most of the students might be aware of this particular reference, History of Architecture by Sir Bannister Fletcher. You must have come across Sir's contributions. Today we stand to benefit a lot from his insights as well. Along with architect Sanjay Prakash, please allow me to introduce to you architect Sankalp from SEP. Architect Sankalp has widely traveled and has been engaged with the concept of working with bamboo and bamboo architecture. And his recent contributions in that particular field also involve pedagogy, which involves actively engaging with students and imparting them the knowledge of modeling techniques and the detailing so that you can derive a certain sense of architecture. With his inputs, surely there is a lot that the students will stand to gain from material, from tectonics point of view. We welcome you, sir. With architect Sankalp, we also move on now to the other three architects who we had along with us for the stage one. Allow me to introduce architect Siddharth Vig. We have architect Siddharth Vig, who himself is an avid, also an adventure lover. He's also into industrial architecture. He's also into various other facets like drama and connection with architecture. And he has currently invested his time into Studio Aranyam, which is a custom design home office furniture kind of a setup. And he's been doing a lot of sustainable and sustainability related projects and solutions with his Studio Aranya enterprise. So we also welcome you, sir. Thanks a lot for joining us again for the second stage. The students will definitely get a lot to learn from you today. Along with architect Siddharth Vik, we also have today architect Swati Negi. He comes from Uttaranchal, a wonderful place, a different kind of an architecture and exposure of mud architecture and the systems which go with local craft. So, with her involvement today, we will also be able to get some insights from her experiences in Sekmal, which is in Ladakh, and the indigenous materials, indigenous technologies in Uttarakhand. We welcome you, ma'am, and I'm sure there are students who are looking forward to you with the way they have introduced these materials and systems in their designs. They also stand a lot to gain from your insights today. Along with architect Swati Negi, I would also love to introduce to you architect Falguni Desai. Madam is also a director of the institute, and she's currently from Architect Sarigram, the Institute of Architecture, Lakshmi Institute of Architecture, I'm sorry, at Sarigram, Gujarat. And she also has invested considerable amount of time in delegations as jury member, and from practice, from academics to organizing art festivals, and actively practicing, discussing, and talking about sustainability and introducing it in her solutions. The students will definitely gain a huge insight with her kind of an experience and an academic background as well. So we welcome you, ma'am. We welcome all the jurors, and we also welcome all the students once more. And let me very humbly put it in front of our consideration as a reminder that we have 10 minutes for each student presenter. It's a design competition. It is not an academic jury. So please feel free. Let's not have any stress. The students are requested to be very calm and just present what they have to in the contents of their slides. At the 8th minute, I will or Abhishek will remind you that there are 2 minutes left, and then we will request you to consider those 2 minutes and end the discussion in 2 minutes. I will also request the jurors to keep time along with us and the students so that we all together can make this effort successful. Uh, we have 10 minutes also for the jurors to respond. If the jurors feel there is a particular thing that we need to respond to, they can. They also have the right not to respond, and the discussion can go to the next presenter. So, three questions is what the students will get at the most, and they will be able to take on these questions and give their responses or reactions to the questions. So, with this, we'll just introduce ourselves to the concept. The concept is we have four sessions. Each session has five students to present. The schedule has already been shared with all of us, and we'll have a 10-minute break between each session. The faculty is requested to, the jurors in fact are requested to look at the evaluation during those 10 minutes. You can also spend your time evaluating across the session as it goes on, and you can use the 10 minutes to introduce your final values into the sheet that is shared with you. So if there are any questions and feedback on that, we will take it in the first session that we have as a break. So the session is intended to end by 4:50 p.m. and we request all the members who are participants and the jurors to contribute to make this successful, that we conclude by 4:50 today and we go on to the final deliberation stage. So thank you all, and taking this stage further, I would request the first student to be ready with their camera on, and you can also interact with the faculty and the jurors. And we also request all the other members who are not participants, who are not jurors, to kindly keep their cameras on but their mics on mute. And please be a witness as a spectator to this particular activity which is going to unfold very soon in front of us. So I'll request our awards team to initiate the first jury presentation.
Mandar, just one point I will add. I request
Please go
all
ahead. Please go ahead.
students to stay back till the end to hear out the other deliberations also. It is not just your presentation. We have to learn from each other and exchange ideas. So I request all the students, whoever is presenting first, they stay till the as far as possible. If they have academic constraints, they do take it, but stay back till the end. Yeah.
I need to also request that you tell us the name of your project and possibly your code number before starting so that we are aware which presentation we are looking at.
So we welcome the first presenter today, celebrating habitat, coexistence with nature, UIN 9898639. I request the jurors to confirm the UIN 9898639, presenter number 1, session 1. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, jurors and everybody present here. You may move to the next slide, please. After design in our own context, Habitat DXB is a habitat nestled deep in the rich urban fabric of Al Karama, which is a suburb in Old Dubai known for its ancient and pioneering use of innovative building technologies to beat its long and harsh summers. The mixed-use urban fabric, please next slide. The mixed-use urban fabric was observed as a negotiation between the upper, private, residential realm and the porous, public realm below, separated by a podium level. Next slide, please. Hence, to fit a purely residential typology into a mixed-use neighborhood, the building had to completely integrate itself with the neighborhood's urban fabric. Next slide. Sorry, please keep it on the slide. Yeah. Alongside that, considering the lack of any public spaces, play areas, and parks, it provided for an excellent opportunity to gift space below the podium back to the people, and in that way become a part and parcel of and integrate with the context, in turn bettering the community by contributing to it. Next slide, please. Hence, an urban oasis, an expression of traditional Arabian living in an urban context. Just like the dried clay around an oasis, the podium cracks to reveal a cool oasis below, flanked with lush greenery, creating a welcoming, cool, shaded space where the duality of the local sedimentary rock is chiseled into coarse contours that expose the oasis, resembling abstracted muqarnas, which is a symbol of Islamic architecture. This creates spaces for interaction and play, filling in the voids of the neighborhood, and manifests the neighborhood's needs in the form of the space below. And, mirrored above, but instead soft flowing roofs alluding to the tent habitats of the Bedouins form the canopy over the private habitat of the family. Next slide, please. So akin to the traditional Medina or city, the rooms and spaces have been arranged linearly, flanking a main street or spine with smaller, narrower streets arranged perpendicularly called sikkas, serving as wind tunnels to bolster ventilation, which also creates miniaturized courts for the usage of the family around buffer spaces. And with that, responding to ancient context percolated in the structure and strategy of the building. Next slide, please. To beat the harsh sunlight, optimum lengths of overhangs shade the habitat during critical months of the year. And to protect the interior spaces from the heat and filter in the intense ambient daylight, mashrabiyas or traditional vernacular jali screens alluding to the sandy dunes form the middle ground between the oasis and the tent roofs, creating shaded and cool interiors. Next slide, please. For the cooling of the spaces within, the rethinking of a 1,000-year-old regional Persian passive design strategy involves channeling air into an underground reservoir called the Qanat, which doubles as the foundation, which is then cooled by evaporative cooling. The malkaf, or the roofs above, heat up in the harsh sun and create a stack effect, which pulls the cooled air from the depths below through vents and brings it up to cool the spaces within. Next slide, please. The construction process involves the construction of a raft foundation on which an RCC structural column that doubles as a duct that carries cool air is cast. A concrete shell structure forms the mushroom column in which an earth infill is made. On top of this, the cavity or raised flooring system is placed along with the structural elements. This cavity flow system connects to the duct and is then percolated through the floor and is brought up through the replaceable vents. On top of the walls, the malkaf roofs are cast in situ. Next slide, please. No, I'm sorry, next slide. Looking deeper into the three elements of the structure, the floor and roof, structural column, and reservoir cum foundation, the ferrocrete malkaf roofs are also partially plastered in a thick 100 mm mud plaster just ahead of the outlet to reduce heat gain and exacerbate a stack effect. The load-bearing walls are made of natural and local reddish orange Emirati sandstone, which support the malkaf roofs above. This stone has been chosen for its landmark color and due to higher thermal mass to keep the heat out. This local sandstone is readily available, it's less energy intensive to produced and account for less carbon emissions than any other building material. Could you go back to the previous slide, please? Yes, thank you. The Malkoff roof is a thicker ferrocrete shell with a 12 mm main steel, 3 mm wire mesh with a 30 mm spacing, and the chicken mesh overlay on top of which a 100 mm slurry layer dyed reddish orange is troweled, similar to the color of the sandstone wall. Next slide, please. Again. Yes. So these Malkoffs are connected to the sandstone walls via MS dowels with a flat head that are cast into the RCC plinth beam and are connected to avoid any shear tear. The flat head of the dowels are cast into the ferrocrete Malkoff elements. For the openings, jolly screens called mashrabiyas are connected to the pivot assemblies to allow for easy opening and closing. The mashrabiyas use the same Emirati sandstone and have 5 mm glazing units sandwiched between the two screens to produce the mashrabiya and keep the dust out. Next slide. Sorry, just keep it on the slide, please. For the cool flow, the cool air that is brought up from the columns and into the cavity below the floor is allowed to percolate through the cavity. This modular tiling system allows for the placement of tiles or vents differently so that the cooling of the spaces can be done according to the owner's will and placement. Next slide, please. In the mushroom columns that house the duct, the services to and fro are routed through these columns. Although the mushroom columns stop at ground level where the reflecting pools are, the structural column travels below grade to the raft foundation. Next slide, please. Below, the structural column bifurcates to allow for cool air to enter the reservoir. The reservoir, which doubles as a raft foundation, is composed of waffle slabs that form the structure of the foundation and supports the building in the loose, liquid-like nature of the desert sands below. Next slide, please. In these extreme climates, extreme responses is absolutely necessary for comfort. Local materials which are otherwise unused have been explored to their limits, and local building technologies have been updated to match the needs of tomorrow. To summarize, the ground reservoir cooling system uses the heat of the sun to produce and regulate its natural cold air production, making it a highly efficient and well-integrated building technology. And along with the overhangs, mashrabiyas, and sandstone walls, can dramatically reduce the cost for cooling and air conditioning by simply understanding ancient building technologies and reimagining them to fit into today's time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You have kept excellent time. It's only 7 minutes when you have finished your presentation. I request the jury members to put their reactions, if at all, or what it.
Hello.
I have some questions.
Okay, I need to ask Ram, did you consider other options for the structural part of the building? For example, something other than the mushroom columns.
So the mushroom columns were more of, again, trying to replicate or trying to give them a sense of the mukarnas, again, which are those engravings, and then trying to bring about that space, or trying to carve out that space below. And I felt that that was best represented by using those mushroom columns. That would also, again, because it's supporting an entire house on top, it would be better for load transfer as well.
I want to ask Ram whether you also considered living underground. You have reduced a lot of issues. The heat is the issue. So, and you still could have had the public above ground.
And that was definitely, it was definitely considered, but finally in the end, because of some, again, requirements that were set by the faculty, we had to build above ground. Although it would make complete sense to actually have the entire habitat placed below ground, that would solve a lot of issues pertaining to heat as well, and have that public realm above. I think that would have really helped as well.
So what were the requirements of the faculty that forced you to go for a more conventional structure?
So actually we were not allowed to build underground. That was the first thing. And on top of that, we were only allowed to have a single story, let's say, house. So uh, the idea that drove this design was that it had to integrate itself with the other, let's say, apartment buildings that were around the area as well. So there was obviously that whole, each apartment building had a very porous commercial run below, and I felt that in order for the habitat to fit in, it would be just as, to integrate itself better, it would be ideal to lift the habitat along with the rest of the other apartment buildings or the residential realms above, and have a nice public porous, public realm below. And that is why the structure is the way it is. And I hope that answers that question.
Hmm.
Can I ask, Mandar?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, Chitra, you first complete.
I finished.
Ajay, you finished. Okay. So Ram, I just wanted to know in any of the slides whether you have thought about the growth of this system.
So, could you please repeat your question?
If in any slides you have attempted to sort of expand on the growth of this system, so vertically or horizontally, let's say if it is a G+7 story or 5 story, how does it grow?
Right.
And have you thought about its effectiveness once it goes high?
So, I mean, if I were to just spitball right now, I feel that the amount for the stack ventilation to actually create a negative pressure, you'd need a lot of heat for that. And for the air to actually be pulled to that height, you would require a huge differential. So I think after maybe a certain height, you would not be able to actually feel the effectiveness, and it would become a redundant, maybe even obsolete strategy in this case. I think it only works for single-story in smaller, let's say, houses or homes, but it would not be applicable in, let's say, an apartment building. Naturally, is what I'd say.
But surely it can grow horizontally.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to, you can expand maybe the width or the actual dimensions of your reservoir. Then you could have your multiple ducts that pull up, and you could have, maybe it could expand horizontally for sure.
So was this a real kind of client and a real kind of site?
So actually the design, because we were at home during lockdown, we were supposed to design for our own family in our own context. So because I am from Dubai and this is where I used to stay in the same site, we had a basic idea of how the urban fabric was, and you could get a feel, and it became an easier, let's say, project to design for our own families as well. And we also had to focus on the idea of the habitat being an extension of the family's functions and their connection to the context as well. So that all amalgamated into this project.
How do you represent nature, and how do you use different elements of nature to make your design more sustainable?
So I've tried to use as much as local materials as possible. Emirati sandstone is actually not used as a building material, but because in this case it's mostly load bearing, in this case I try to use it as much as possible. And there's a huge incentive by the government of Dubai to actually use materials which resemble the rock. So a lot of buildings are painted in that same reddish orange color, and the municipality actually encourages that. So as far as sustainability goes, in an ideal situation, there would be no need for any, I'd say, artificial cooling because of the scale of the strategy. And because of the placement of the rooms as well, I feel that you would not even require, hopefully, an air conditioner as well. That being said, again, natural materials, the local mud, local sandstone is what basically drove the rest of the sustainability aspect of it as well.
With the permission of all the jury members and the chairperson, sir, do you have any questions? Can we move to the next presenter? After sir, could we go to the next presenter? Yeah, thank you, sir. So thank you, Ram. It has
Thank
been
you,
an
sir.
inspirational presentation. I'm sure there are many of us who have taken a lesson or two from what you've tried to do. Thank you. Thanks a
Thank
lot
you.
for taking time.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you. We wish you best. I'll request the next presenter 2922022.
Yeah.
2922022, the referral house. Please go
Uh,
ahead. The time
yeah.
starts now.
Good morning, jurors and everybody present here. So the repairer's house. The intervention tries to look at the question of vernacular, and is it about like trying to put some elements from the context, or is it about critically looking at the site specifics? Next. So according to the studio brief, we were given two words. One was verb and one was noun, the repair and off reflection. And I tried to do some experiments with materials to explore these verbs and the nouns. Next. These are some experiments with paper, timber, and soap. Next. These are some with the fabric. Next. So for the site selection, the site is in Ratnagiri, Maharashtra, and it is in between the sea and the creek. It is the meeting point of these two. Next. Yeah. So the site parameters. I chose the site near the dock, as the family living there is a group of 6 individuals working on a boat. Next. So further, two of the individuals live on the ground as the ground crew, and 4 of them go on to get the fish yield from the sea. Next. So the programs are there is a common courtyard, toilet, a common eating area, and yeah. Next. Coming to the plan, so the intervention is gently kept on the embankment, and there is a loading area in the front. Then there is an entrance lobby, as it differentiates, it separates the spaces and keeps the spaces clean. There is a common courtyard, a toilet connecting these common spaces. The kitchen is sunken underground to keep it clean, and there are 2 bedrooms for the 6 individuals. Next. This is the plan for the kitchen, which is 3 meters below ground. Next. This is the roof plan, which then converts into their working station, so as they can weave their fish nets on the rooftop. Next. In the section, so I tried to keep the form according to get the maximum benefit of the land breeze and the sea breeze from the sea. Next. This is the section through the courtyard. Next. So this is the section from the central axis. At the end, there is a weaving deck, which then helps the family or the 6 individuals to keep an eye on the sea movement. Next, please. This is the section through the bedrooms with 3 beds. Next. This is the section through. Sorry, this is the north elevation. Next. Coming to the materials, I tried to explore. When I talked with the fisherman community, I found that they face a very large problem of heaps and heaps of bottles, like from of glass and also plastic. So I tried to use these bottles in a bamboo mesh, and then it can be infilled, and it can then be used as walls, as walling material. And next, please. Recently in Konkan, they have started growing construction grade bamboos. So I tried to detail a bamboo roof for the intervention. Next. This is the structural grid for the bamboo, and the bamboo is bent to accommodate the roof structure on the top. Next. This is the structure of bamboo. Next. This is the view from the entry. The view from the next, please. This is the view from the dock. Next, please. This is the view from inside, where I'm using the bottles from the sea to kind of infill the walls. Next. This is the synthesis drawing, which explains the total machinery and how different element comes together. Thank you, Juras. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you. So we have managed to finish it earlier than the previous one. Thanks a lot for that, for keeping time. I would request our esteemed panel to open their responses. Our time starts now.
Maybe I missed, but that mosque-like structure exists.
Yeah.
And your okay. And your seas on the west, isn't it?
Yeah, it is on the sea is on the west, and the creek is on the eastern side. So it is at the junction of these two.
Thank you. I'll ask a little later.
What happens to water on the roof? Ratnagiri has very heavy rains.
Yeah. So the form is according so it drains down the water from the roof.
So the plan.
Can we move to the plan? Thank you. Yeah. So the roof actually slopes down to drain the water from the rain.
I have two small questions. You said that the kitchen was sunken to keep it clean. How does that work? And second question is, why did you choose to have 3 people to a room? Was there a logic behind that? Or you could have given them individual spaces also?
For the first question, for the kitchen, as the family members come inside, they come with the sand and the dirt. So to keep kitchen a separate entity and maintain the privacy of the kitchen, I chose to go below the ground. The second thing about the bedrooms with 3 beds each. So it is not a very family, like quote unquote family structure. It is a group of 6 individuals, fishermen individuals coming together. So I wanted to inculcate camaraderie in these 6 individuals. So I chose to go with 2 sets of bedrooms with 3 beds. Sorry.
How does it socially work? They don't have families. They're 6 young men who are going to be staying together. Is that how the community social structure works?
Actually, according to the studio brief, we were also looking at the family as an institution in the project. So as these 6 individuals, like as the fishermen community, these fishermen go on long voyages, they don't get that much time to spend with the family. So I tried to make a group of these 6 individuals.
I wanted to ask Abhidnya. So there was an interesting, this form exploration that you had as a part of your initial exercise, wherein you were exploring different materials, and there was this. I think the roof, to a large extent, is derived from the, fabric study that you had done,
Yeah.
which I guess helped you derive the main form of the roof. And while in an area which is so close to the coast, which experiences heavy rainfall, you chose to go for a form of the roof which is relatively flat so that people can walk on it, but at the same time, it has a certain slope so that the water doesn't collect, which is fine. But because you had a large site to work with, was there anything that you felt was specifically beneficial for in terms of repairing the net to be working on the rooftop rather than the ground itself? Because one could have intuitively gone for a sloping roof over here. That's one. I wanted to hear your response on that. And also, I wanted to understand whether you have considered what happens during high tides and different seasons when the water level rises, and what happens to the overall structure.
Yeah. So for the first question, most of the land is like around the dock is covered in a vegetation, in a thick vegetation. So I chose to give a platform for the fishnet weaving activity, and so for the tides and heavy tides during the rainfall. Uh, I placed the structure just before the embankment, which is present there. So it naturally protects the structure from the heavy waves. Yeah.
So the mosque-like structure, which is already existing, does it ever experience flooding during the high tides, or
No?
No. Okay.
Right, we have 4 minutes. Do you have
Chitra ma'am
any
have raised the
response?
hand. Chitra ma'am have.
Right. Someone
Yeah,
if you
so
can go
I
ahead.
have just
After that, Sankalp.
no questions. I just a suggestion to the student is that you should really now think about, with all the questions which are coming to you, is how do you repair the repairer's house? Because you're talking about the materials like coconut leaves and bamboo. Where do I bring the materials from? Bamboo and so in a holistic design, one should also put in systems in place. So is it possible that the toilets, which look very conventional here, how do you treat the water of toilet and kitchen, and whether you grow bamboo with it? Not depend on, okay, now Ratnagiri area, whatever area this is, that it's growing building grade bamboo. Because you're using a material which would need repairs and maintenance quite often. Sankalpa, you would be better to tell, but this is what I would think, because I would also think that would not use the bamboo to be extremely highly treated to last very long. And with, like Swati asked and others asked, sea breezes, typhoons and whatever other things, would also make the building not requiring repairs. So how do I repair? Where do I get material for repair? Something which should be ingrained in this as a future thinking of making it sustainable. Otherwise, it remains an exercise of just making. Though, finally, my comment is that the plans don't convey the structural system. They look extremely conventional with brick and probably with RCC columns when you look at it, but the structure is different. The structure evolves from the past. That's it. Thank you.
Last 2 minutes. I would request Sankalp maybe to take it further. It's in his area of interest, I'm sure. Sankalp, please go.
Sorry, I was speaking. Just to extend to what Chitra was talking about, one, that it is important in this case to understand what is put on plan and its relationship to the roof, okay, in relationship to the elements of the nature. So to some extent, at a level of plan, I think you can still little bit improve, provided you think the services in a slightly different way and your staircase movement in a slightly different way. I think your systems can still be worked out. But what you need to think about is why are we shifting from why did we shift historically for new material is because of the durability, one of the reason, and the repair cycle. What it means is that your strategy of the way you look at tectonic should and detailing should be to actually aid that. Okay, and in that sense, the roof becomes a very critical element. And to fight with water is the worst thing. I mean, even RCC cannot fight with water. I mean, forget about rest of the other material. So that is why it would be intelligent to perhaps think about the form of the roof in a slightly different way. Though I know where you are coming from, but at the same time, you have to also understand if you increase the repair cycle to very frequent, which means I'm repairing every 2 months, it perhaps is not a better strategy to look at it. And the second thing to add to your knowledge would be just that bamboo, when you expose it to the external environment, okay, even if you are super treating it, after some time with expansion contraction, they will crack. So the smarter strategy is to use it in the roof and to the internal sort of spaces rather than to the external. I mean, you know that they are being used more primarily in sort of tourism industry and all of those, but they have got that finance to repair it. You will not have that finance, so you'll have to think about. It's a complex thing which you have to think about, where the skill, the choice of the material, the type of detail, the climatic condition in which you are working, and the repair cycle are all interrelated. If it will not be interrelated, you will soon realize that that the GI sheet will come into place or tiles will come into place, because it's very natural to think like that. So I think that it requires little bit one more step ahead to look at the social context and connect it to the technological sort of context in order to discuss, in this case, the question of repair or sustainability.
Right. So, Avidya, I'm sure two very wonderful insights and a few questions. And I'm sorry, I will have to intervene and we'll have to take the session to the next presenter because we are already through the time. You can always further your discussions with the jury. I'm sure we'll share the details with you as well. So if you're interested, we'll definitely look at it. Thank you, Abhidya. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Now I would request the third presenter to be ready and our boss team to set the presentation. Can we have the third presenter?
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay.
1010639.
Yes.
Do we have a presentation coming up? Yes. Thank you.
Can you go next?
Just give me a second here. Before we begin, I just want to inform you, due to some immediate emergency, Architect Falguni Desai had to leave the session. We will proceed with the remaining jurors. Thank you. 1010639, Celebrating Habitat. This is the third presentation. 1010639, Celebrating Habitat. Our time starts now. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Good morning, eminent jurors and all present here. Today we celebrate habitat. We celebrate everything it is to breathe in peace and live in quiet with those around us and all those who lack the said. Can you go next? Today we celebrate Muror Alloy. The residence is located in the northeastern state of India in Assam. Can you go next? Next. Next. Yeah, okay. The city is bifurcated by the Brahmaputra and entirely divided into two dense urban fabrics of Guwahati. The site can be accessed and is open to circulation on both the northeastern and southwestern faces. The views are categorized into three. One, the certainly desired views out of the river and the market yards. Two, an undesired view of the yards into the house. And three, a certainly undesired view meant to be cut off entirely from the northwestern and southeastern faces. The sensory analysis was done to understand the impact of winds flowing from northeastern, that is over the river, that is the river banks, and how it affects the olfactory gustatory experiences on the site, including other aspects of tactile instigation through trees, the soil, and other parts of nature. Next. As a habitat, the residence was always about comfort driven by climatology that was evolved from the rudiments of a wind scoop, which would have proven ineffective along the banks of the Brahmaputra as it metamorphosed into a low-lying vault that harvests the wind. This redirection of thought was again collected from lost drafts of Asmi's arches. The recollection was then extended into a siphoning of inspiration from the architecture of the Mishing people of Assam and the Sanghors, the houses on stilts. This paired with the arches seeks to set a new trend altogether of braving through the floods and the quakes by being resilient through its disastrous course. Next. In the course of development, three primary bases were conceived. The windscooping achieved through extensive vaulting on the entire house added to the perceived and structural stability of the house. Second, the need for cross-ventilation to rid the house of excessive humidity through large arched openings in and around the house, again achieved through addition of resilient elements to the structural network of the house. And finally, the solution to flooding, which is attained by elevating the house on stilts that also complements the need for homogeneous ventilation. Next. And before moving on to the design and details, let's look at the residence, allowed to soak in for better comprehension of the design itself. This is a ground level plan. You can see how riddled it is with stills, unobstructed yet not, giving space for the family to use it to its full extent, giving space to the community. These are the first, second, and third floor plans, all offset from each other and onto different levels with vertical overlaps. So you start scaling the staircase and you reach the second floor directly. This is an interaction intensive and most occupied level of all. It includes the dining, living, and other common spaces. It is wrapped with wide span arches and composed of arches within, sitting on walls and a steel network. Next. Going down to the first floor and into the office and working space for the family head, it is of the same profile and design as the other floors. Next. Going up to the third floor, which includes all the resting spaces, that is the bedrooms and the smaller working spaces. Can you go back? Yeah. Next. Yeah. This level, like the first level, has balconies flanking its two sides with projected vaulted chhajjas to the rear, creating a tied up space with curves that hugs the ones inside. Next. In this section, you can see how the three levels rise from the ground and sit on stilts, while overlapping each other on separate structural networks of slabs and walls, supporting the long walls. In section AA, you can notice the second set of steps leading one from the living space to the bedrooms, acting as the only mutual structural entity between the two levels. A similar consideration and splitting consequence can be noticed in section BB to your bottom left, as it leads one from the living space to the office spaces. Next. In the traverse sections of the lowest level of the office space, it is drawn by two walls, progressively increasing in unit value of walls as the level rises, as you can see. The office level, as visible in section AA, is raised by a meter off the ground on stilts. The living spaces on the second level in section BB are raised by 3.7 meters off the ground and is further internally broken up into shorter spans. The third level with the bedrooms are raised by 5.8 meters off the ground, again with combined design profiles of the first and second levels. Next. All this horizontal and vertical planning created an area of passive design strategies for climatology-driven comfort in the house. Next. 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 Yes. Okay. In section, when the wind enters through the opening by overlapping walls and windows, the cool air stagnates within, and the warm air rises through the centered and open staircase sections, which exits through the higher set of walls. This creates an interlevel ventilation through diagonally aligned stacks within the house, which creates a very slow-moving draft. This wind that we are talking about is, however, flowing over the river and is heavily infused with moisture and very humid laden. So, in section, the walls are successively lined with bamboo jalis. Can you go next? Bamboo jalis, which are locally woven and then layered with extracted gels that soak in humidity throughout the day. Hence, when the wind passes through the walls, they pass through these jalis that rid the air of the humidity, allowing only cool air to pass through into these spaces. Next. Onto the materials that made the aforementioned design considerations possible. Rice husk ash bricks that have been used for the external walls for threading the steel sections in insulation, and to use a locally made material to employ local craftsmen. For the internal walls, mud bamboo was used for the wattle and daub methods with possible provisions for cavity walls. Concrete has been used for the decking slabs and maximum structural integrity in events of natural disturbances. Bamboo has been used extensively for interiors, the jalis, and cladding of arches. Steel sections have been used for the stilts, and though atypical, they provide the best resilience against suggestive disaster measures. Timber has been primarily used for the facade and interiors. Next. Starting from the bottom up, the stilts are composed of 300 dia hollow core circular steel sections placed in 3 set grids for each level. And they are and again connected to additional horizontal supports to hold the metal deck slab up. These steel sections extend into the beams on the wall level to support the set of walls for each floor. Next. The walls have been created in the same fashion as the Namghors in eastern Assam. The walls are also made in rice husk ash bricks with jointed mortar. The walls spanning 2 to 3 meters sit on precast beams with interred steel C sections. Gutters have been accommodated between the walls to cater to the high rainfall throughout the year. The gutters sit on MS brackets and lead the water off to the lowest set of walls for easy drainage. Next. Inside, the walls have been made in wattle and daub method with timber framing on the floor. The walls are done in the same way as the locals do for their houses across the state, with one addition of joinery of the timber frames to the structural members. To your top right sketch, you can see how the floor timber frame is jointed with the steel section with a plate welded to the steel section and again with a dowel. And to the bottom right sketches, the joint of the walls is done with a basic assembly of screw-in joint. Next. On to the last part of the entire building construction, the mechanically controlled facade. It has been designed keeping in consideration the excessive rainfall, high wind speeds, and the need for a view out while blocking the views in. The facade is made of timber plates threaded by steel bamboo composite axis, as you can see in the drafts below, creating a row of plates and finally a facade. These plates are connected to each other by zinc connectors, aluminum rollers, etc., where one push of a hand moves 50 centimeter section of the entire facade up and down. These facades blanket the walls of the residence and extended balconies as viewed in the top right sections, again adding to the impact of perceived resilience, aesthetics, and attribution of all. Next. And that was More or Alloy, a house to set the new trend of lifestyle for the residents of the house. But more importantly, More or Alloy is a new take on survival in the very same habitat. Thank you.
Exactly 8 minutes. Thanks a lot. Very inspiring and a lot of tectonic quality. I would request our esteemed jury panel to take up their responses. Time starts now.
Okay, I'll begin. With few questions first. How many people live in this house?
6 people, ma'am.
6. And will people get older in this house?
So, ma'am, we were asked to design a residence for our own house, for our own family, and my family has 2 parents who are not actually old
People
and
will
4
get
children.
older in this house.
Yes, people will get older, and
Yeah.
yes,
So
their
they will have
accessibility.
they will have good knees.
Ma'am, can you repeat that?
KNEES. Their knees will be very strong.
Yes.
Okay. So I accept these 2 premises. I would have liked that there is some more research and scientific proofs towards your statements, like towards the wind movement will go like this and it will slow, and also that bamboo jellies
Ma'am, if you don't
reduce
mind me
humidity.
interjecting. So these bamboo jalis are not imagination of my own. They are actually used in Assam, in Thailand, in a lot
Yeah,
of
but they
northeastern
reduce
states.
humidity. My question is that, where is the
Yes, ma'am.
scientific proof? Where is it? Can you give me in the chat a link?
Okay.
Like
Okay,
to
ma'am.
do that, yeah? And also the way you're talking about reducing the speed of it. Next is that this is not a good detail for the wall. In a high rainfall area, the way you join these two, it will be a great problem. You have to think of that detail. And finally, you have this wonderful facade you've thought of. Did you make a small model of it to see whether it works? Because that should be part of your exercise.
Yes, ma'am. I did
I'm
make a
talking
model.
about it in terms of students, not just you. But I think when these ideas come, the teachers should expect that a model is made of such a thing, and whether how it works is something the school should encourage. Otherwise, it just remains a graphic exercise. Did you make a model, Pratik?
Yes, ma'am. I did make a model.
So why don't you show that in your presentation?
It was a very rudimentary model, ma'am. That's why I did not include it in the final
Not
presentation.
two-dimensional, that's why it should be a model. working model?
No, so this is a software model or a hardware model?
It was both, sir. It was also a hardware model. It was also a software model.
Okay.
So for experimentation
Shows
of the
the
overlapping
hardware
of the
one.
timber plates.
You should show us the hardware one in the.
Okay, ma'am.
So, Pratik, your assumption that the stilts which are traditionally used to counter something like a flood, is that assumption relevant in the context in which you're designing, or you're just using a state-wise analogy to come up with a design?
So, sir, if the presenter could move to the site analysis, I think the second slide. Before this, the site analysis. Yes, so sir, if you see the blue part in the views panel, my house is barely 20 meters away from the riverfront. So my house is actually within the flood lines currently as well. So the site does flood every year, and it does go up by 50 centimeters a meter every year. So it was not just to take up something from the vernacular practice of using stilts. It was actually relevant. It was actually something that made an impact.
You know, Königsberger has mentioned that this practice of stilts is created so as to create better ventilation in this warm, humid climate.
Yes, sir.
Not so much about flooding. But anyway, any comments on that?
Sir, I think it is again contextual because stills do work for floods, as you can see in Assam. And yes, they do add to the homogeneous ventilation as well. If you see the sketches in the next slide, that was a consideration that next slide. It adds to the homogeneous ventilation because, yes, sir, the last one, it adds to the ventilation because it is directing the wind up and down. And I did not add the slide, but the landscaping was also done in correspondence with the stilts and what the height of the house and the blocks were.
Simple, you can go ahead.
Yeah, Chitra, you complete the
Think of Swati. Next Swati.
Pratik, in front of the house is a street in site plan, and there are buildings in front of it?
Yes, ma'am. So the house, then a 6 meter wide street, and then then like a 4 or 5 meter wide bank, and then the river starts right there.
So there are buildings across the street?
No, ma'am. No. It is just the bank.
Oh, it's just the bank. Thank you.
It's just the bank. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Uncle, you can go ahead.
Yeah. It's a very interesting. One can have an interesting discussion little bit on that if you adapt some of the strategies which are there as part of the vernacular traditions, which is very common, okay, in that part of the region where especially the Majoli and all of those part of the region where you build it on stilts and allow the water to sort of flow based on what is the water level. The question for in this kind of a situation would be in an urban area when you are doing it, will that strategy be same or will it be different? And it's a very tricky question because will you be really having a better plinth and or will you be creating really so much amount of empty space below in order to do that? That is something sort of a thinking because again you have tremendously increased the reinforced concrete there, okay, and then which means that the nature of the vault, whatever you're trying to do, first you have got your whole tie sort of beam all around, okay, and then you have got your columns. So it's a very hybrid mix of a frame, but as well as giving a sense of a compression sort of base structure. And then as you go inside your section, the proportions becomes very odd once you go sort of deeper into your sections. Yeah. So with that, if there is no scientific backing, what Chitra was talking about, it becomes slightly difficult in today's time. Why we are saying it? For example, if it was 1990s, early part of 2000, it is fine. But today, with this technology, you do have got access to softwares and data much more than what we have, what somebody would have 20 years down the line. So when you claim something of this kind, it would be useful to sort of show some basic modeling to sort of convince, because that's the basis. You're spending so much money to sort of on that basis to do all of these interventions. Okay. Now there are multiple, so that's one part of it. The second part of it is, yeah, there are multiple materials which you're using. So you are
Last 2
using
minutes. Last 2 minutes.
you are using bamboo in fills, etc. as well. It is interesting because you can always remove it. It has got this temporal sense. So that's a interesting take on allowing things to flow as a larger idea. But you have to also look at some of the detailings where it starts becoming slightly tricky. For example, you need to look at how do you detail out a decking sheet in relationship to hierarchies of elements below. Okay, I'll not get into why this detail is wrong, but just that you need to understand which direction you are cutting your sheet, and so you have to put it in a perpendicular direction. Right now, the confusion what you have put in is your C channel, which is there, and then your other member is also there, and you are cutting the corrugation and showing us like that. So ideally, what should have happened is that it would be other way around. Okay, if I understand that your C channel is hierarchically working in a way that from there the load is getting transferred into the next level, which is your below level B. So so of course there is very interesting at least attempt to explore and to expose whatever you're trying to do it. But maybe once you back it up with modeling little bit, it would be interesting, because the larger idea to me is very clear, that you allow things to sort of flow in. Okay, that's very clear fundamentally in the way in which you have approached.
Last 10 seconds. So Pratik, thanks a lot.
Thank you so
Thanks a lot
much.
for your briefing. Thanks a lot. I'll request our fourth presenter to come up. I'm very sorry, Architect Swati, we couldn't take up your point as of now.
No worries.
Yeah. Can we have the next presenter? 1231737. The fourth presenter, session 1231737. 1231737.
I'm here.
Please go ahead. Yeah, our time starts now.
Yes. So hello, jurors and fellow students. So today I'm presenting my work titled Labyrinth of Transactional Spaces. Now, just to orient you all to the site, the studio, we were looking at the JS Boys Hostel, which is located in Churchgate, Bombay. The site area and other details are there on the screen. And as you can see, it's very surrounded in a neighborhood which is dense of educational institutes and pretty much close to the sea. The larger goal of the studio was to understand the relation between resources and architecture, with the overall program being a co-living space for the students. Can we go next? Next slide. Yeah. Taking ahead the aim of the studio, the site was looked at as a series of sources and resources. Here, a small 500 scale model and simulations based on Ladybug became the primary force in deriving the overall form. Several iterations were tried with the goal of maximizing the amount of airflow through the site, and how much can it be tweaked. The last iteration, which is on the right, of placing the building as an L profile, allowed for maximum airflow. The profile also left enough space for a considerable amount of courtyard, which would help further. Next slide. Yeah. Moving ahead, the air was seen as a source for maintaining thermal comfort. The form was detailed to increase ventilation. The southwest corner of the site was opened completely, which allowed a passage for the air movement. The eastern facade was also made porous as possible to not obstruct the air, and the courtyard here then becomes a heat sink, which facilitates in air movement through the structure. Next slide. The structure is surrounded on all the three sides by almost equally tall structures, and it receives little sunlight directly. The external wall section was then developed with sun shelves to increase the amount of light trapped by the structure. The western block, which is pushed back on the site, is provided with wider balconies opening towards the north. Next slide. Lastly, the structure itself was seen as the biggest consumer of resource, and thus a choice was made to use materials which can be grown as much as possible. Hence, timber became the primary building material. The detail here is developed over a press lamp system from New Zealand, which increases the seismic performance of the structure. As Mumbai is under seismic zone 3 now, steel tendons pass through hollow steel plate flitch between wood and then post tension to anchor plates on the post. This enables the structure to rock when subjected to moderate seismic forces and then center align itself after the forces are removed. Below you see the structural grid, the overall structural grid. Next. Next slide. Yeah. No, previous one, sorry. These three forces govern the overall form and now begin the process of crafting spaces. The imagination for a co-living space is also similar, where resources are shared between people. The intent was to create a space where interaction is almost natural or default. The spaces were curated as a labyrinth of transactional spaces which keep blurring the line of what is private and what is public. Here we see the overall exploded form in the isometric drawing with some sketches for how the public areas were imagined conceptually. The diagram below is a representation of the flow of spaces imagined. Balconies, mezzanines, open public areas, levels, railings became the element which started permeating the corridors and internal rooms, making small pockets for students to meet, hide, and even play. Next. Here in these three smaller zoomed in diagrams, we see how on the bottom left diagram, I was thinking of raising the floor, which becomes a common working space between the two modules, which could be accessed directly from a mid landing. On the top diagram, we see how a small balcony which continues from the room becomes a space for people to interact and also creates a small pocket under. The southwest blocks on all the floors are left empty, which can take up different sort of activity zones as what students wish to. Also, there are several internal courtyards, balconies, and one floor was left empty as a larger space for gathering and play. Next slide. In the plan, we can see how these beds are almost placed very tightly together to create smaller, intimate spaces which were more private, and then common areas which become slightly more public. The balconies were also tried to detail the railings which could be appropriated for sitting, keeping a few things on there as shelves or as tables. Next slide. This is the section which shows like the way an effort is made to make the facade as porous and create more open spaces. And on the right, we see a panel strategy for the external wall cladding, which is developed from a wood cube building case study. Next. So overall, this is how the model was imagined. And on the right, we can see some closer spaces of how I was imagining the spaces to be and to act in terms of sunlight, circulations, and smaller spaces for students. Next. This brings us further on understanding wood through details. Considering the scale of the structure and the volume of wood required, several local species were used to reduce the load on any. The wooden members here should be treated and brought to site at least 2 weeks prior, which helps them in getting accustomed to the humidity levels. On site, few species are listed which were selected, and here in the drawing we see how timber of similar properties are used together in the structural members. In the post, sal and cuthard are aligned in the direction of the grain to minimize the vertical shrinkage and provide higher strength. For all the glue lamp members, a whey protein-based adhesive, which is a developing sustainable option to other polyurethane-based glues, is currently used. For floorings as well, boards of local species like Kate Sour or Aini are used with a layer of silicone for leveling and further thermal insulation. I did not find much solid rules in the NBC for such scale of wooden buildings. I was referring to Canada Building Code for fire safety norms and other guidelines. And they said that the structure needs to be stable for at least 35 minutes after a fire. And as a response, the structural members are treated in the traditional Shugiban method. Can we go to the next slide, please? Here we see the members which are exposed in the entire structure, and they can be, the outer layer of them can be burnt and then treated, so it becomes as a sacrificial layer which delays the time for wood to catch fire further. Can we move to the next slide? Yes, further flooring details I'm trying to detail out as much as I was able to possible in the span of the studio of how other materials will set for how the mezzanine floors can work. Next slide. And lastly, coming to seeing water as a resource, here the approach was to see almost all the horizontal surfaces as a potential area for harvesting rainwater. And thus beyond the roof, even the ground was modulated to collect water. It is plastered with limestone and mortar with pebbles covered with grass to increase the surface runoff with small ducts which are spread across the site that collect water. As a result, the entire site becomes a catchment area. A basement was later detailed, which helps in collecting this rainwater. Move to the next slide. As we see here, the lower basement becomes sort of like a storage tank which is able to hold a large amount of volume in water. The weight would have increased substantially. As a result, detail for the raft slab was developed, which was a very thick slab with a hollow section in between as a sacrificial shuttering, which will give the necessary strength. And a two-pump system was imagined, which would keep the water in continuous circulation as it is stored for several months even after the monsoon, which will prevent stagnation and it becoming stale. Also, some efforts to treat as much as grey water possible. On the right, we can see some calculations which were done in the time of the studio, and whatever amount of water can be saved and which will become surplus. Yeah, thank you. I'll end my presentation here.
Thank you. Exactly 8 minutes. Thanks a lot, Ronak. And I would request the jury panel to open with their responses. Our time starts now.
Okay, Ronak, one primary question I wanted to ask you. What was the main motivation behind using timber as the main structural element? So you have used a lot of force tensioning, and I think in your previous presentation that we went through during the selection process, you had also mentioned about, the procurement of steel was done through urban scavenging, and there was an interesting slide about that, which you... Okay, just about the, basically, have you considered timber primarily for the recyclable property or also for the thermal property?
One aim was to use a material which could be grown so that the building becomes a cyclic process. Here, since the entire structure is modular and wood also tends to rot, you could, replace those members as and when required, and it may help developing some relation with the areas where these species are grown, and most of the species were listed which are very close to the state of Maharashtra. I mean, it does help in a certain amount of thermal insulation as well, and the part that it can be grown and almost a cyclic system can be established which can help maintain the structure over the course of time.
And what are the walls made of?
They are also wooden members. So I was looking at this building which is there in Germany, Hamburg, called Wood Cube, and they were trying to develop a certain type of paneling system which can be used in exterior facade, which also can respond to the rain and the certain amount of temperatures there. And further infilling details are there. If you go through the previous presentation, I've tried to mention as much as detail I could how the walls could be made. Most of the structure is done in wood.
Okay.
In Germany, they insulate a lot.
Yeah.
And I don't know if in this climate insulation is desired.
No, I selected the parts which were useful for me, not the entire walling system was replicated.
Ronak, I have a very basic question. Is this a genderless accommodation?
I mean, we were looking at a boys' hostel, so
Only boys. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that's one thing which is clear. Thank you. And final roofs and balconies, are they also wooden or they are concrete?
Sorry, can you repeat?
The final roofs, the final terrace, is it?
No. The terrace is not in wood. The terrace is done in cement.
In concrete?
Yes.
I quite like your approach, and I think it's very interesting and need of the day to have such a concept too. It's interesting. Thank you. I hope you learned a lot about wood construction.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, Sankalpa.
Yes, Sankalpa, you can go ahead.
What is the maximum span in your building?
5.4 meters, I think.
And for 5.4 meter, and rest of the normal spans are how much?
4.6 to 5.4.
4.6 to 5.4. And normally if it is a 4.6 meter, what would be the beam depth that you will take in timber?
Here the beam depths were reduced to, I think, 350 centimeters because sorry, 350 because since they are post tensioned and there is a certain amount of steel in there in the middle, it also adds to the structural strength of the beam.
Yeah, and it's a glulam because glulam would be in one direction fiber. No?
Yeah, yeah. The posts are glulam. The beam is flitched. It
Okay,
is
the beam
treated
is
with
flitched.
Yes, yes.
Beam is flitched means steel is in between.
Yes.
Okay, so
There is
then
a
why are you
section.
saying it post tension? I didn't get that.
If we can go back to the previous slide, much ahead. Even ahead. Sorry. At the start of the presentation, third or fourth slide. Yeah, after this. Yeah, the next slide. Next. Yes, thank you. So here at the bottom left, you can see the section of the beam which was imagined. Uh, the plate is made such that it has these hollow pipes and tendons can be passed through them and which are post tensioned. This allows me to reduce the depth of the beam and also helps in the seismic response of the structure.
Well, just check with an engineer there. Why would you require? I mean, how do you distribute your post tension cables in what zone of the beam?
Yeah,
Above the
sure.
central axis, below the neutral axis, or equal. Okay, some of the things. So I am little more. So I really like the whole attempt. I'm just sort of saying, but I think it's interesting to have that measure one against the other because that will help you to figure out what needs to be done. Because when you are doing post tensioning, you have to also hold it. Otherwise, there would be a lateral buckling.
Yeah.
Okay, so you have to also tie it back because you are the tensile strength of these members timber what you are sort of doing versus steel, how compatible they are, how are you holding will be important. So I'm just saying, but there needs to be an engineer further to technically do that. But I'm just trying to let you know it's an interesting way to approach. But we need to understand where does it stop or what is the limitation if we have to make it constructionally work.
Yes.
Okay, just that much.
Sorry, I was saying there are some double height spaces also, and buckling may be a problem in those areas for the columns also.
No. I mean they are double head, but the beam structure is still there. I've not removed the structural grid. Just the slabs are removed.
Can you quickly go to your timber slide?
Yeah.
So you have looked at that one. So you have looked at a variety of timbers, and
yes,
I'm just wondering, what is this jarul which you say is hard and durable but can be easily worked? Is it as good as teak?
I mean.
What is the
So
common name? What is the common name of
common
jarul?
name is Jarul. It's a Marathi word. We had encountered this species on one of our site study trip. So I'm not sure. Sorry.
Mm-hmm. Because this is quite a find.
Yeah, see, what I wanted to say was that if you post tension something, the timber is trying to retain itself. Okay, if it is trying to hold, if it will rupture, then it will not work. So it requires that other force also to hold it together.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I understood. I mean, this was a detail I had come across and I wanted to try. It was still developing, and we had a lot of discussion in the studio as well. That should we use it? What are the methods?
No, I
get
think
your point.
you can, Ronak. The point is you have to develop a modeling experiment. You could use some sponge and some, you can use a very weaker member behaving like timber and do an experiment.
Yes, sure.
It's not that, at least that much you can always do.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Ronak. Jaral wood is also grown in India and Sri Lanka. So I'm sure you'll find a lot of variety in both the countries. It's a deciduous tree, so you can do a little bit of more research on the materials that you have. So I'm sure this insightful interaction has definitely helped you along. So I thank you and wish you good luck. for this competition, and I'll request the next. We have the fifth presentation for the session one coming up now. 9323 556 9323556.
Hello.
Can we
Very good
begin?
morning to the jurors and all my peers. As someone once said, the best way to predict the future is to design it. This is exactly the vision that is adopted and which shaped the basis of the design brief worked on the Women's Center based in Senegal, a country home to around 17 million people in Western Africa. After conducting intensive research, it was inferred that the women of Senegal had few, if any, rights in the past, bearing the rat of the worst of violations against them, especially in terms of lack of menstruation rights. However, there seems to be a glimmer of hope as the Senegalese society evolves, which is where the Senegalese feminist movement is headed towards an era of equality. Next slide, please. Upon further unearthing of the core values and elements of the Senegalese women, one could conclude that it is essential to have a space for the women of Bangalore where they could feel liberated. A women's center will be the epicenter of all-round skill development and a women-centric social space for women in terms of social, legal, economic, and sanitary aid. Displayed on the right are images which depict the true plight of Bangalore currently, especially in terms of highlighting the inadequate and non-sustainable sanitary facilities for women. Next slide, please. Seeing the opportunity with the objective of improving the sanitary conditions of Senegalese women, along with providing a self-sustainable employment model and a safe space for women, the idea of Women's Center came into existence. The utility of this center could be divided into three main functions, which include, firstly, functioning as an eco-friendly sanitary napkin manufacturing unit operated by women. Secondly, creating a safe space for women close to nature who are facing various social, domestic, and physical abuses. Thirdly, function as a way for women from diverse backgrounds to gather, communicate, share ideas, advance the Senegalese feminist revolution. Next slide, please. Sustainable design elements which are known to create healing effect have been adopted into the Women's Center to aid the women who have sustained traumas and have fragile mental health. Diversity, use of different colors, shape, and forms create diversity. Serenity, landscaping or art displays plays an important role in the mental as well as emotional well-being. Interaction, providing the space with water bodies, playground, or just a space to walk and think or interact is important. The material, while designing, we need to take care of the texture, sound, smell, which help elevate the user's mood. Next slide. Transparency. New perspectives and images are formed through transparent objects, creating an environment which helps the inner connect with the outer selves. Belonging. Often these women have suffered trauma. It is important to create a relatable space for the women to feel connected to, like use of arcades or colonnades, which represent a group support. Light and shadow. Light is the basic humanizing element in creation of healing environment. It creates soothing effect. Next slide, please. Coming to the site location, as one can see in the images, the site is located in Bahagir. Next slide. Yeah, coming to the site location, as one can see in the image, the site is located in Bahagir, a village in the Tanaf region of Senegal. Bahagir has a population of 2,500 and lies on the banks of river, thus indicating a fertility of this civilization. The soil in this region is characterized by red laterite stone with the presence of standing clay. There are innumerable bamboo, palm, and mango trees in and around the site. To retain the sustainability aspect of the structure, majority of the elements have been adapted from the region's flora and fauna. Next slide. As depicted in the site analysis diagram, the site experiences weather which on an Indian benchmark is somewhat similar to that of Thane. The site experiences hot dry winds from the east, from the equator in the west. It experiences trade winds, which also bring about the monsoon season. Next slide, please. In the design morphology, we can see the design process where the units are designed according to the needs of the user, which in our case would be the woman or baggage. The multipurpose space, which is like the pavilion, remains the heart and the other spaces are wrapped around it, creating a symphony. The fundamental planning principle, which embodies the morphology, is form follows function. Next slide, please. On this slide, we can see the massing through the placement of blocks and volumes for each dedicated space, which I will be going ahead and explaining in detail in the next slide. The blocks are placed such that they provide mutual shading. Next slide, please. This slide shows us the site layout. We first start from the entrance one, which has a short wall with a fountain and few planters. This would invoke a sense of curiosity in the visitors, making them want to enter and experience the space. On the left is the help desk and an office behind it with a private toilet. There's a clinic next to it with a small waiting room, consultation space, a room with 2 beds and a toilet for the patients. There's a wall in front of the unit to give privacy to the patients by visually disconnecting the space. On the right is the skill development unit with stitching machines provided for cotton liners and a packaging and storage unit. Followed by that is the toilet and an evapotranspiration tank. The unit is separated with this central space with a curved wall of 1.8 meters. To take the sustainability approach towards defecation, due to absence of proper sanitary system present in rural areas of Senegal, evapotranspiration pits are made around banana trees. These trees purify and absorb water into the ground, promoting growth of the trees. Coming to the multi-purpose space, it is a semi-open space. It has a bamboo roof over it. After climbing 2 steps is the kitchen with a big service window and an open kitchen with a mud and brick stove, as the village doesn't have a supply of cooking gas. There is no dining space in the Senegalese community, as the community believes in eating together in open while sitting in a circle. There is a contemplation space with the sacred baobab tree. The wall is created to visually disconnect the multi-purpose space and the guest room, giving privacy to its occupants. There are 3 guest rooms with an open deck, as there are no hotels or temporary staying facility in the village, so renting out this room to visitors when there are no occupants would help generate some income and support the women's center. Additionally, there is a storage room and an overhead tank and a rainwater filtration and storage tank behind the kitchen. Next slide, please. Coming to the site plan, the site is secured using indigenous bamboo plantation, which is quite dense. The trees around the site are mango, guava, and other native fruits. Cobblestone is used for paving here. The roofing material used here is galvanized metal sheets. One might think the roof can quickly heat up, however, an adequate ventilation system is provided. Next slide, please. Coming to the section through the pavilion, the structure is to be made using bamboo and has an octagonal plan. The truss resembles an upside-down umbrella. The flooring is made using perforated exposed concrete, which is durable and weather resistant, with bamboo joineries which are developed. Next slide, please. As one can see the front elevation, from the left to right, there is the administrative block, entrance, skill development unit, packaging unit, toilet, kitchen, and rooms for short stay. In section A, which displays from left to right the pavilion or the multi-purpose space, the contemplation space, and the guest house. Next slide, please. In section B, from left to right, is the administrative block, pavilion, the storage, and overhead freshwater tank. In section C, from left to right, we have the guest room, open kitchen, the closed kitchen, toilet, and the packaging unit. The woman has next slide, please. The woman house has reached the pinnacle of holistic sustainability, spanning all the materials and system which it employs for its all-round function. The pavilion is designed essentially using bamboo as the core element. Bamboo is highly sustainable plant which can grow up to 3 to 14 months, thus making it non-depleting natural resource. Moreover, bamboo production and manufacturing sustains the Senegalese traditional industry and creates a new well-paying job for locals in the areas that need social and economical stability. The foundation is designed using laterite stone. Laterite stone has many structural environmental advantages over other materials. Laterite stone are resistant glass.
Last 2 minutes.
Coming to the unit construction, for the construction of these blocks from top to bottom, first is the corrugated metal sheet fixed to purlins. Corrugated metal sheets are the most eco-friendly roofing solution with high recyclability and reusability values. The metal sheets have superior energy-saving features and possess unmatched longevity for developing country like Senegal. Then a tie beam is used as a primary reinforcement. Secondary wooden beams are used to bear the load of the textile. Traditional African textile are installed between the wooden beams, reflecting the light from these openings. Short walls are made using compressed earth blocks. Compressed stabilized earth block (CEB) gives the opportunity of energy efficient and eco-friendly sustainable development. Short walls in CEB are provided to reduce the impact of environmental factors like sun, wind, with random openings to give a natural ventilation. The doors and windows are made of straw. When compared to other insulating materials such as wood and glass, the energy intensity to produce the material is significantly reduced. They are also 100% biodegradable and can be plowed back into the earth if they are no longer required. A rainwater harvesting and filtration unit is made, which consists of water drainage and water pipes. A natural water filtration system has been installed using small rocks, sand, charcoal, and fine sand. A water pump is then installed to lift the water to the upper tank. Post this, distribution have been implemented to deliver water for required unit, with a roof drainage system for distribution in the whole site near each mast to collect rainwater. Rainwater collection from the pavilion happens through the flipped umbrella mentioned earlier, which collects the water. To conclude, the impact of the Women's Center is manifold. It creates waves of change for the women. Its harmonious design, being close to nature, trickles a positive effect on the environment and, most importantly, acts a tangible advancement towards a prosperous society for all through the very promotion of womanhood and sustainability. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We finished exactly at 10:20. So I request the jury panel now to open their response. Our time starts now.
Did you spend a lot of time in Senegal at site?
No, sir. It was mostly online.
Mostly online. So you're talking a lot about empowering the local women. What is the social structure there? Do you think just a physical space would be able to empower them? Would they be involved in the building and running of this setup also?
Yeah, for that, so our like the design during the process, we had to design like a business model for with the design, like architecture. We had to design a business model for them. So I designed this sanitary napkins manufacturing thing. So a kit was put up. If you could, if the presenter could please go to slide 4, 3. So this sanitary napkin kit was designed and the spaces were designed subsequently so that like they could produce this unit, these sanitary napkins, and they could, sell it.
The materials that you're using, are they used in contemporary buildings in Senegal in terms of CSCB? I know that the GI sheet would be, but are there other traditional materials that are normally used that you did explore and then finally reached the conclusion?
Yeah, so the sand there is clay sand, and they use for their like vernacular construction. They use those mud blocks, and they use tires and all of that, like recycled stuff. So I use that mud block, so they could use the mud from the site and they could construct these blocks. And similarly for the rammed earth wall, they could just use the same mud and construct their walls. So the idea was all the materials which are required for construction should be recyclable and can be reused again if they want to demolish this building and use it somewhere else. So yeah, this was this slide right now is the kit which was designed.
Yeah. So now the issues you mentioned is global with respect to women. Okay.
Yeah.
So with respect to women, it's global. So it doesn't need that it's only Senegal where we have to go and do this, which is fine. We use Senegal. I think in India, as much women suffer the same issues than anywhere else. But you're talking about you're making a place where they will be manufacturing these wool kits.
Yeah.
In the plan, I don't see a place where people are going to sit and work. Okay? It's not clear in the drawing. Secondly, this is on the equator. How do roofs work? Roofs are very important features. Walls, in fact, if you notice, it will be the roofs which are more important than walls. Walls are almost not needed. And my main comment is that you have so much land, but you have absolutely no complexity in the design. It's this ground floor structure. You said there is something like rammed earth and materials. I would also ask, where is this rammed earth, where is this earth coming from to make? This is not to you alone, but it's generally a fallacy that, okay, we'll use earth, but we don't talk about where it comes from. Where am I going to source the earth from in the buildings we design?
There's a river very close to this site.
You should improve your drawing skills. They are quite sad. You have doors, steps, and no landing, and you enter. So these things are kind of irritating. You have rooms which don't have cross ventilation in a place which is tropical. Not acceptable, neither in section or in plan is shown. This, the complexity would come from how do you place, how do you now at least bring that complexities. And this is for again all students. They take up such a, they're in this savior syndrome of I'm going to save the women, I'm going to do this, that, but the design doesn't look at the complexity or work at that as being an architect. So I'm sorry, Suyansh, I'm taking your example and probably giving out my angst when I see students' projects. Is this. You see, you have the luxury of space. You say you're going to make these sanitary napkins, but I don't see anywhere it's being made. And how do you dispose of sanitary napkins? You say you can wash this, where do they wash and right in this place? They show that as a demonstration. But after a while, you can't wash these napkins unendingly. They have to be thrown out too. So what happens there? These are stuff. In a tropical planet, you don't use so much of land for the sun to wake you up. And so these things when I see is this, and then you could have had complexity of energy, of water treatment, all that coming in here. Secondly, if it's a center for women, why do we have toilets which are gender separated? It's a question which we keep thinking. Yeah, you have this one space where you put on this roof and taking water down from there. Besides that, what about the rest of the rooms? Where people are sleeping, you have double bed in a room. What happens there? What is the detail there? For a tropical climate, it's a huge different detail. And everywhere in these cases, people are so seduced by the award-winning architecture that you don't look at the basics. And there are a lot of basics of Senegal, of West Africa. So, you have to really think so close to tropics, close that in the design. So I'm sorry, I'm not very enthused with this one. And I end with this. Thank you.
Shreyans, you want to respond something, or maybe we take Swati to reflect on her points?
Yeah, Shreyans, just out of curiosity, during the shortlisting process also, we were wondering about this. Was there any other exploration with regards to the roofing system in place? Was there a reason why you chose GI over the vernacular systems, or because you've used earth? Now we are, in spite of the fact that there isn't too much explanation about where that earth is coming from and all of that, that's, why GI?
So since GI is recyclable and they could use it somewhere else, it was also explored that using RCC roof, but since it will be expensive, there was a 2,500 euro price budget. So that's why steel roof was used.
Did you consider using earth for roofing? Like, you're using CSEB. So did you consider any other roofing system which was, thermally more efficient?
Especially since it's only a ground floor structure.
Last 2 minutes.
No, I used the corrugated metal sheet and then I gave the short wall with the perforations.
Oh.
So that I could use the steel roof.
Why don't you respond to Chitra's comments also?
It was a design brief which required us to build a ground floor structure. We were not allowed to go above, and there was a 250 meter square space requirement. So the design should be was in a very small scale. And the earth, with the brief, we were given a document which said all the materials which were present on the site. So the soil, and there was a river really close to the site, so we could use the earth from the river banks for the construction of the CEV blocks.
it would be interesting to sort of just spend a little time contemplating the idea of extracting material from the
From the context, right? So we have last 20 seconds left. Is there any other response, or we can move on to conclude the first session?
Sorry, I just realized that I was muted while I was talking, but I was just, talking about the fact that it would be interesting for one to also contemplate about the overall cyclical process of construction. Like you might have a river available next to your site, but you also have the site itself. So you don't have to extract materials from a place which will eventually have a larger impact on the overall ecology, right? So working with the available resources, if one can give that a little more thought, yeah.
Right. Thank you. Our time is up for the session. And I'm pretty happy that we have kept time. And thank you to all the presenters, also the distinct jury members. Now we'll announce the break. We have a 5-minute break. We join back at 11:10. The next presentation starts at 11:10. So I'd request session 2 to be initiated by Professor Abhishek Kadam. He will be the moderator for that session, and he'll continue to moderate both the oncoming sessions, session 2 and 3. I'll join you back at session 4. So see you all at 11:10. Thanks a lot. Thank you. 5 minutes break. I request everyone to keep their cameras off and be
Welcome everyone for the second module of the presentation. We will be now looking at next 5 entries. The sessions will remain as it is. So the next entry is UN number 8005312. The project name is Pathshala. Yeah, student can proceed with the presentation.
Yeah. So good morning. Could you go back a slide? Good morning. My presentation is about my design titled An Opportunity for Impact, a brief that challenged us in designing a sustainable and unique learning space for a community. And here's my interpretation of it, titled Pathshala, a traditional future for a floating community. Next. The site is located in the Loktak Lake situated in the Moirang district of Manipur. A Ramsar wetland and the world's only floating lake, it is a home to unique communities of flora, fauna and people all coexisting on the lake. Next. The characteristic feature of this lake are the floating islands locally known as fumdis. These are coagulation of organic biomasses that float on the surface of the lake. With the rise and fall in the water level, the roots of these fumdis absorb nutrients from the lake floor. Over time, some fumdis become strong enough and deep enough such that people can construct temporary houses on them using locally available materials such as thatch and bamboo. Next. Next. The lake is a delicate and unique ecosystem and yet is now under severe stress due to the construction of the Ithai barrage. The barrage blocks the inflow of nutrients into the lake, causing eutrophication that severely affects fumdi health and results in water levels rising, causing displacement of the local community. The barrage leads to more of the aquatic life dying that affects the local livelihood and adds on to the existing problems of lack of sanitation and clean drinking water. So, as an inference, we can say that the community, people, lake, each are dependent on each other in a very delicate balance, but overexploitation is leading towards extinction. Next. Next. This forms the basis of my concept, which is Part, the people of water. The community living on the middle of the lake is known as Part. They have lived a unique lifestyle in the heart of lake, surrounded by the water and its creatures for almost 200 years. In this time, they have developed an intangible cultural heritage like none other. Today, the lake and the people face peril, and this school would give them a fighting chance to keep their culture alive. The lake has an identity and heritage, one that is intangible. These aspects of the community were identified with the aim to translate them into architectural manifestations such that architecture becomes a catalyst of preservation and progress for local. So, next. This poses a question, how can we sustainably build on water? Next. As a solution, the school was designed as a floating structure and developed as an amalgamation of local skills and newer technology. Next. 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 The major issue faced here is the unpredictable rise in water levels due to the barrage. Hence, a floating structure would best respond to climate, context, and community. Next. The floating raft will be made out of repetitive modules made of HPVC barrels bound together by bamboo framework. Next. These modules will be joined together in order to create a complete floating raft. The raft will be centrally anchored using heavy-duty chains such that the structure resists the water movement and doesn't fail. Next. The area is blessed with an abundance of bamboo, and it being lightweight makes it ideal for the construction of a floating structure. The joinery technique used here is called lashing, in which jute ropes are used to tie the members together. This ensures that the material does not lose any of its strength and gives the community and people a chance to exhibit their skills in bamboo construction. Next. Construction in the middle of water also demands planning in terms of bringing materials on site and the construction process. In a site like Loktak, where monsoons make it harder to construct during rains, a phase-wise construction plan has also been proposed. The school will be first constructed by completely making a floating raft so that the workers have a place to stay and store materials, which saves them trips from the lands and reduces transportation cost of the materials. Second step would be to start construction on opposite ends of the raft to balance the weight and prevent overturning. Next. Next. Yeah. The third step would be to see the completion of the bamboo structure and the thatched roof. And the last step would be to add thatched panels and partitions to get the school up and running. The first space to be constructed will be the learning space, and the second would be the service area so that the school can start functioning. The third phase would be the construction of the administrative areas, and the last would be the community spaces. This section shows the use of various bamboo members in trusses and columns in the classrooms. The roof framework is made out of bamboo and then covered with thatch. Thatch is another very durable and locally available material like bamboo. Next. Next. The kindergarten spaces are designed using the construction waste that will be produced. The waste bamboo will be fitted with colored acrylic sheets, and in some parts will feature kaleidoscopes made out of bamboo, which will make for an interesting and interactive wall for the kids to play with. Next. The primary and secondary classrooms are designed in a flexible manner such that one or more classrooms can be joined together to accommodate various functions. Each classroom is separated by sliding folding thatch and bamboo panels. Thatch provides excellent sound insulation, helping each classroom have their privacy. The storage racks are made in bamboo and can be used as jungle gym for the kids to play in. Next. Next. Please could you go on the next slide? Yeah. The community spaces up front feature bamboo columns that are fanned along with the use of straight poles. This allows for the elevation to be more dynamic and frames the beautiful views of the lake outside. Next. A bamboo workshop is provided so that the children have a hands-on experience. Next. Creating bamboo artifacts taught by the community members, keeping a tradition alive. This will help the community to move away from a primary fishing-based economy to a more sustainable form of income, which would include selling these bamboo artifacts to the various tourists coming to this lake. Next. Next. The wooden boats used by the people form a big part of their identity. These boats are the primary means of transport and livelihood for the community. The proposal uses out-of-use boats to create interesting pergolas, which give the school a unique look of belonging to the Loktak. Next. Being in the middle of the lake, basic amenities such as drinking water and sanitation are completely missing. Hence, eco-sand toilets are proposed for the school. Eco-sand toilets are waterless toilets in which, after use, the user puts in a handful of sawdust or ash in the pit which absorbs the water from the dry waste. This reduces the weight on the raft, and this waste can later be used by the fields near the shores. This type of toilets help reduce the weight of water by absorbing it and also completely eliminate need of any storage tanks on the floating raft. Next. The procurement of water is also translated into an educational experience where the kids are encouraged to use an Archimedean screw to draw water from the lake and filter it through a natural filter before using it. Next. Talking about the passive design strategies, the site is located in a warm and humid zone, so the plan is oriented parallel to the wind direction to maximize the benefit from the wind by cross ventilation. Next. The lake has a significant impact on the microclimate as when air passes over water or damp land, it cools. And with the help of cross ventilation, this cool air is brought into the structure such that the thermal comfort indoors is maintained. Next. For protection from the sun, large overhangs are provided that can be used as shaded walkways. The classrooms are located in the north, so they receive a glare-free sunlight throughout the day. These passive strategies help the school to be sustainable even while being isolated. Next. Hence, Pathshala provides for a unique opportunity, one that explores innovation in construction technology in a form that respects regionality and contextuality. Overall, this project has been an exploratory journey of trials and errors and intensive research to provide for a holistic vision for a learning space that would paddle the community into a traditional future of their own making. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The question and answer session begins.
I have two small questions, Shreyas. Very good thinking, very good presentation. You have a children's school
Yes.
and you have no edge protection, no boundary, no parapet, nothing. That could become a safety issue at some stage. Second, you're saying that the level of the water, there is a steep rise and fall, and I'm assuming that you always don't know when they're going to release water from the barrage. You're
Yes.
saying you're going to anchor it and you're going to use chains. Now,
Yes.
chains and anchor would fix the floating platform at a certain level. If the water level rises and there is no play, it will not allow the platform to rise. So I don't know how you've thought through the technical aspects of that.
So, sir, to answer the question wherein you were asking about the protection of the edge, so the people living on the lake traditionally build houses on a floating structure, and they look at the lake as a mother, and providing railings to the edge is seen as a sign of disrespect and distrust towards the mother that is giving life to them. So that kind of cultural value I wanted to instill in this structure. So that is the reason I decided against providing railing out of the respect for the community's values. And about anchoring the structure, so the anchor will be placed at the bottom, but the chains will be given a lot of extra length. So when the structure is floating above, the chains can stretch and can contract as the water level rise and fall. So adequate length will be provided of the chains so that a lot of increase in water level can be easily countered by the structure.
How is this different from the Makoko school?
So, ma'am, the technology of creating these floating barrels downstairs is floating barrels underneath the structure is inspired by the Makoko school. But the Makoko school had a very different context. It laid in a lagoon where there were more problems with waves and a lot of high tides and low tides. So eventually the Makoko school did fail. But I assume I with my what I have understood that in a lake like Loktak where there is not a lot of wave action, this kind of structure would be better for a protected area like a lake where a lot of water disturbances does not cause the structure to fail.
I have nothing. I'm not asking about why it failed or whether this will fail. I was only asking about what's the inspiration. So it is the inspiration for your design.
Yeah, the structure.
Secondly, why didn't you think of? Why couldn't we have had 4 boats?
Sorry, ma'am, could you repeat?
Why couldn't we have had, let's say, 4 boats instead of this whole platform? Bangladesh is doing extremely well with floating schools. You could have just put like Dal Lake. Dal Lake. Why isn't that an inspiration? Why isn't a boat? I find that idea of using the boat as pergola quite ridiculous. But besides that, why couldn't boat be the way to do this?
So, ma'am, the length and the width of the boats that will be constructed would not be very viable for the construction of the structure.
Did you try that?
So yes, ma'am, there was one of the options that I tried where I tried using the locally available boats as the floating rafts below. But then
Stress. These platforms are not locally available. Okay, so why tie the locally available boats to this? So one is asking these because in a presentation you should say why you didn't take a certain idea forward.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you took this. So we need that clarification as to justification of this approach. Okay?
Yes.
Because Bangladesh has been doing extremely well with floating schools on boats. So it's not something which hasn't been done earlier. The last question, which I love people who suggest eco-sand, will you remove the shit of others? Will you remove the shit from the eco-sand toilet?
So,
I'm just asking you, answer me yes or no. Will you remove your, just like at Makoko, it was left to the principal and director to maintain the school, and then you are the principal, let's imagine, will you remove the shit?
So,
Say yes or no. Say yes or no. This is just.
yes, ma'am. If the need be to provide good sanitation for the school and community, I would be okay with. I would be fine with removing the waste from this area.
Okay, that's good. Then you will have to do it because you have to understand in India, it's manual scavenging and it's unlawful. So it's very easy to say you make eco-sand, but it needs a better system in place. It needs systems in place. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, Sankalpa sir, do you have any question related to this?
Yeah, see, I'll just touch upon few of the technical parts of it. So if you, I'll ask you the same, what is the span of this?
So, sir, it is not more than 5 meters span on, not more than 5.5 meters
So
span.
go to your 3D. No, to the 3D. Yeah, just move ahead. No? The one which is showing some 3D of this spans, which has got beams which are bundled.
Could you go back? That is, yeah.
Yeah. Which direction is the span?
So, sir, the direction in which you see the trusses, opposite to that.
Opposite to that, which means
Yeah.
it's in the
Middle,
perpendicular
yeah.
direction.
Perpendicular
Okay?
to the trusses, yeah.
Yeah, so you have to understand that if it's in a perpendicular direction, and I'm seeing single bamboo being used, okay, and you're saying around 5 meter span or 4 meter span. So you will not be able to span that much, and you have put so much effort on the other direction. Okay, so either see if that's the direction, then what should happen is that more peripheral members should come in.
Okay, sir.
Okay, because what is going to happen is that eventually what will happen is that if you have a single bamboo and if you are doing it more than, let's say, 1.5 meter, 1.8 meter, you will not be able to span over a period of time. It will deflect. Okay, so what it means is that you may consider the other direction as span, provided you add some more member, so
Yes.
that the intermediate distance between the single bamboo reduces.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's one technical correction that you need to do. See, second is when you do these bamboo infills, and when you have got these, you cut the section of it, and they are thinner section, and then you have got these acrylic, whatever colors you do it. You have to understand how do you fix it, because these sections generally split very fast. Okay, so it appears visually in drawings very good, but it doesn't work when you start putting it in sort of reality.
Yes, sir.
Third is your splicing detail. What I saw was that it was almost like you have got two bamboo, and then above there was a bamboo with larger diameter. That's
Yeah.
very rare case. Okay, so ideally you need to do is, if you want to splice it, you have to have two bamboo on both the sides. Is the most useful way to sort of detail out if you want to go ahead with a robust detail.
Yeah. So,
Yeah.
thank you so much, sir.
Okay, can we move to the next participant now?
Sir, mask. Sir, mask.
Yeah, so the next entry is 1231829. Okay, the participant can go ahead. Yeah.
Greetings to all the jury members and the fellow presenters. So, the design began by deciphering the idea of school, exploring and constantly questioning the different logics and the politics, thinking of school beyond a building. Let's start this conversation by asking ourselves a few questions. So, Switzerland shares boundaries with which countries? Can you fix a broken water faucet? Look around and name 10 trees. Would you stop at 4? Let's call school as an education imparting institute. Next, please. Could you go to the next slide? Where does, one slide back. Where does learning happen? Does it happen on the plinth of your home, like in the picture on the right, or under a tree like that in the Vedic times, or simply by the act of observing, in the case of Eklavya learning archery from Dronacharya? The research concludes school as a self-organizing system where learning happens by watching as much as by doing. Learning happens on its own. To change this education institute is addressed through three things: curriculum, collective consciousness, and the architectural elements required to relook built form, not define a building, but a space. Next. Instead of having 12 classrooms, one for each grade, could you go to the previous slide? Yeah. Instead of having 12 classrooms, one for each grade, there would be a specific, each subject has a dedicated space. To elaborate, if grade 3 is in the chemistry lab and grade 5 is in the geography, after an hour, the class will disperse. It will reshuffle to go to their next subject. In this dispersion, the site becomes chaotic and full of conversations. And learning will happen by exchanging ideas and knowledge in forms of dialogues, stories, and other experiences. Next. These are a few spatial conceptual stimulations which I began with. So the astronomy lab has 4 walls and no roof and one small door. The floor is made as beds, which forces you to lie down and look up. The detail of the nailed wooden columns as observed in the village homes used to hang bags were used. To the right is sound and music lab, which the core space is like a 360-degree speaker surrounded by a temporary pavilion, which allows you to feel free and enjoy the music. And the body then connects to the amphitheater, used to learn literature through drama, skits, prose, and poetry. Lone chair, with a serene view and an endless sky to reflect upon your thoughts and inner self. 2 chairs to start a conversation. Corridors and pathways, the journey ignites learning through various senses and experiences. Earth lab, electrical classrooms with an embossed map, so it allows you to give a tactile contact with places to pin things on the wall and feel it. A cabin which is located on a hilltop overlooking the village with a zillion binoculars. Library of hyperlinks, the computerized walls, roofs, and floor, corridor connecting the library, overlooking the garden, passing through a narrow, cold, dark seed bank. Next. So, to conclude, Education Imparting Institute becomes like a self-organizing system. It also has sites of conversations. The idea was also to relook architecture and collective consciousness, where the images and sounds, without any acoustic boundary, are recorded and registered in your mind. Next. The site is a 5-acre sloping ground located in Beti Danu, Maharashtra. It's a thriving tribal village, till date connected to its tribal ethos. So Jeffrey Bawa says one unchanging element is the roof, protective, emphatic, and all important, governing the aesthetic, whatever the period, whatever the place. So the roof, its shape, its texture, proportion becomes the strongest visual factor. The design thus has a dynamic roof form to explore space sectionally, invoke a certain experience and volume. The initial model was used to understand cut and fill strategy, playing with the material to get a sense of its properties, tensile nature. Simultaneously, I was also studying curves, referring to works of Correa, Corbusier, and Louis Kahn. Next slide, please. The entire site is treated as a cascading celebration where the amphitheater passes through home, creating semi-public and intermediate spaces. Strategies of modulating the ground by making earthberms is used to shade the surrounding area, and ponds and channels flow across the site to value and celebrate water. Next, please. To the right is the main road connecting the three villages of the district. As one enters the premises, it's greeted by a pathway with water channel alongside to public spaces like healthcare and toilets for villagers, amphitheater, and the site of conversations. This entire space is an amalgamation of varied objects placed around the curves to ignite learning through the subconscious. Next, please. All the spaces are connected to and by the amphitheater. It acts as a spine governing the curves. Freestanding walls where one can draw, write, the other student will have to erase to redraw, and in the process, learn while unlearning. The spatial articulations are converted to the layout where the library connects the computer lab overlooking the garden. The dorms, homes are divided by pathways, creating courtyard for ample light and to sit and observe around. Next, please. The tribals of this village have been building homes using the biodiverse forests that surround them. The material palette thus used reimagines the local materials to suit the needs and reduce carbon footprint of the large institution. The walls are independent of the bamboo structural system for the roof. Going from top to bottom, the final roofing material is bamboo shingles. The wall is divided into three parts. The 360 rammed earth wall up to 500 meter for seating, mixed with gravel to increase thermal mass. There's a jali up to 1200 using rammed earth blocks to allow diffuse light and cross ventilation. The topmost layer is locally available reed to allow cross ventilation and hot air to escape, also making the structure light as it goes up from down. Vertically and horizontally arranged bamboo slits are used as partition walls. Deep gutters of 250 by 500 all around the plinth to drain roof water, increasing the groundwater level. Lime PCC reinforced with local bamboo for floor with mud plaster in some spaces is used. 2000 of offset corridor surrounding the space protects the walls from heavy rains. Next, please. These are the long side sections cutting through the spaces to understand the overall scheme of the school with respect to contours. Different spaces are connected by pathways and corridors where one would slow down, look around, learn, and absorb the coherence of nature. Think by visual learning. Next. The design has a dynamic roof form to explore sectionally, volume as well as levels. Implementing Bhawa's statement, each structure is systematically worked out in terms of its construction process. Section through the recreational space connecting the math lab, that's the first section. It beautifully shows the entire sloping ground where you can see kids playing with the rolling pin, going up the amphitheater, sitting under the shed, again coming to a common courtyard, and then connecting to the math space. The entire slope is thus celebrated, and the plinth details of the gutter and the retaining walls to avoid flooding, overflow of water is also seen in these sections. Next. This section shows the connection of the library to the garden, connecting to the computer lab, and again showing the plinth details. Next. A hand-done model of the sound roof following the exact procedure of construction, starting from tying of the bamboo members, making the arch, the truss, rafters, and then adding the shingles, with bamboo bundles of various diameters were used. Could you please click on the last image to play the video?
Last 1 minute remaining.
Next. This structure is not a space of mere learning, but it articulates an experience of students being in the space and thus strengthens a sense of reality and oneself. To summarize and conclude, I am constantly questioning and I'm learning to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we are open for question and answer.
So, Dhanvi, what were your challenges in terms of the school? Did you have any was not following any set curriculum, is it? Or are you making your own curriculum too?
Yes. So if you go back to the slide 3, what I've tried to do is I've made my own curriculum where it follows the basic Western education because we don't want to deprive them.
I like short replies, so you were making your own curriculum. So it's not following any state or national boards, isn't it? Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's why, I must first congratulate that you have explored a lot and drawings are nice in a way and everything. But without the challenges, it tends to be a little bit airy-fairy, okay? I can't get a word, so sorry, but it becomes that. And it doesn't bring in the complexity which would be needed. If you're asked to design, if you need 500 square feet or 40 square meter of a room, then the challenge of the material comes. It would have been more interesting and more challenging for you and also more interesting for us to see. Thank you.
Then taking off from Chitra's points, a school like this which doesn't have a curriculum will probably need a greater involvement of the parents and will need teacher training at a different level. So perhaps the physical infrastructure can never be sufficient for a school like this to be successful. Did you explore similar models of schools in the country and outside and come up with some conclusions?
I was referring to the school in Ladakh, which follows a similar idea of not having a curriculum. Other than that, I could not find a lot of references to see where they were trying to go away from the Western education. But also, since this is a tribal school, I'm not sure how the role of the parents would come into it. But like the teachers and the staff will be obviously trained in a special manner and will be able to take forward the lectures accordingly.
When I first saw your presentation in the pre-selection, I was reminded of Dr. Sudarshan at B.R. Hills. And the school that he was running there, this was exactly the brief where the kids could name 100 trees that were locally growing, but perhaps wouldn't know the capital of Russia. And to them, that didn't matter, but these trees really mattered. I think it's a very, very interesting take, and congratulations on work well done.
Thank you so much.
Well, there's just one comment I wanted to make was that after, let's say, the planning level, maybe it would be useful to take one, sort of, let's say, the building, and then do a thorough detailing of that. So what is happening at this level is that you have been able to touch all of them reasonably at some levels. You have been also able to make models, etc. But perhaps if you take one and move to a deeper level, will be able to help you, or let's say comment a little bit more, because there are all kinds of forms which you are exploring. Okay, very typical to what Bali school and all of those school keeps on exploring these sort of forms. So maybe if you get into one and do it, it would be useful, because see, we need to also understand that our bamboo species in India are very different from that which is in Bali. Okay, and Professor Sanjay Prakash will know better on that, because he has done both national and international work on sort of that. And therefore, if you start looking at what is happening in Latin America and what is happening in China, or what is happening in Bali, perhaps it will, or what Botrong does, we'll have to be very careful, because there are certain things which our bamboo species can allow. some things it becomes slightly difficult to sort of allow. Or let's say you have to do so much sorting that sometimes it becomes very difficult. Okay. And your detailing, I think I would still expect those detailings to be little more at a scale which is much more convincing as to how you are bundling, what is it, a split, is it a full bamboo, then how are these members which are sort of triangulated coming together, because you don't know once you start, because this right now is somewhere in between steel and bamboo. It is neither steel nor bamboo. Okay, so that's what I think to further to sort of take away and think this is what I wanted you to leave with.
Could I respond to your comment?
Yeah, you're free to respond.
So I was referring to the science lab in the music center, which is located in Thailand. So a lot of my roof explorations are also coming from a study of their existing roofs. So I have not made like a detailed section of it, but all the sections follow. So there is a strategy that has been used, like a 30 centimeter diameter bundle, which becomes the arch. And then as it goes upwards, it becomes like it reduces to 12 centimeter dia of a bundle. So all this has also been considered like for each of the systems, because I already had like a ready set of reference coming from the Thailand school. So, like I had the basics and then I was just increasing it to like play with it a little more. So yeah, but I will definitely look a little more deeper into the systems as well.
Okay. Any more further questions from the juror?
You can announce what time is left, Abhishek. That will help them.
Yeah. So there are more than 3 minutes left. If there are any questions.
Well, I'll just tell you a little bit more on that. See, many of the sections which I'm seeing are sections which are doubly curved. Okay, or for example, your central section right now. Okay, now that section one has to see what happens in the other direction, because the water gets, the more you hold the water, the water sort of starts creating problem. Some of the deeper understanding, I said why it is important, because I said that, see, Thailand school, interestingly what you are doing is fine, but what you have to also understand is that when you are using bamboo, the size of the bamboo changes from bottom to top. So diameter below would be let's say any species, normal species would be let's say 800, let's say 8 centimeter to sort of to around 12 centimeter or 15 centimeter at max, and as you go up it will taper. So when you are asking all this logic, it is important for you to know in our context what happens. I don't expect you to know too much, okay, because at your level it is fine to know even that much, is that it changes. And when it changes, then what it sort of does, how much you can bend any of the species. So why I'm saying it, when you start copying that, perhaps it doesn't work simply because your species doesn't allow you to do that. Now, if you're showing it to be sort of this curve, what would that species be that allows you in Indian context to do that? Some things you will have to know it, because either it will be a split section or you'll have to use the solid bamboos and you will do heat bending and get it there. Because not you won't get, so different bamboos will have different curvature. You will have to come in terms which one and how much tolerance you can do in terms of bending, etc. So all what I'm saying is there is much more to know before you sort of getting. That's why I wanted you to give one fully detailed out understanding of when you construct, what does it mean.
Yes, it's been really insightful. I'll surely look into it.
Okay. So after this, we can move to the next one.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Yeah. The next is entry 2911002. Yeah, you can go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I thank you all for giving me this opportunity to discuss my design. So let's get started. So Jawahar is a hamlet in the Palghar district of Maharashtra. which lies in the hot and humid climate. The population here is mostly agrarian, who practice agriculture, and which is mostly paddy cultivation, as the heavy monsoon rains and the undulating topography favors for it. Talking about the site has an area of 7.2 acres, which is a piece of land, and which rounds off up to 29,000 square meters. So in tribal settlements like these, which houses population that are below the poverty line, one of the major concerning issue is revolving around the education of children. And children play a very important role, and they are immensely responsible as they work as baldis or herdsmen here in the rearing of livestock. So many such children are considered unfortunate and often are adopted by NGOs like the Aishri Seva Bhavi Sanstha, who work for the betterment of these children. To offset such impediments, the organization has proposed the idea of a residential school, that is Gurukul, which will look into the holistic and individualized development of the students. It believes that over the period of 8 years, they learn and outdo their capabilities. So many students outdo their capabilities to reach some of the top colleges, and then they can further their interest in construction technology. Yes, sir, you can move to the next slide. This is how a typical house in Jawahar looks like. It starts with a stone plane that protects it from the monsoon rains. The construction of walls is done by using the wattle and daub method. That includes a teak wood or a bamboo framework, which are then binded with the kavi sticks and then plastered with the cow dung and mud plaster. Talking about the space, we enter into a common space that branches out into the bedroom and kitchen. The cowshed area and the common space, they are separated with the help of a small pandora. Next slide, please. Talking about the construction technique. So the construction of wall is done with the help of wattle and daub method. That involves the use of kavi sticks, the use of cow and dung plaster. Talking about the roof, so the roof includes the members, which are mainly the bamboo patterns supported by bamboo rafters, and then the main topping layer is of the mangrove tiles. Next slide, please. Talking about the core of a Gurukul. So Gurukul is a center of learning, which has the idea of shared spaces and in which incorporates discipline. The concept I followed in my entire planning was about how the individual spaces are arranged such that they branch out from a single point. So this pattern, it replicates from the neighboring village, that is Telichapada. The devising of smaller technology, like the use of bamboo mats, which allow the light, the play of light, and then they let the air to flow through them. The spaces are semi-open, like that of a pavilion. So the idea was to create a simple framework, simple yet aesthetic framework, such that even the locals can continue the pattern of that space making even after once the designing is complete. The use of built-in furniture, which is achieved using thresholds. So these thresholds are created using the mud and kadapa. These pavilions, so they boost the air circulation at the high volume. It helps reduce the impact of the heat inside. And these pavilions, they create a free-flowing environment for a mixed use of spaces. So therefore, one can really easily transition from one space to another. Next slide. This is the zoning. The zoning has been done with respect to the outsiders and the locals. So all the public areas, they are right at the entrance of the site, such that they are separated from the tourists. There's a trail that takes the tourists to the endmost point, that is towards the lake. So the hatched pattern is the lake. We have existing bamboo plantations at our site, which has been marked in green and the tree pattern. Next slide, please. This is the master plan, which shows again the division of areas with respect to the contours. So the flatter lands at our site, so the site has a total contour of 29 meters. The flatter lands have been occupied at 2 points, one for the paddy cultivation and one for the main Gurukul area. The lake has been placed at the bottommost point, which will receive the natural runoff of the water due to the existing slope, and a certain area has been reserved for the future development. Next slide. Moving on to the master plan. So if you see, as soon as we enter inside the site, we can park ourselves, number 4, that is the parking, and then we proceed towards number 3, that is the administration area. Once we are done registering ourselves, we move towards number 2, that is the tourist accommodation, while the locals can take the trail and move towards the core areas. Number 1 is the temple area, or say the the performance hall, which acts as a common intersection for tourists and the locals. Next slide. Starting with the prayer hall. So one enters the site to face the administration office and then towards the tourist office. So talking about the prayer area, the prayer hall acts as an intersection for tourists and the locals, which has a 7-meter high roof, which is made of bamboo, crisscross bamboo roof. It has a circumambulatory that goes around the prayer hall, and it acts as a watch point for the entire site. It acts as a governing factor for the Gurukul. The tourist accommodation lies right next to it, and it is the Semi-open outdoor leisure space is sandwiched between the prayer area and the tourist. So it becomes an important intersection for all types of public. Next slide, please. Moving on to the workshop area, which has been classified into four: the bamboo, the pottery, the carpentry, and the metalwork. Even it has been placed right at the entrance of the site if you see in the key plan. So such that there will be guest lecturers. So they are separated from the main locals. All the four workshops orient themselves towards a common outdoor space, which acts as a space for exhibitions and seating. The four workshops, they follow a similar pattern of roof, yet it slopes down gradually with the existing contour. As you see again, the use of raised platforms which are made up of kadapa and mud. Next slide. Moving on to the students' accommodation. So these are the core areas of Gurukul, which include the boys and the girls' accommodation, the classroom and the dining areas. The accommodation lies right next to the cattle shed in order to replicate a pattern that is similar to their houses, where the family and children stay close to the animals. So all the rooms are arranged linearly to keep a continuous connection among the students, and one can access any other student at any point of time. So there's a common a doorway that leads to all the four rooms in both and boys and girls accommodation. Number 10 is the library, which has bund wall partitions. These are smaller separations for individual study. In the dining area, we see the smaller platforms for dining. As you see in the section, one can really smoothly progress from one space to another without much knowing the difference. So that was the main aim of creating that transition. Next slide, please. Moving on, so this is how the students' accommodation looks like, which has an extended plinth and acts as a place for leisure for the students. Each room is shared by 4 students. There are 3 entrances to the room. One from the front brings you from the front yard, from the classrooms. The one that is right beside the cupboard, it takes you to the backyard for the clothes drying space. And one that lies right next to the bed that connects all the 4 rooms together. And talking about the technology, about the construction technique, so the bamboo columns, they converge from all 4 corners of the room, where they are tied with a layer of rafters again, the bamboo battens. It is then covered with a layer of bamboo mat, which is then painted with a layer of cow dung and mud, so it helps in insulation. It is then topped with the the thatch, which again comes directly from the paddy fields. Next slide. Moving on to the Acharya Nivas. So the Acharya Nivas it has a central semi-open space which acts as a space for early morning meetings and meditation discussions. So there's a provision of individual units for the teachers such that there's an element of privacy. So entire complex of the Acharya Nivas lies right next to the students, so they can keep a continuous check on the students. And you see the rooms are staggered such that they have a common neighborhood in the front yard as well as in the backyard for the clothes drying space. Next slide, please.
Last 2 minutes.
Moving on to the cowshed area, the using of simple method, like there are a combination of 2 areas in the cowshed, the milking and one for grazing out in the open. It has concrete built trenches for the consumption of water. One can walk in the center and feed the cows. While in the chicken coop, it is built over a ditch. The flooring is made up of tied bamboos such that the feces fall over the ground, and when mixed with soil, it can be used as manure. Next slide. The arithmetics room and the horse and the science room. So these rooms are located right at the junction. So as a person progresses towards the playground, so if you see in the plan, the playground is right behind of these 3 areas. One progresses towards these areas, and in the opposite direction, we lead to the students' accommodation. So this area was an important junction which was to be treated. So its rear facade has been used as a performance area, which can be used for smaller events and gatherings. Next slide, please. Moving on to the last part of our site, that is the pond, includes 3 main areas: the agriculture for the purpose of recreation and for cattle washing. So cattle washing was an important aspect, because since it will include the children of all age groups in our Gurukul, it was important to keep them within the premises, so a lake within the site. Use of plants like cattle tails, bulrush that help over the edge transition, such that they help absorb the toxics from the ground. And there is a stone wall that runs all along the length of the pond, and it acts as a secure boundary for the smaller kids. So the idea was to suggest a workable design such that even the locals are able to expand it once the designing is completed. My aim was to provide a sense of aesthetics such that it acts as a landmark and it attracts more and more kids towards it. Thank you.
Yeah. So now we have 10 minutes to discuss the project here.
Okay, I just want to ask you a couple of questions. Did your roof come first or your plan?
No, sir, the roof came first.
If the roof comes first, what occurred to you to have a plan like this? Now, why I'm asking this, the plans are very staggered. The roof is made out of thatch, and the thatch has certain discipline of trying to take water. When you stagger it, then you have to work with two sort of curvatures. So I'm just trying to understand how did you go about it? Because I also see a lot of exploration in model. And then I'm just trying to figure out that what occurred to you to sort of think when you're sort of trying to do too many of this.
Yes, sir. So as I said, in order to bring a certain element of aesthetics, I have occupied a roof. But then the plan, it replicates the existing pattern of the structures. So that, I mean, I didn't want it to go it too complex with the walls too, because that was totally different from how the existing, the vernacular structures right there are. So that is why the reason of the staggered plans.
Well, okay, I think let others say, then I'll come back.
Can we move to the site plan?
Is this the site plan?
No, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is on a scale of 1:200.
Okay. Now, most of the time, when you're designing a project of this scale, it's to look at some kind of future expansion. It's not something that would be static in terms of time. And the way your placing of blocks is done, I see little scope for it to expand in an organic way. So student.
They can't be heard.
Oops, sorry. I was saying that if the expansion had to take place, it would not take place organically.
Yes, sir, because the contours were a bit challenging because they are so steep at some points that I mean, selecting this continuous patch was like the existing plan how it is. It was the best location because we had more flatter plans and land at this point.
Okay.
In order to allow it to expand organically, definitely the contours would be a major issue. So wherever they are available, the expansion would take place in that direction.
I love the choice of north symbol that you have used, which would imply a magnetic north rather than a geographic north. I don't know if you've done some thinking of that, but
Something was a north symbol.
yeah, just show it to everybody. It's not there on this plan. So, yeah, there, the bird.
Oh, I thought it was Zoroastrian symbol. It was more like a Zoroastrian symbol. I was wondering how come it's called Gurukul and has a Zoroastrian symbol. So, Abhinav, I go back to the site plan. These contours are half meter or 1 meter?
These are 1 meters.
1 meter. So let's just take your first, it's number 1. It's sitting on almost 3.5 or almost 4 contours of flat thing. And similarly, when we go to where the 6 and 18 are sitting on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 contours. So what's happening here? I don't see this is designed for a contour plan at all. And next, bunker, it rains 3,000. It's a composite climate and 3,500 mm rain. I don't know how well these roofs work. They seem to be inspiration from Bali Green School, the kind of roofs. But if you see that the heights are very high in Bali Green School, where this is not. Even as a tax, this will be pretty unprofitable in the wet seasons to be inside this. So mine are only two, the roofs don't fit with the plans. So if you see Bali Green School, the plans are in here, so rectangular plans, and then it's not sitting on the contour to work with the place. And east and west is the dominant dominant wind direction here. And the most uncomfortable time in Palkar is the monsoons, unless until you close the school. In monsoons, it's impossible to live in this place without east and west closed. There's no verandas as a design element. You'll have to think a lot more. I understand you had a problem with contours, but you haven't really worked.
Yeah, ma'am. The issue you talked about how so that has been resolved just with the help of the higher plane. So that is with reference to the existing structures we have here of 1 meter high plane.
If cut and fill and things could be worked, it would be nicer, but this is part of learning. But nice drawings and good ideas.
Sanjay sir, are you saying something because your mic is on?
No, I'm not saying anything. I'm just listening.
Acha, okay. Thanks.
So Abhinit, overall, we felt that the scheme seemed very mature with respect to the overall zoning that has been done, and the backspaces, central courtyards, and the flow of the different activities. So one thing that I felt was missing in this, and as it has already been elaborated by other jurors, is that if there was a actual existing site model with the roof plan, because individually you might have shown in a few of your sections how the multiple roofs are working. It's actually not very clear how the entire scheme comes together, the overall roof planning. And I think you have a model of that, but you did not really show the pictures in your presentation. So I don't know if that's because it wasn't completely resolved, or there was just some level of, there was a lack of detailing. So in plan, with respect to the contours and with respect to the roof, these three things don't really come together. So that's an exercise worth exploring further.
The last 2 minutes. Sankalpa, yeah, you can.
Yeah, so just to complete that loop, your details, right now the details are very primitive, and it will not work with the structure that you're imagining, especially your post and beam connections. Your attitude is all right, but then some of the detailings you need to sort of improve, or when you want to do a lengthening joint, the splicing, the way you are doing is how timber is done, not how bamboo is done. Now coming back to your roof, the plan and the roof, why I said it, because there are multiple roofs within the same roof. So if you are, so now the nature of activity versus how do you close that? So have you worked out activity in a way that there is no sound there when you are sort of putting 4 rooms within the same roof? Do you get it? Because all of them, if you have to actually close it, either you are packing it horizontally and creating a false ceiling, or you are letting it open. So that relation. So when I said about plans and roof relationship, there were 2 things which I wanted to talk about. It is the overall 3-dimensional slope, which is working with respect to your to water, etc., and geometry. And the second part is the activity which is there in the plan in relationship to how do you visualize that roof. Okay, so this is the discord which I wanted to bring that time, which I think you need to, which are challenges, and that is why you have to understand that when you're doing a roof and you're closing it, when you thicken the plan, which means when you subdivide it like this, and when you subdivide it parallel with respect to roof, you need to think about those strategies.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. We are done with the time because so the next participant Rajvi has requested to play the video on the
Sir,
PPT.
I'm here, sir.
Yeah. So we will have the PPT, right?
Yeah, we'll have
Yeah.
the PPT, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir, could you just try
clicking the audio button. I've provided sound there. So
Yeah.
so is it audible? I don't think it is audible.
No.
Okay,
Sorry.
so I'll start. I'll start. So
Yeah,
could you
please.
take back to the first slide? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So CEES is Center for Energy, Environment and Sustainability, and it was started by Dr. Ambe Gaokar, a native of Latur, and he had selected a particular part in Munshi where he had decided to develop an institute where there could be online classes that could be conducted. Moving on towards the next slide. Yeah. So over here we can see the basic idea had started with a question of how a structure could be created with uh, where with minimum effect on the site contour. So and how could that contour be later utilized? So uh, we can see to the bottom right that a solid mass of a uh, elevated plane is it's like extruded from a particular part. So that is how I went on to like discover the form. And talking about landscape strategies such as rain garden, seasonal landscape, evergreen plantation, rain garden, all of these were used. So like sustainability over here is seen in terms of sustainable living, of how a person can live in that institute and how could it be sustainable. Like there's a focus on campus life, health and wellness, productive landscape. Moving on towards the next slide. Yeah. Talking about sustainable living, elements of sustainable living include and as well as there is a natural rainwater filtration system where the grey water is recycled, that is used. Community farming is a way of living that could be incorporated by the student. So people like students over there will grow their own fruits and vegetables, do their daily chores, making them independent of other systems that lay beyond. Then over there we can also see a shaded space below the building mass that could be utilized for the utilized by the students. So it encourages students to move outside the institution and to learn with the nature, and as well as it provides a cooling due to the like shaded space. Talking about the building material, bold building material is used like steel frame, but which could be later, it has an afterlife, so it could be later reused. And glass is one of the material that is mainly used because the main basic idea was to create a transparency. Since it is located in Munshi, there was an infinite view of a mountain region, so how could that be emphasized upon? So that came upon through using that kind of building material. Then how do I cater with heat that is being uh, or the heat or the UV rays that will affect the heat gain of the surface? So some structural systems like curtain wall or even double glazed facade is used. So overall, we can see building materials that can be reused, community farming that encourages students to produce their own fruits and vegetables, and shaded spaces that learn, encourages students towards learning from nature and extended learning. Together, create a sustainable living system. Moving on towards the next slide. Yeah. Talking about the planning was inspired from it is a linear planning. So once we enter, we park our vehicles, we move forward where we have a welcome center, which again creates us with the infinite view in the surrounding. There's a central core, that is the third part. That is what takes the complete structural load from the steel frame. As I move lower to the fourth part that is being highlighted, that is a library of which we'll be seeing further views in this slide.
So that is a library that promotes shared learning. So people can sit, they can chat, or they can even have a shared learning experience over them. Then going further, there's laboratory and dining that is again on an elevated platform. So even when there's a disconnection between the contour, that the ground and the structure, yet people are connected visually towards through the building material use, that is glass. So it creates a transparency that connects the people to the surrounding. The hostel units or the students' residence is what is placed on the bottom level. So students can just wander off in the woods and learn from the nature instead of just sitting in a classroom, and then there's a different approach towards learning, or there's a different experience that is created through this humongous building mass. Moving towards the next slide. Yeah. In the section, one can see how I move throughout the structure. So there's an entry to the institute. Then we can see the shaded spaces and how that shaded space could be used at different intervals of time. Like in the morning, one could sit and like work upon something, and at the night, one could even do stargazing. That is again learning from nature. There's also as I move from parking towards the welcome center, we can see the central building, the central core that I was talking about. Again, I move a level down where there's a libraries that experiment with things. So over here, there's always a promotion of experimenting with things rather than just sticking to the rules. So experiential learning is also promoted. Moving on towards the next slide. Yeah, these are some views uh, just to make one understand how what kind of feeling I wanted to provide for the user. So we can see in the welcome center that even if a person is sitting inside the structure, yet they feel so connected with the surrounding. Then we can even see the dining and laboratory. So different spaces could be used at different times, and there's always a freedom to use these spaces. Moving on towards the next slide. Stark presence of the structure. This humongous mass, once elevated, created a structure that made a human feel like a worm. Like so, there's a worm's eye view that is automatically created. So this elevated structure, it it creates a shaded space below. So that undulated shaded space could be used in a variety of ways. Moving on, moving on towards the next slide. The library, the library I was talking about. We move down, and we can see that people use this space in different ways. Like we read books, we work on our projects. That's what we need to focus upon. Next slide, please. Yeah. Sitting on the
Last 2 minutes.
yes, sir. Sitting on the natural terrain, there's an infinite view. There's a link with the nature. Moving on towards the next slide. Yeah. This is the complete view of the site where we can see how the building material, it has a effect of transparency on the surrounding, and we can also see how the residence of students is placed. So there's a synergy going on between those two structures. Moving on towards the next slide. Yeah, at the end of the day, what is important is the memories that are created by students in a space. So talking about the memories of the students that are depicted through few of graphics, like the conversation that take place, spontaneous conversation that strike upon, it is actually that brings life to the structure. Moving on towards the next slide. This is again a view of how the space could be utilized, how there's a constant evolution. We can see over the left corner how people are taking selfies. So the technology and all the things are thought upon. Moving on towards the next slide. Yeah, these are some views. So if you could just move, like these are just views of how how the structure sits up on the natural terrain. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Rajvi. Now we are open for question and answer session.
Yes, sir.
So, Rajvi, you use the word humongous a lot, and I'm not so sure that that has positive connotations. You've used a very bold, symbolic form for your building overall. Did you explore other ways in which the building could be integrated better with the site using a local material palette, using a local context, a local regionalism that could have come in? How did you arrive at this as the final solution?
So, so the process of my design was from starting from outside in, and starting with a 3D model. So, uh, initially I had started with individually placing the functional spaces that are separated, but then I thought about combining them together, which created a single mass. Then I could see what area of land was to be excavated, and there was a large area of land that had to be uh, leveled. So I thought, why not elevate the structure so that the undulating land could be used for some other other function. So that is how I had arrived upon the form.
Yeah. Yeah. Any more questions?
Can I come in?
Yeah.
Yeah. How does it relate to the climate of the region?
Sorry, sir.
How does the structure relate to the climate of the region?
So yes, sir. That is one of the challenges that I had faced. So that is one of the questions that I should I still have to work upon a design. So I think that is one thing that I still need to think upon and question myself.
So how do you start designing? You conceive a form, and then you fit in the functions, and then you select the material, or you start with something else. What is the design process that you follow?
So could you repeat the question, because so it is not clear. So I was not able to hear properly.
Yeah.
I'm talking about design process. How do you start designing? You conceive the form, and then you choose the material, and then you try to relate it to the planet. How do you begin the process, and how do you evolve your design?
Yes, sir. Sir, the process should have been. So what the process should have been is looking at the climate, the context, and then relating it to it, and then designing. And so I have looked upon the climate as well as the context, but so the process through which I designed it was different than which one has to follow.
Even for competition brief, I mean, you could have actually responded to that.
Yes, sir, I could have responded to climate, but I also tried to focus on uh, living how the user uses the space. So rather than focusing on the building material only, I also try to focus upon how different experience could a user get in that the space that I create.
How do you explain the contrast between your public spaces and other spaces? The structure in the middle and the structures which are around.
So the central structure is has an axis that like I started with the axis that there's a fort uh, that aligns to the axis, that is Fort Kailashgarh, that is visible from our side. So I started with considering respecting that fort and taking that axis as my central axis for the central building mass, and then placing the student residents along that central building mass, so that like I also thought upon how students could approach that elevated built form.
They are very contrasting. I mean, you didn't make any effort to integrate them, even visually.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Like the public area, the corridors of the accommodation and all that, it could have picked up some part of your public kind of spaces. The retailing could have been different. It could have helped you to integrate these two different parts of it.
Yes,
but
sir.
gravity is the key thing which you have missed.
So I'll also look upon the points that you said, like when I'll be designing again the next.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we still have time. Chitra, ma'am, you were saying something.
Yeah, so, it begins with that this is a center for energy, environment, and sustainability, and you do give credence to a lot of stuff, nature-based solutions, etc. But, and you have confessed that you really looked at the views and how do you make. But somewhere, this is a very self-indulgent architecture, okay? But it's still not creative enough. So you've got yourself quite caught up on certain images you want, but you should have tried a lot more, because you have now picked up images which is probably from especially works of Western architects, and you're putting it here, which is fine, you're learning, this is fine. But it's not yet creative enough for a student where you should have indulged yourself a lot more. And here I have one question. You have one slide where you're saying you're looking at this pristine views from yours. See now you are grabbing the view. Okay? What would happen if another building comes and it's going to look at this building? Will it feel happy? Because at no point it will remain this infinite view. Somebody would come across there, yeah? And what would they like? Are they going to feel the same? That, okay, in my frame, this building comes. Is it nice? So let's look at it as a point for you to explore your possibilities of designing in future, especially when you pick up pristine surroundings without any context except this water or this. You have to think, how do you put yourself into that place? Like Marcus says, stepping lightly on the earth. This is not stepping lightly on the earth. That's something you should explore in future.
Yes, ma'am. I'll definitely do it.
At least you took this fact of energy and being in India and looking at solar, and that kind of made the roof, you having something there with it, but otherwise it's an iffy project which you have to work a lot more in future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, can we move to the last participant for this module?
Hello everyone. My UIN number is 9006432 and I will be presenting my SEM4AD project, An Opportunity for Impact. Next. Site analysis. Saraspur is a pseudo name and its identity is kept hidden. Saraspur is a small village in Azibabad block of Bijnor district, Western Uttar Pradesh. It has a composite climate. Next. Majorly, there are 5 different types of settlements that are divided according to the spatial segregation of the existing caste system. The village follows a system of social hierarchy where people share different powers and privileges with respect to their positions. Next. Understanding the socio-cultural issues faced by the local community, Tyagis and Chamar has two different household typologies, and the sketch shows their daily activities. Next. The picture portrays the difference between the lifestyle of two different settlements. The sketch shows that there are no dedicated public space observed in this village. Based on the site analysis, I observed that the settlement pattern of Saraspur follows a distinct Brahmanical caste-based hierarchy system. Their housing typology, access to building material, and hence construction techniques also differ based on the followed caste system. Saraspur lacks in basic amenities while people use open fields to defecate. The region does not have a vernacular style of its own, and it is a flood-prone region. Solutions would be provision of public space with access to basic amenities must be made available, providing plinth to resist flood, and use of passive strategies and providing public space to increase the participation. Next. Out of the 9 grid, my context is located near the northeastern side of the village. It is surrounded by the agricultural lands. It is essential for a building to express simplicity and be able to adapt the general context and meet the needs of students and the aspiration of the family. Hence, built on the ideation of connecting dots, the design attempts to use architecture as a way to allow the community, including students, to become the participants and fill the gaps between the socio-cultural barriers and issues. By maintaining the vernacular features and relatable scale for the children, which will lead to the development. Next. The use of local material and construction techniques made experienced local workforce available. This engagement with the construction process provide an opportunity for local craftsmanship and gives students a sense of ownership for the school while inspiring them to see the impact of working together. A sustainable and playful learning space is made out of simple yet interesting construction technique to promote the egalitarian behavior of the community. Next. Moving to the construction material details, brick is the primary traditional material and locally available material of Saraspur. The vernacular houses in the settlements use brick, wood, RCC slab as the material in construction. The school is intended to be designed as a sustainable built form by using locally available material and skill, thereby reducing the overall embodied energy of the material. The construction can be made on site. The roofing typology is a flat RCC slab shaded over with locally crafted wooden truss and metal corrugated sheet. Next. The use of brick jali on southern facade maximizes ventilation, thereby keeping the interior cool and allowing a filter diffuse light pattern within the classroom, providing a fruitful environment for children to play and interact. Next. Local craftsmanship is supported by using local wooden foldable windows which help light to penetrate in, keeping the moisture out. Due to its fold, children can access it and sit on its sill, making it their very own space during the break times. About the design, the plan is oriented parallel to the wind flow to cross-ventilate and to take advantage of not diffuse sunlight. The planning is in such a way that the phase 1 is for the public zone and the phase 2 has school function related activities. The Anganwadi is placed near the entrance for ease of access and each space opens out, inviting the outer environment to be the part of learning. Next. Connected by a staircase, the first floor has classrooms that opens out in the courtyard to increase visual interaction. The design and planning of the structure respond to the local houses in terms of appearance as well as experience, which makes the space more relatable and approachable for locals. Next. Since the climate is composite, I have tried to shape all the corridors to avoid children using umbrella everywhere and enter classroom wet. The trees surrounding the structure helps to ventilate and enhance the character of the space. Next. Section AA dash. Section AA dash highlights the courtyard, which is the visual connect around the classroom. The views of the spaces gives the gist of the individual zones. Next. Section BB dash highlights the use of multipurpose space, corridor, and classroom. These are their views respectively. Next. This section shows that the outdoor pathway near the teacher's block and the spill-out zone for library, making it accessible for the locals. Next. After school activities. The multipurpose hall is used by the children for pangat eating or programs. Using the space for panchayat discussion, then taking it to favorable space or using it for vaccination or elections. Also, the courtyard is used as an outdoor learning space. Other public related functions like community toilet serves the purpose of sanitation. Medical blocks since the village lacks to have first aid and basic facilities. Access to library for locals to learn and educate. Next. The passive technique of double roof used in the roofing system helps to cross ventilate by keeping interiors cool. The courtyard helps to push hot air out while circulating cool air through the openings. Rainwater is also harvested through a simple system of gutter and a downtake pipe. About the design element, to make it more playful, shapes are introduced. At the entrance, punctures and niches are created to provide visual connect and playfulness. The space near the Anganwadi, denoted with the red dot, has niches that acts as a seating space, resulting in a hangout zone, complementing with colors. Next. Staircase. The staircase creates a pause point having green space. Back, so on the slide of staircase. The staircase creates a pause point having green space on the either side with a red color to keep the students stimulated. Next. Classroom with brick and jali work will help to regulate temperature due to the thermal mass. In winters, the brick will provide warmth, while on the summer day they will absorb some humidity and provide an habitable environment. Next. Other material used are locally available and sustainable, based on the contemporary and vernacular construction. The local quota stone is used in the corridor since it does not absorb water and are cool and comfortable. Red-brown oxide flooring is used in the interior since they are easy to maintain. Other materials like brick wall and stone for pavements are being used. Next. The structure functions to accommodate various aspects that forms the core of villagers' life by including various activities, programs, green space, community library, vantage point, and providing open dynamic space. This allows the school as an institute to expand the educational activities outside the classroom and to integrate social education as a part of the village life. The design of the school can be a balance between the tradition and change, with responding to the climatic condition of the space, and also be an egalitarian force engaging the community that represents their identity. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ritika. Now the session is open for question and answer.
Ritika, so it's nice to see that you've used this double roofing system, which seems quite appropriate to this climate activity. Did you consider using anything other than RCC for the lower roof?
I even considered some other roofing techniques like earth fillings as well, but hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Continue.
Yeah, so I even considered some other roofing systems or roofing techniques such as earthen fillings, but considering that I want locals to engage in this process, so I use simple like RCC slab construction techniques, which was used in the surrounding like uh, uh, in the structures around this village. Hello.
Yeah.
See, my understanding is that it is a day use building. Is that correct?
Sorry, sir.
It is a day use building.
Yeah.
So the roof, depending on the time lag that it has, would still be a consideration, even if you are using an ordinary 9-inch composite with a RCC slab plus terracing, would have a time lag of about say 8 hours. So by the time your peak summer sun is up at say 12 noon, by the time the insides would get peak heat would be much later in the day. Looking at that, your choice of having a double slab, I'm not so convinced. And especially Swati's point of doing one RCC slab and then doing one more floating slab and then using wooden trusses seems a bit of an overkill to me there.
So I thought that the school it can even be used for night schooling purpose also. So considering that fact, I try to have double roof.
You can use the same classrooms for night schooling too. Why do you need another space? Yeah, but that's a good point as a night school. In summer, night schools will be great on the terrace, in the open sky. Now, do you follow any UP board or CBSE or anything for the school, for the classroom sizes? How did you decide the sizes?
Like I followed the state UP board, but yeah, the curriculum can even. Hello.
So, okay, you followed state board. So, what is the area of the classroom?
It is 30 square meters. Yeah.
30 square meters. That's why the sizes of windows and lighting would be important to think over. And the second thing would be, how would you tackle loop, the hot winds which come in summer, with your jalis?
Hello.
Loop, LOO, which is loop, but it's hot winds which come in summer. What will it be like with the jalis? Because it's a rhetorical question, I'm trying to understand how does that work.
Ma'am, during the winter season, it would be winter breeze coming in. So the jali openings are smaller. So the air coming inside won't impact.
I'm talking about the summer winds.
Okay.
That's one.
Okay.
It's called blue, which is very hot and dust laden. Okay. Yeah. And, yes, there's a lot of choices you've taken which are questionable and it can be worked upon later. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, any other questions from the juror? We still have 3 minutes left of our schedule.
Did you do any thinking in terms of energy or water or waste or how it's going to be used? Well, this would be an ideal place which could serve as an inspiration for the rest of the village.
I do plan like rainwater harvesting system through the gutter and through the downtake pipes.
But it is not detailed in any of your drawings.
Yeah, but the villagers can surely use the water and the school as well.
Okay. So if there are no any further questions, thank you, Ritika. Okay, so this with this particular presentation, we are ending with the model 2. The next model participant, I would request you to be present at sharp 1:20. We will start presentations and model 3 after 1:20 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I could hear at what time are we starting, Abhishek?
Ma'am, we will be starting around 1:25.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Welcome to the Module 3 post-lunch session. Uh, we are starting this module again. As the previous two modules, we are having 5 participants. Uh, the jury will proceed as the order given. Uh, the next participant is. Okay. Okay. So we'll wait for 5 minutes. Okay. The convener have suggested we wait for 5 minutes. Then we'll proceed. Module 3 and another 5 presentations for Design Excellence Awards right now. So the next participant is 2822022. Can we have the presentation, please?
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Perfect. Okay. My UIN code is 28222022 and my project is titled Recalibrating the Vernacular, Mawphlong, Meghalaya. If you could just please change the slide. Situated in the East Khasi Hills, Mawphlong is home to one of the most special sacred groves in the world, an ancient repository of the world's flora and fauna and home to some of the world's rarest botanical species. The settlement of the Khasi community has a distinctive identity shaped by rituals, agricultural practices, and building traditions that have developed over centuries in response to the local context and shaped by its terrain that has to withstand both floods as well as seismic disturbances, with perhaps an even greater and growing risk as the local community is beginning to replace traditional building systems with large generic RCC structures. This begs the question, can modern innovation, combined with the use of local materials such as mud, bamboo, local grasses, and wood, recalibrate and revive the vernacular architecture that the community takes pride in? Next slide, please. The site chosen for this exploration is one that is situated within the much revered sacred grove and the community forest. It is part of the natural expansion of the Khasi Heritage Village and faces a challenge of balancing the needs of the community's economic and social aspirations, as well as the value systems of long held traditional beliefs. The diagrammatic evolution that is shown below shows you how one arrives at this form, from raising the volumes to protect itself from floods and earthquakes, to giving vertical hierarchy to community spaces, each made accessible by the addition of ramps. Next slide, please. The program is envisaged as an awareness center for social and environmental consciousness and creativity. The intent of the program is to create a platform for and exchange of ideas and energies between the locals and curious individuals from all over the world. Multiple living spaces such as homestays, guest rooms, live work studios for researchers are imagined as a residential aspect of the overall program. Workshops, multi-purpose spaces are also part of the community program where retreats, conservation practices of the groves, and reviving traditional placemaking practices are imagined. Next slide, please. This slide shows you an image of the proposed intervention that gently adorns itself with tall pine trees, along with the programs and their respective locations. Next slide, please. These plans take you through the various levels. To the left, you see the ground level plan, which shows you the central courtyard with seating spaces, and the ramp to the right that takes you up to the public programs. The first program reached by the ramp is the tea room and reception. On the other end, the guest accommodation is oriented to attain a view of the forest of stilts, as well as a scenic view of Khasi pine trees that adorn the site. A language of light sliding partitions and folding doors is followed throughout the program. The ramp then brings you to a library with a semi-open deck extension for visitors to pick a spot and spend all day reading along the gentle swing of trees. The area marked as private residences faces the detention pond that creates another gathering spot. The researchers have their dwelling spaces linked to the research lab on the level above. Leaving these accessible by ramps allows them to make use of the topmost deck and workshops for seminars, while also allowing them to reach the ground level via ramps just as easily. The community's dining area, located above the kitchen, allows for interaction among the site's inhabitants and passing visitors throughout the day. Next slide, please. The last plan here shows you the workshop spaces that are located on the viewing deck to make sure that the most public programs receive the highest vantage points and unique views for one and all to access. Owing to the flexible furniture layout, the functions can change as per the necessary requirements. The larger community spaces are therefore raised above private areas. Coming to the structure and how it is able to stand so tall, the filigree of stilts supporting the volumes are a take on the ancient Japanese method of shinbashira of adding a central core to resist seismic stresses. But in this case, one core is replaced by a series. In order to maintain their slenderness, the steel and locally sourced bamboo columns increase in density in places with higher loads or bundle up with diagonal bracing to conceal service cores as depicted in the wall section to the right. Next slide, please. This section highlights the public programs one comes across on their journey up the ramp. The structure exudes clean verticality while still being towered by the tall Khasi pine trees and their foliage. To the left is a balsa model that highlights these proportions. Next, please. The ramp ensures a 2.5-minute walk from the ground to the highest level. This section highlights the more enclosed aspects such as the guest accommodation, community recreational spaces, and the community dining space above it. Last slide, please. Other aspects of the intervention include the detention pond that not only collects rainwater but also prevents stagnation by hosting a variety of amphibians. Water travels down the series of ponds and ultimately percolates into the ground. Locally grown orchid screens play the role of a lively facade for the guest accommodation spaces. Water from the drain pan of showers are filtered and water the screens through a system of drip irrigation that is commonly seen in Moflong. The intervention seeks to create an interplay between the vertical lines of bamboo and the tree trunks of the forest. The filigree of stilts serve as railing for the ramps, an element of play for the children that run in and around the columns. They remain stable while still gently swaying with the wind, similar to the workings of a tree. That's it, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, so symposium open for question and answer.
Ambika,
Yes, good afternoon.
good afternoon. So I was wondering, I thought the workshops being the more public spaces would actually be below the guest rooms and other residential spaces, but you have touted the view of the workshops in order to justify their placing.
Yes.
The second question that I seem to have is what is the slenderness of all your stilts? It's
So
huge.
it's huge because it's actually 3 stories, and I was very worried about the buckling of these columns. So number one, to sort of respond to that, the first thing that I had to do is increase the number of stilts, and secondly, I've had to reinforce the use of bamboo with a lot of steel. Thirdly, there's the bridging done under the decks as well as bracings of these columns. Something that is not seen in the render, but I've attempted to show in the plans and the sections, is that there are a few, instead of them just being stilts everywhere, following this process of the Shinbashira, there should be service cores that are concealed by these bamboo columns throughout this entire intervention that can also take this load. And coming to your first question, the reason for that actually was 2 things. I was also looking at how often the spaces are to be utilized. Looking at a guest accommodation, I would much rather have it closer to the ground but still higher than the floodplain so that there's easier accessibility. Whereas something that is far more recreational and deserves that sort of view that everyone can access and isn't restricted to becoming a private space should be lifted above, which is where that decision came from.
Ambika, would you be allowed to build in the sacred grove?
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's an interesting question. So, so the structure is actually located between the sacred grove and the community forest. If you go to the plan on the slide 2, you'll actually see that the sacred grove is the one. Sorry, the page after this, I think. Yes. So the sacred grove is the forest at the bottom. The structure does not peek into that. What it does look into is actually the community forest that is also much revered, but is definitely used for construction material, for prayers and rituals. This is a commonly inhabited forest that people have actually started even building close to the edges of. The sacred groves have not been touched.
But building a structure as large as this would have a lot of impact during the construction period. How would you take care of that, and how would you manage protecting all the area around?
So initially in this process, if you see to the right, there's a place labeled as a Khasi Heritage Village, which currently does exist, that is touted as a sort of tourist spot here, but it's in complete sort of shambles. Nobody visits. It's no longer even a source of revenue generation, and it's not been kept to the quality that it should. So this proposal is also in a sense to revive that aspect, which is why you see the proximity between the two. So I would say that for those reasons, this sort of construction phase for a project like this would be justified.
See, I think it's an interesting sort of a sense of that, the lightness. But you'll have to understand that you need to little bit give that expression in terms of materiality to this form. Right now, what is happening is that it gives a sense of steel. It doesn't give the sense of bamboo, and therefore the tectonics what we are imagining is right now it doesn't fit into the whole narrative that you are sort of trying to build. We are imagining it, and it's interesting to imagine it. But here, for example, um, when you are saying that, how do you deal with slenderness? So you'll be bracing it, you'll be bundling it. Now, all of these becomes important because not only that they will express as a part of your flooring system,
Right.
but they will also express as a part of the way you will be supporting your roofing system. Okay, and those are very critical to it because maybe I am just imagining, but you will have to do it. It can come out a very interesting form in the But the thing is, it can also come interesting because you may not use the regular grade. You may work out bundling in a way that sometimes you spread it and tie it, sometimes you bundle it together and tie it. So there could be multiple strategy to get interface also below, provided you are able to clarify within yourself the question of that construction will eventually lead you to an interesting space. So to me right now it's diagrammatic and interesting, but it has not reached to a level where I would say that we are able to see its tectonics clearly worked out.
Right.
So there, I think when uh, when he was asking that question about slenderness and he responded that there are bracings, etc. I was trying to find where is your plan in which I can at least visualize, if not in sections, because in sections there is nothing there. Then of course the last part is your roof, where which has a possibility because when you are sort of extending something up, then you are creating a landmark in the landscape which you have to see from scale. So when you go close, your flooring system and what you see below becomes important, and when you go away, then your whole form becomes important. And therefore, when you are trying to explore this, that clarity of from where you are trying to show it makes lot of difference. And I don't see that awareness as well here. So, for example, look at this right now, and I can see that it is it steel, is it timber, is it bamboo, is it all of them? Not very clear. Okay.
That's definitely something I'll work on. I think seeing that this is a project that I did in the second year, coming to the third year, I've realized how important it is to detail these aspects out. So I'll definitely work on that.
Yeah, we still got 3 more minutes. Okay.
Yeah, so quite like this whole visualization and project, and I really like the way you have conceptualized that living can be at a lower level and workshops higher and stuff like that. But how much is the ramp which is making the building this large? And did you think of something else at all? Why couldn't we have taken a lift and so the whole footprint would have been much smaller? Or you could do something like a paternoster, paternoster, which is unending loop of lift where you just walk in and go. It would have been interesting. And again, like Sankalp is asking, I would really see the plan and understand how the ramp is shaping you see, this is not very clear plans, okay? It's not, somehow the ramp is not really shaping the rest of the buildings which could have been worked. If you see the Sanskar Kendra in Ahmedabad, though it's very different from what you're doing, the ramp shapes the building and could have been done here.
Right.
Why am I going away from the ramp? Okay? Why do I have to reach a complete level before I reach a certain space? Can intermediate, because the ramps have to stop. I hope you know that every 30 feet or so you have to have a landing. Could those landing be the spaces where things happen? And not remain this one level? You would have taken it to a higher level. And that would have also answered and would have reduced the slenderness element of all these. So this right now, the lamp is such an element, it's just an element, it's just for going up and down. And from a conventional level of, let's say, 3 meters or 3.5 meters, which you're keeping, where we could have started looking at different levels.
Right. I will definitely look at reworking the ramp, though I was not of the idea that I should be adding elevators to a structure like this, because I wanted the ramp to be the focal point as sort of this sort of experiential element. But the
Yeah,
way
I agree with-
yeah.
So this experiential level I would say that the experiential level should have happened, not reaching a complete level as a conventional level.
Right.
Yeah, your floodplains will not go more than 2 meters, no?
So
Maximum, not even that much. And sometimes you could have a deck where it's floating on the flood. Sometimes you can see the water. So the experience should have been enhanced, stretched, in fact, to use the ramp. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Sanjay wants to talk some more.
Yeah. What are the slabs made of?
So currently, we were considering using CLT, which is cross-laminated timber decking, for this area, because even climatically that would work. And setting up a sort of workshop or machinery for this to take place and actually be used in more places for this community was something we were envisaging as also a source of revenue and also an opportunity for employment, looking at how CLT is trying its best to sort of expand with it, across the country and be as recognized a building material as the ones we use today.
Okay. Yeah, the 10 minutes are over. Yeah. Thank you, Ambika.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. We move to the next one. The next participant is UIN is 3215440.
Yes. Good afternoon, jury members. I will be presenting my semester 4 design, Pravas. My unique identification number is 3215440. So, the site lies in Gulab Sagar, Jodhpur. The place is named after Gulab Sagar, which is actually a water storage constructed in 1788 by Gulab Rai. So this water body had great importance in the past, but with passing time, the lake lost its importance, which is clearly noted from the new structures that have blocked the nehers that brought fresh water from Balsaman Jheel to Gulab Sagar, leading to stagnation and further ruining the health of the water existing in the lake. The major highlight on the site was the compactness of the structures, which is a result of the undulating terrain and the population needs. Next, the streets here were narrow and self-shaded through the day. This acted as an catalyst to various activities that evolved through the time, which is a reflection of the rich and diverse community. So the chosen site sits among two important water bodies, namely the Gulab Sagar, which is a tank, and the Mahilabag Jhalra. Both of these water bodies have been of great importance in the past, majorly because of them being a source of water. So while studying the site, the class was divided into 4 groups to study 4 different zones of Gulab Sagar, each having their own unique characteristics. Later, through discussions and information collected from these studies and forms circulated, a unique program was decided for all these different groups, where the main intention was the revival of such programs. So my program was an information center and tourist housing. Next. So the idea was to rejuvenate Gulab Sagar by inducing interaction by creating a journey through the proposed interventions, which concludes with the understanding of the Gulab Sagar's historical, social, and cultural significance, which is experienced as a part of this journey. The journey will end at the waterfront where the people will celebrate the rebirth of this body. So I started with the existing bottlenecks on site and reworked the road network from the pre-studies dilapidated structures and unused structures were found and spaces for these interventions were located. Next. So, as we can see on the left bottom corner, the journey starts with the information center where the people will make use of the library, the models, video lectures, and guides to learn more about Gulab Sagar and Mahila Bagh Jalra. As they move towards the exhibition spaces, they will cross a bridge which connects the two buildings and exhibits the current state of these water bodies. Further, there is a live view, which is seen in the second view, which is a live view of the Jhalra, which is now functional and brought into use. Then the people will move to Gulab Sagar, which is now a freshwater source. The vision of this journey was to bring into notice the importance of this water body. Next. So, the as we know that there's a huge diurnal difference, temperature difference in Jodhpur, which heavily affected the designing and the material selection for this project, and hence the design was based on passive strategies to achieve efficiency in the design. The structures are north oriented to increase the natural light intake. The blocks were placed in a hierarchy of heights, as we can see on the right, so that the adjacent block was self-shaded. Also, all the services were placed on the south to act as buffer spaces. And to counter the 27-degree difference in the daily temperature, pink sandstone was used to increase the time lag which was provided. Dholpur slate stone jalis were used to cool the spaces and provide light. Also, a misting system was incorporated because, as we know, it is a hot and dry climate there, so humidity was added for cooling and along with the jali to enhance the effect. Grass paved blocks are used to reduce the heat island effect and help recharge the groundwater. Uh, a method of stack ventilation is used, as we can see in the sections, for providing cool airflow. And finally, China mosaic was used in order to reduce the solar heat gain. Next slide. So, while planning, I first started with treating the bottlenecks which were existing. Then I placed the information center between the two roads because it was becoming a chaotic spot and because of the constant vehicular movement. So I located the interactive activity pockets which are strategically placed near the water bodies to ensure these spaces are used and the adjacent water bodies are taken care of. For easy traffic flow, circulation spaces were bifurcated because when we visited the site, there was a lot of chaos between the vehicular and the uh, pedestrian movement. Further, native trees were planted at different social pockets. Next slide. So these are the sections showing the interpretation center and the tourist housing respectively. So the section here AA shows that how the blocks are self-shading as the tourist housing is located towards the south and the public space towards the north. So how the blocks are self-shaded and all the structures get a view of Mehrangarh which is towards the north. Uh, Courtyards are also provided for the purpose of stack ventilation. Next slide. So the floor to floor height provided was 4 meters so as to give a feeling of respect towards the culture. These are again sections of the interpretation center and the information center. Next slide. So the view on the top left corner shows how the edge of the Gulab Sagar was treated to revive the use of these water bodies. And we can also see how providing interactive public spaces helps control the chaos and acts as a buffer. Next. So this is a strip section through the south wall. So here pink sandstone foundation, which is 900 deep, is provided along with 500 thick sandstone walls with 40 thick Dholpur slate stone jali attached with cleats. RCC beams are used to distribute the load of 150 thick filler slabs using traditional earthen pots which were available. Uh, Light shelf technology was used on the southern facade for natural lighting. and the roof was finished with China mosaic to reduce the heat gain. And leheria, which is a traditional fabric there, is also used to shade the terrace activities. Next slide. So, uh, in this exploded, we can see how the mist sprinkler system was used to cool the air entering through the jali walls. And on the left, section 1 shows how the earthen pots were used in a filler slab to help regulate the temperature. And detail 2 shows how a continuous strip of recharge pit was placed along the roads, which will help the water percolate and improve the groundwater table. Next. So the materials and the technologies used are known to the local artisans and are available locally. So the intent is to boost the economy of the people of Gulab Sagar. Uh, for the Jali detail, 40 thick Dholpur sandstone slates were used, which was 1 meter by 1 meter, and they were used with a solid to void ratio of 80 to 20, which allows the minimum required light to pass. Also, these panels are vertically supported by stone columns using cleats from behind. And traditional dry tongue and groove masonry was used to fix these slates in place. Uh, the according to the DSR rates for Jodhpur 2019, the pink sandstone was came around 210 rupees per
1 minute
cubic feet.
left.
Yes, thank you. And the Dholpur slate stones cost rupees 48 per square feet. That was taken into consideration because the materials are procured from Sheoji Stone International, which is a 10-minute drive from the site and 3.4 kilometers away from the site. Next slide. So we use the Edge software. So some listed measures like the reduced wall-to-wall window ratio and energy efficient fans, bulbs, and other electric fixtures with water efficient fixtures were used so that the energy, water, and the material consumption reduces. And this is how we achieved these percentages. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Over to you, Julius.
Kalpak, where is the water coming from? I mean, I've worked in Jodhpur and it's terribly short of water.
Sir, the water is supposed to come from Balsaman Jheel, which was blocked.
But how will you unblock it?
Sir, the existing. So actually, what happened was the drains were blocked, and also the toilet pipes and everything was coming into that, and because of the garbage, the tank was not in use. So the idea was to completely renovate those tanks.
So why isn't the
That's a bigger
cost-
project than this cultural center.
Yeah, so why didn't you pick up the project as cleaning the lake and work at that? Why a cultural center? This will create even more of a mess. The other
Stress.
thing,
It'll create a stress. It'll create a
Yeah.
stress.
It will create more stress, yes.
Yeah, but I would imagine for a second year architectural design studio, this would be more plausible than a proposal for cleaning up. It needs to have an architecture at the end of it.
Yeah, but you can have an architectural intent. We can discuss that between us. Yeah, that's true. But what I'm not going further on that. What I'm asking is, you have 3 spaces. You said you cleaned up the it's chaos over here, and so you have separated the roads. The chaos is now being embraced in many cities because it really makes the vehicles go slow. But still, if from here we have to go, we have to cross two roads and go to this space.
To the
Or the
public
sort
space
of
which is called.
from the accommodation, you have to cross the road and then you have to go through the entertainment area, whatever this is, and then get to the Bacha Sagar space where you sit next to the steps, sit on the steps. You have to cross two
So
roads and
so there is a space here also besides the tourist housing, which is just next to the Jhalra, and from there we have to cross a road and go to the other side. Yes.
yeah. So it's something to think about later. Kalpak is to think about. The idea is to reach the sagar, yeah, those steps and stuff. How do people do without having to get themselves killed under the vehicles because you said it's chaotic. So can these three spaces be connected in some way? Interestingly, and that will bring more complexity and also better stuff of this
Yes.
whole design. Yeah, thank you. Don't have much to say about the materials.
By the way, you mentioned native trees. Can you
Yes, sir.
name the common name of at least one native tree?
So banyan tree was seen majorly on the side.
Banyan tree on the site. That is
Yeah.
normally a water-loving tree.
So it was present just behind the information center which was present, and that was the only tree that was existing
Hmm.
there.
It tends to squeeze all other trees out of existence. Yeah. So there's no desert tree that you know of. Something that taps and stores water.
I've, I haven't like focused on the trees part. I haven't detailed it out for this project also.
Oh, very interesting approach. You must have visited the site while studying the surrounding area, haven't you?
Sorry, sir, I can't. I couldn't hear you.
You have visited the site?
Yes, sir, I visited the site.
Okay. It's a very not so important question, but how do you select the color for your building? I understand.
The
I understand in Rajasthan they have preference for colors in each city, which is different from the other city. So, how does it fit into that kind of scheme of things?
so the color.
How do you select the color to your structure? That is what Akhtar sir is asking.
Oh, so sir, that came from the social context, the existing buildings, and when we visited the site 2 years ago, the only two structures, new structures that came about were in RCC, and all the other structures were in sandstone. So it it wasn't actually about the color or the aesthetics. It was about the materials which would be efficient to use.
So, but in your rendering, you are showing something different.
Yes, sir. The render was.
So, we need to be more selective.
Yeah, Sankalp wants to say something.
Yeah. First, after sir's wants to say something. Okay. Kalpak, please tell me once again quickly what is is it a load bearing structure, because I could see a lot of black and then pinkish. What is that pink?
So which in this section?
in wall section or in your plan? What is that
So
pink or
so the
reddish?
so
What is that material?
that was the material, and
What
the
is
black
that?
part,
What
so
is
pink
that material?
sandstone.
Okay. Uh, and then the black is RCC.
No, that was just the part which was cut.
No, the columns you have got in your plan black dots and then pink. So I'm asking what is the black? Yeah, what is black
Yeah.
here? What is the black?
Actually, that was demarcated for like in some parts jali is used, so the behind
You,
part
I
become the
asked you a very
column.
clear question.
So
I
those are
asked you.
stone columns. Stone column.
So black is also stone and pink is also stone.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so can you explain us quickly what is the logic of putting one? Because I can also see in washroom and other areas. That's why I wanted to know a little bit.
So what?
The black is also in washroom and other stuff. So when you try to differentiate, what is the logic? Can you explain us a little bit?
So actually, it was like when I was like it was a rendering mistake. I think it was with the previous part when I designed those
Okay,
sheets I put up.
it's your second year level project. So I mean, so there are few things which I'm saying is to think now. So one is that you need to have clarity about two materials when you are doing it. What are they doing in terms of property of the material? Okay, because when you want to differentiate, you need to be clear about which is doing what. The second thing is that when you in a dry region, when you are choosing about construction systems, etc. One of the interesting ways to think about which is the construction system that uses minimum water. Okay, and therefore your vocabulary when you start building up, you're very carefully how do you use water in that. Okay, so dry masonry versus wet masonry and those kind of questions starts emerging. Third is if I look at your building doesn't have inside experience, it has got a lot of outside experience, periphery experience. So diversity of space in such a hot climate, from what you experience from the sun movement which is outside, and therefore sort of capture those spaces and detail out, versus what is inside is other thing which now you need to reflect back and think about it at your third year level. Because at second year level, yeah, I would expect that yeah, you're struggling with trying basic organizations, etc. But at the third, but now you should reflect back and think on all of these. So one is the strategy of how do you select a construction system with respect to water. First, second is therefore how do you select your structural system as as a support to your construction system. And then the third is when you're trying to modulate space with respect to light, and what is the kind of variety of space that you sort of start creating out of that. So maybe these three, if you start thinking about it, uh, you have the next step. Okay, that's what is what I wanted to point out.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Kalpak. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. The next participant, Johan, is 1122334. Mukul, right?
Yes. Yeah. So just keep it on the slide. I would first like to thank you all for giving me this opportunity. And moving to talk about my project, I would first try to rather talk about the idea that led to the conception of the project, the idea behind the utopian pragmatic architecture. So in modern times, a modern architect is looked upon like a really angry person rebelling against the establishment, trying to say that next, you know, to hell with the context, the labor, the budget, or even at times, sometimes even gravity. Next. So utopian and pragmatic are two ideas where most of the times architecture is seen through. The new conception of something, some big spaces. Utopian meaning detached from realities, and pragmatic, which is something very boring, eccentric, and highly organized. So utopian pragmatic talks about this idea where architecture that takes on a creation of a socially, economically, and environmentally adaptive place as a practical approach. And taking this approach further, I would like to talk to you about my idea of about the space, the Exploratorium. Exploratorium Pune is a public space. Next, just hold on here. Is a public space where one gets to experience innovation. The building is based on the idea of creating a showcase in the in the city of Pune, to hold various public events. The idea is to invite people to this place, which creating social interaction, open doors to modern systems and technologies, and spread the rich heritage and culture to the newer generations. Next. Yeah. Talking about the site, no, the previous one. Talking about the site, Pune is a joyous place and is also known as the Oxford of Peace due to the research and innovation institutes present here, as well as various academic universities such as the Savitribai Phule University and the Agricultural College campus. The site is located within the Agricultural College campus. Next slide. Over here, it is located within the campus adjacent to the horticultural building. Next, we have the site. So what is so what is Exploratorium? So Exploratorium is a collaboration between the municipal corporation and agricultural building. The agricultural college owns the site where the municipal corporation tries to develop this and build this further. Once we have the site, next, we create a volume, and next, which is elevated, divided into parts and broken down. This is lowered further, and we obtain a built mass, which is of a G+1 structure. Wait here. So what happens at Exploratorium? It is a place where one can exhibit, research, innovate, and co-work about ideas, and rest and even grow plants and knowledge. So the zoning of the parts include there is a exhibition zone, innovation zone on the upper level, as well as a few accommodation for guest spaces. On the lower level, there are conference zones and admin and auxiliary. Next slide. As you know that the spaces are split in two parts. Next. The negotiation between these levels is done carried by two ramps, which are located in the ramp halls and several staircases. Next. And the idea of a single module is developed in a manner where we get a volume which we elevate, split the lower parts for the auxiliary structures, and there is an exhibition space on top, and the lower parts are auxiliary structures. Next. So this is like the anatomy of the module where we have a roof which pushes water inside. The cutout is used to, as the central cutout is used to throw light within the structure as well as to harvest or to conserve water. The fenestration device at the exhibition level is used as a harvestation system. Next slide. The materials used are natural mud plaster for covering the walls. The walls are predominantly made with a recycled plastic material as the fillers and the tiling material. Reused steel is used as and the most of the parts as the structural element, and polycarbonate facade is given to the exploratory or the exhibition level. The plan shows that the pedestrian entry. Hold on here. The plan shows that there is a direct pedestrian entry to promote cyclability and walkability while the vehicular is pushed towards the periphery. And there are various spaces of play. There is a hierarchy of courtyards among the structure. There is the aquaponic pool and a series of courtyards connecting this surrounding this pool. Next slide. The section shows the relationship between the built and the central aquaponic pool. Next slide. This diagram shows that from the street there is a public front moving towards the semi-private at the back, and there is a restricted private zone on the top, which is restricted to the research fellows. Next. There is this balance between the served and servant places on the lower floor, where the rest of the part is as the used as circulation and a series of courtyard where you can see various activities carrying along over the day. The structure is meant to be open throughout the day, 24/7, so that people can come in, enjoy this space, and utilize these courtyards for public next activities. At the upper floor, the ramp leads you to the upper floor. The ramps take almost 1.5 minutes to cross, and once you reach the upper floor, you reach the spill out spaces, which in turn take you to the exhibition areas. Next. The section shows the a relationship between each court and the aquaponic pool, and the upper shows the density of built at some spaces where there is a heavy build mass. Next. Next. This is the idea where the exhibition is designed in a next image. In a much flexible manner, where with the same model we could replicate subdivided. The additional space here, which is used as loading and unloading area. It can also be used as a spill out space or open and a semi. Since it is semi-open in nature, it can be used for various activities. The expo is designed in a flexible manner and which can be rearranged. Next diagram. There is a interesting built and open relationship with the surrounding. Next image. These shows the residential component where there are the research fellows staying at this place, and the entrepreneur and the conference rooms. Next image. This is just a view of the place at the night. Next image. Yeah, so exploratorium is a place where various spaces can happen apart from the program, which is given to the public, such as screening, yoga at the morning. You can have places to play TT and sport activities. On the lower side, you can see next. That it is not a space restricted to a certain age group, but children can also be a part of this and enjoy the space. The last section shows that this place can hold concerts and can bring up social issues to the forefront, while on the lower diagram shows that this can be a place where on weekends or on a certain days of the year, this could be a farmer's market or a place where the parts which are grown within the site are can be sold out to the public. Next image. Yeah, this is the court where most of the activities will happen, and this is the view from the court and the aquaponics pool. Yeah, so this is the RAM court with various activities happening along the side, and this court takes you to this breakout space from which the view is taken. Next. So talking about the material again, we have predominantly used mud for the plastering, recycled plastics for bricks as the fillers, and roofing and tiling elements. The steel is majorly reused and not recycled, but reused from various places, and polycarbonate facade. Next, moving ahead. The exploratorium. Just a second. Exploratorium is a space which is sustainable not just in the way the usability of the space is designed, but also in the climatic response, where this translucent facade gives it light throughout the day, so you can save a lot of energy on the electric consumption, while in summers and winters you can have optimal indoor organization. The central column is designed in a way where it actually conserve water, takes it down through into a smaller pool, then filters it and passes it into a larger aquaponics pool. Next image. So the idea of modern mechanism of agriculture, due to the nature of the building and the client which owns the building, this method is built within the building. So we can see that in the section there is a double glazed facade of having a exterior polycarbonate which opens up. Next image. So it can open up between these two skins. There is a scope where we could grow plants and have aquaponic system inlaid within the structure. Next image. Interesting thing that has been carried out. The column, which is actually taken apart from a nearby railway station. It is located at these 9 locations within the structure, and one next.
Last 2 minutes.
Yes, one part of the nearby railway station was broken down, so this was taken from there. These sections were later formed into the steel column. Next. Next. The major steel that is used, since there is a metro project coming up, these 2 defunct electrical poles were taken down. Using these 2 materials, the major beams and columns were worked out. In a way, we had calculated the spans of the columns and the building elements, and then broken it down as needed. Next image, next slide. So on the upper level, since it is extremely lightweight structure, the scaffolding elements are used as a secondary grade, while secondary grade, while the primary grade is made up of these elements, and the wall is created in a way where we apply reinforced bars and then the recycled mesh which is laid upon the plaster. Recycled plastic is used in roofing, brick, and the tiling members, and it is a raised tile flooring for the exhibition to have the flexibility of the space. While this material, that the amount of plastic that will be used is actually given from the PCMC Department of Solid Waste. These bricks are actually made in situ. These with minor machines, they can be manufactured and then the plant is used. Next slide. So this is the diagram for the polycarbonate opening, which is openings which are made and constructed on the idea of counterbalancing the weight with weights, and entire cooling of the system, I'll stay on this slide, is done using the method of evaporative cooling based on a fan pad, which is usually used in poly houses, which use these materials for plastering. And porous mud tube walls are used through which the water is laid. And within the structure, there are fans inlaid. So these actually pull out the air, maintaining the climate within the use. Next slide. So next, so basically these spaces such as these public gatherings are usually meant for large people, and such incidents are very rare. And these spaces are not regularly used but occasional. Such spaces use huge amount of infrastructure and maintaining and running them. Hence, a space which is seen non-profitable and are not usable within the city creates a problem of unavailability of space and hampers community interaction. So so the project actually tries to change this situation. Rather than creating an inclusive architecture with a restrictive views, it talks about an exclusive architecture which is unburdened by the conceptual monogamy of a commitment to a single interest, idea, or a person. The architecture where you don't have to choose between a public or a private, a dense or open, a urban or a suburban, a theist or a atheist. Architecture that allows you to say yes to all aspects of life, and no matter how contracting one is, the architecture takes the form of a biagram. This is the idea of utopian pragmatic architecture, about creating a socially, economically, and environmentally perfect space as a practical objective. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Mukul. Yeah, over to you, Judas.
Mukul, you wanted to create, I presume, a very modern building.
Yes, sir.
So, would you agree with me that this would be considered modern in 1950s or 60s or at most 70s, and other than recycled plastic and steel, there is nothing 21st century about it?
Just a second. Could you hold on that image? Yeah. Sorry, sir. So,
would you agree with me that other than recycled plastic and steel, there's nothing 21st century about this?
So the entire mechanism of conservation of water and the way the goal of the building or the research facility about having using modern techniques of agriculture embodied in the building shows light on usability of a form over a function. Sorry, a function over a form, and I think that actually moves it towards the modernist style.
Sanjay, we could have a debate what is modern or 21st century later. Sanjay, we could have a debate on that. What is modern and what is 21st century, which is in fact quite skewed.
Surely.
But one thing which because this use of word modern itself is obsolete when it comes to architectural lingo. But the fact that you're going to collect so much of rainwater and you're putting it into the center space, is it? The water body, and allowing it to evaporate. You're going to collect. Yeah, you're going to collect something through this elaborate means and then putting it into a water body and letting it evaporate. This is quite like what's happening with Sabarmat in Ahmedabad, drinking water from Narmada and increasing the humidity of Ahmedabad. And that's what you will be doing. This is not the way to do it. This is the standing water when you put it, it's just going to evaporate and it's a loss of doing so much of roof and the whole structure. Ideally, it should go underground and be stored and reused.
Okay.
Even in Ahmedabad, it's just about 300 mm, isn't it, Sankalpa? The water body in Gandhi Ashram, they can't even put that water. It gets evaporated and they don't have it. It's just tiles you see. So please understand these things. Modern is now with respect to how do we design resilient buildings with climate change in the thing. It's not another aesthetic adventure.
Okay.
That's all for me. I'm not saying more.
See, I think, Mukul, I mean, both this whole question of whether uh, what was relevant 20 years back and what is relevant now, instead of getting into any other debate. Uh, each time, each generation is trying to put things in their context, aware about what is happening, and trying to think that perhaps it would be useful for the future. Um, your generation is sort of have grown already in an environmentally stressed uh, kind of context, okay, and therefore it becomes important to raise this question of what was the logic of emerging aesthetics in 1970s and 80s versus what is the logic of emerging aesthetics in the current time. Okay, because if you look at it, you have seen many projects which are built in, let's say, forest or other context of different kinds of geoclimatic regions where people are using different materials to sort of express it. And we have also this as a material to express it. So I'm not saying there is no discussion here about what is right or wrong. What is fundamentally important is how this emerging aesthetics, which concern it is coming up. So there are interesting things which you have done is you're trying to recycle it and you're trying to sort of do it. So yes, I think to some extent whatever is available, you are trying to sort of mix it from this perspective that that city has already created so much of existing resource that perhaps recycling, upscaling is the way to look at it, and therefore you are going to accept an aesthetics emerging out of it. Okay, but then people will be asking this question: why is your east, west, north, south almost similar treatment?
Okay.
Okay, because when you sort of start looking at those things, very interesting, but then you are again caught up into an image of 1970s and 80s, okay, in a climatic zone of a specific kind. So now you come back here and say that, yeah, these are some of the things which is important, but now let me look at other relevant things which is sort of important. So what happens is that we are taking something from the history, but we are recontextualizing it, making it more relevant to the time, because remember that the knowledge of measurement that we have today is very much, or let's say, is sort of much better than what we had in the past. You can measure it, you can predict it. Some of the things are available for you, what perhaps was difficult 20 years, 30 years down the line. So you are much more informed than 20, 30 years down the line. Okay, so just to take back what was being discussed, perhaps you have taken the first step, but there are a number of steps that you need to perhaps, should we use the word truthfully take or not, but at least take it in a much more informed way.
Okay. Uh, I'd just like to add one more point. The entire idea of reusing the material, it was the concept where, due to this huge amount of climatic change, and this project was trying to question the idea of production as a whole. So instead of producing large amount, in going ahead, this project wanted to focus on the idea that we could actually upscaling or adaptive reusing the matter which is distributed within the city and reusing it as an entire policy, or looking at it as a material change of a palette of an entire city was kind of a aim through this use of upscale materials. And I definitely as you said, the the aesthetics that has developed is actually complementing and not contradicting, rather than complementing to the entire layout. But yeah, I'll work a bit more on that.
So Mukul, just curious, what percentage of material would have been reused for a project like this?
The aim was to recycle 70% of the material.
But by looking at the building, what makes give me a rough guess. To me, looking at it, looks like about 20%, not more than that. So is it worth it to come up with a new aesthetic which is not really taken from reuse of the old material, but is still quite dated?
Okay, that is a question that I'll have to really think
It
about.
will be it would be a speculative thing, because I think at that level it's very difficult for him to figure that answer. But you can give a try if you want to, Mukul. It'll be very interesting if you maybe you will hit it right.
The aim was something like this, that for the percentage of the initial part of the question, all the aim is all the walls and most of the steel is recycled. What remains is the majorly the polycarbonate members. And is it really worth it doing this? So what actually how this project, it's rather, I feel it is rather interesting to proceed about how this project has taken me ahead. So what I did apart from this project, taking this and rather questioning this idea that
Mukul, wait. I think I'll have to intervene. What I'm trying to tell you is that can you give a rough idea of how much would this come about? What is the cost? That's what I think Architect Siddharth is asking you. Just give a rough ballpark figure and we can move on.
I don't have the figure.
No problem. No problem. We appreciate. Thanks a lot, Mukul. I'll hand over the proceedings to Architect Abhishek. Sir, if we can go to the next.
Yeah. So thank you, Mukul. So we'll move to the next participant right now. The UN code is 2303072.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Over to you. Yeah.
Just to confirm, I hope I'm audible as well.
Yes, you are audible. Perfect.
Thank you. I'll begin.
Please do so.
Okay. Hello, everyone. A warm welcome to all the faculties, the chief guests, and all the speakers present, as well as my fellow peers. I would like to mention about my project, which will be the Terraform. Now, when we break down the whole word that is Terraform, we think of a scalar level, understanding the scope of the word terraform and how it extends to a planetary scale. Terraform, in my sense, related to extending the role of terraforming a planet with respect to time. To further elaborate on this, I would like to proceed. Yes, sir, you can go ahead. So the overall narrative that I have followed is sort of a blend between reality, combining it with the situations and scenarios of fantasy life, and taking that up as a problem-solving challenge, and combining it with sustainable real-time options. So understanding the role that Star Wars has played in the scope of this brief, there were a few things regarding which I could sort of symbolize or sort of translate into a real-time scope as well. The treatment of humans across the world, especially in the site context taken as well, has seen some atrocities where humans have been shamed or mistreated. As such, taking this in mind, along with a few other factors like the harsh environment that would be presented, were some of the factors that I was considering to formulate this design itself. A few early iterations and sketches showed the kind of narrative that I was trying to build about and the overall language that would come about from this program. The main keywords would be unity, compassion, regret, and cooperation. Yes, sir. Next slide. Again, forming a blend between fantasy and real life. The site situated was in Tunisia, which follows a few guidelines from the lore of Star Wars itself, which sort of translates with the harsh climate that is present, as well as the kind of terrain that is present. As such, with the whole narrative of providing a safe and secure working space for humans, appreciating their idea of research, and in general understanding and propagating this idea of hydroponics, I sort of decided to land on a site which was fairly isolated from the hassles and dense city life, while at the same time it was sort of cornered or encapsulated by the terrain around it. The following terrain showed with the diagrams and panoramic images sort of display the nature of the site. I proceeded with a general zoning while keeping in mind that public congregation and social meeting at this junction was sort of situated or sort of placed outside the real world scape as well. Combining a few more ancillary functions like stay houses for humans, combining restaurant spaces, eating spaces, as well as the research lab for hydroponics. There I had a fixed program and I had a few more ideations for my planning as well, which were denoted by the illustrations shown alongside. Yes, sir. Now, to effectively form a language, there were a few things that I needed to justify within this whole amalgamation of fantasy and real life. So things like construction, things like excavation, which were something that appealed to me with respect to the context, both and as a problem-solving idea. A few more case studies regarding hydroponics itself, the kind of ability of placing soilless or waterless agriculture in such a harsh context, as well as the overall grid planning gave me the following show of sketches, and I would sort of always reference to these 5 case studies, which were definitely helpful. Moving on, yes, sir, next slide. I would just start off with describing the planning. More or less, the main public functions are situated towards the northwestern edge of this overall plot. I would like to mention that it is an area of 5,000 square meters. The public sector spaces are situated towards the southeastern side or even the eastern edge. This sort of creates a barrier with the central space sort of bringing out the blend between the two public and private sectors. There are entrances designated for transport based on both animal as well as vehicular transport. There is an entry to a market space which is issued, so people can bring about goods and sort of machinery which could be traded or taken better care use of within this market space, which is connected to the restaurant as well. Along this are also situated the stay houses and the research lab. So this sort of forms an entire narrative of needing a market space where people put fair trades, and the same humans then work on the research lab and collectively stay over here for their time being and keep on the study happening. The elevation again shows you an overall character, which I would go about in detail again later. Next slide, sir. After this came about a level 2, which sort of tackled the sort of shadings and punctures that were present. So taking in account the harsh conditions of this site context, it was necessary to provide ample amounts of shading even to the hustle bustle of the marketplace. As such, I have decided to add a whole pavilion above the entire market space, and the heart of this design would be translated with the tree trunk that is situated right in the middle of the market space as well. The level 2 also has another level, another whole area or a section dedicated to landing of smaller aircrafts as well, keeping in mind the vast potential of both the Star Wars universe and the future of this whole initiative too. The research lab and a few houses are again situated on this level as well to establish another level of steady control with the human circulation. Next slide, sir. A detailed section along the longer span would sort of illustrate the play of levels that is happening. This illustration sort of brings you about the first the highly public sector or the northwestern edge, where the structure right in front of you represents the animal shed, where people would sort of keep their animal that they use for transportation as well. The pavilion is also denoted, which sort of shows a play of levels. The pavilion again has a few punctures along its entire planning so as to allow some light to penetrate downwards in the market too. Next slide, please. Yeah, the whole shift again explains the other end of this section, wherein just like I had mentioned with respect to the planning, the public and private sectors are fairly isolated. The dead tree trunk as shown serves as a
serves like a memorial space and sort of highlights the entire efforts and the entire endeavor that this place has been established upon as well. There is ample amount of space for a restaurant or the cantina with respect to Star Wars terms, and another highlight would be an underground connection, which would be later elaborated on as well. Yes, the next slide. The shorter section shows you an entry towards the market, which is again highlighted by the dead tree trunk, which serves as a primarily memorial space or a primary congregational space. The market would be circulated, or the entire pathways of the market would be right around this whole tree. Again, above the pavilion, the stakeholders that are interested to congregate at those spots as well get a clear view of the entire groundscape and the entire housing units as well. This is in consideration with the dense contour activity around the site as well. Yes, sir. Next slide. Again, adding to the materiality and how everything sort of fits together as well. The other half of the shorter section shows you the sort of housing units and a part of the lab as well, and sort of explains the play of levels that is happening with respect to all the materials as such as well. Yes, sir. Next slide. So more or less adding a bit towards sustainability too, the housing typologies were very important as they were something that provided comfort to humans who have been mistreated. They were something that enabled people to focus on their lifestyle, their new lifestyle over here, which is researching on hydroponics. As such, taking in mind the language that is rammed earth, the language that is excavation as well, I sort of used composite materials combined with rammed earth to generate this design. Trying out various locations and various orientations, I had a layout of these houses such as they complement the research lab which would be coming ahead, and they complement each other as well. So a main language.
Are you the last 2 minutes? Huh?
Yes, sir. A language defining element of again this house would be the use of light wells. The basic justification was light wells would enable me to sort of increase or maximize the verticality that is possible, along with maximizing the light intake to sort of illuminate the entire interior, but limiting the heat that would sort of enter this as well. Yes, sir. You can move ahead. Also, adding another highlight to the entire structure, and again dividing the whole private and public sector, all of the stationary units or all of the houses are internally connected from their basements, and they sort of form an underground chain that ultimately leads them to the underground level of the research lab. I felt that this was justified in a way that this allows a lot of human congregation or a human circulation that is, and again strictly establishing their authority over the research center as well. The research center would primarily be the core endeavor of the project, as growing or researching on hydroponics has been one of the main narratives that is involved. Again, the slanting roofs incorporates steel, which is also readily available from you can say discarded elements within the Star Wars universe and vehicles too. Yes. Next, and finally, to conclude, the Terraform, just like I had mentioned, goes more beyond scale and goes more about time. This initiative sort of just demonstrates or simulates a reality where a harsh environment can be used as a catalyst for humans to get together, congregate a space, associate a sort of symbolism and attachment to themselves as well, and sort of hope for a better future by researching and doing what humans do best, which is understanding nature and sort of reviving it as well. I combined it with a lot of blend with fantasy as well, and more or less this was just an endeavor to sort of justify and sort of build towards a better future for very dry and arid environments too. Thank you so much. I would like to thank all of them to give me this opportunity.
Thank you, Aditya. Yeah. Over to you, Jurosh.
You're quite a Star Wars fan, Aditya.
I must say this whole project has increased my love for the franchise even more.
Yeah, and when we were pre-selecting, I was so taken in, and you've not even mentioned Tatooine once in your presentation. I was looking at the Tusken Raiders and the
Yes,
Jawas
sir.
and the Hutts, and I'm fascinated by Star Wars, and I felt that you are looking at a context which is very, very strong. And as Yoda speak goes, you change the way you are building up a sentence. You're putting the object before, you're putting up the subject, and the verb comes later. So in Yoda speak, it would go something like, much to learn you still have. Now that's something you can relate to. I was imagining that you would be looking at the process of design also in a way which would be different. I loved the fact that it was not just humans, but it was still a very harsh, stark context within which you had to design. A lot of this has got diluted in the second presentation, according to me. So I'm curious to see what first-time listeners, Sanjay and Sankalp and Chitra, have to say about this.
Fact that there is so much fantasy and exploration of it, but what needs is that I think Aditya has to stretch himself a little more, because when it comes to the house design, they're quite flat. They don't even have light. You kept saying there will be light. They don't even have light. I don't know. Are they meant for sticking sets, the toilets and stuff, which don't have, or at this stage, even people will be without organs or something, because it's so small some places, and so it's so still. So what do you say? 18th century you still have bedrooms, the beds like that. In Star Wars you didn't have beds of that kind. So you have to push yourself a lot more in each small things. I think somewhere along the line we probably should reduce the scope of it, and each space needs to be explored. Otherwise, when we start seeing each space, they don't look any different from a Mumbai cooperative housing, except that has an underground connection to a common space. That's it, but good work.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have a simple question to ask.
Yes, sir.
Where are the hydroponic beds? I presume that the research of this kind would require a lot of field work.
Yes, sir. But like just like I mentioned, this was the start of an endeavor. So with respect to hydroponics, the research lab that I have mentioned, that sort of gives you a start of documentation, preservation, and research. And so with respect to how the lore in Star Wars is as well, there are these moisture retainers that are situated all around the map as well.
See, the problem with fantasies are that unless until there is a clarity of how are we relating it to elements of nature, and what constitutes those elements of nature, and what is the material palette which is available, and what is the ways of living that therefore we are imagining. If these three things combine together, and therefore if it is broken up into parts, then what happens is that we can identify very clearly about uh, the negotiations that you will have to do in order to make it. So in spite of the fact that when you are using, let's say, how do you sort of get your water from? Where do you get your, let's say, water from, or where is the vegetation? Okay, what will be the kind of life inside those terrain? Okay, let's say when there is a heat, when there isn't enough heat. Okay, now once you start imagining those factors and put it there, it becomes easier to respond to a fantasy. Okay, if it is because what happens is that that then you are identifying it very clearly and saying in a very clear terms is that the built form has emerged because of XYZ. Okay, so for example, here I can clearly see the flat roof, etc., is a very clear indication that that I'm relating it to Spiti Valley and all those places, or places which are which has got this less water, almost no rainfall, and therefore you can go you can easily go with flat roof and all those kind of a form. Okay, but you're also going subterranean, and therefore you are also clarifying or making spaces which are which from a point of view of light creates two different kinds of light conditions as to what is public, what is private. So all what I'm saying is that you know what, the narrative that you're trying to build, if you have got some words or a strategy which you can directly relate physically and state it very clearly, it becomes easier to respond to. Okay. Otherwise, your narrative is also making us imagine it, but what happens is that it, even if this image could be something else, our discussion would be similar then. Okay, so that's what I feel about that. But of course, I mean, there's a very interesting area to go ahead and sort of develop further. So I don't want to take credit of your interest and your efforts in this direction, but perhaps it requires that the challenges to be stated very clearly.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Can we move to the next one? Yeah, the next person presenting UN is 22334445.
Yes.
Yeah, over to you, Nikita.
Yeah. Hi, good afternoon, jurors, and thank you for giving me this opportunity to present. So, Artist Village, a sustainable approach towards rejuvenating the local crafts of Pune. So, giving a brief description of Pune, Pune exemplifies an indigenous culture of art and craft and is given due importance. So, as culture of every city portrays the essence of that place, Pune is one such city with a true cultural background along with a touch of modernization. So the pet areas of Pune are surrounded by vibrant old Vada-style houses which behold the crafting talent. So this project is briefly based upon Tambat, Bhurud and Kumbhar Aris of Kasba Pet, communities which go around 300 years back, carrying forward their creativity but now are coming to a stop due to the growing generation gap. Next slide, please. So, giving a glimpse of the proposed artist village, this project is a sustainable attempt towards creating a community, understanding of their culture, sustenance, interdependence, and aesthetics, where every individual can perform their form of expression, a place where these dying crafts can be preserved and evolved, making it a space of new learnings and collaboration of creative ideas between craftsmen and artisans. Next slide, please. So, talking about the site and context, the following site is located in the heart of Pune city near Swargate, which has a busy urban context yet a culturally rich part of the city. With a large footfall throughout the day, the location is perfect for a craft village attracting art enthusiasts. A site which surrounds a concrete jungle arises a question that what if we can revive the vernacular architecture with the community the community which is proud of using local materials. So the graphic to the right briefly explains about the diminishing vernacular architecture of the pet areas of Pune with a backdrop of the construction sites giving a message about reviving the old. Next slide, please. So the diagrammatic evolution shows starting from a radial form as a base, the design evolves around creating a hierarchy of revealing spaces where every point addresses a different view, creating curiosity. Inspired by the handicrafts created by the artisans, this village reflects their craft into a built form. Along with the form, the material palette played a major role in shaping this village. So Pune today has ever increasing in terms of infrastructure. Every construction comes along with an excavation which leaves out mud that can be used to make earth blocks. So the best material source should either be durable, reusable or recyclable or something which can be sourced easily, causing lesser harm to the environment. Next slide, please. So this program is looked upon as to rejuvenate the local crafts of Pune. So, as the traditional art and crafts of Pune are under a threat of extinction, they are required to be revived. Therefore, offering an atmosphere of evolution of crafts and its adaptation in contemporary times, an artist village is proposed where it is hoped that by mutual cross fertilization of ideas and processes by these streams, new products that are a combination of copper, bamboo, and mud are designed, worked upon, installed, displayed, and sold in this campus. Abilities of invention, thus becoming limitless. A place between collaboration of creative ideas between artisans and craftsmen, designers from urban localities may also collaborate with either a dedicated stream or combined pool of craftsmen and artisans of this campus to design products for national and international markets. Next slide. The approach to design was to give importance to the craft, which reflects the craftsman's lifestyle in the contemporary world. So the massing was planned in such a way that every place can be visually connected, yet creating revealing spaces at every point forward. The entry is placed in such a way that the viewer needs to pass through the administrative block, then into the open space, thus creating curiosity. The inward-looking courtyards form a sense of connect and belonging. The viewer is then made to walk through the exhibition pavilion to let them know what they would be involved in making in the workshops placed at the northwest end. So the dorms and private rooms are placed at the southeast part of the site with an inward-facing court, creating private spaces for the residents, which also can be accessed from a direct internal side road. Next slide. The circulatory pathways are designed in the form of an infinite loop, placing the other spaces along it where visitors can stroll through and take in information. The facade of the building adds on to the radial planning. So as the section was inspired from the Jetavan Center, but with a different material palette, from using CACB as a primary building material, pulling out piers to form storage spaces under, the space can also be used as a display area. And according to the anthropometry of the craftsman, low height windows were formed to get in natural light to fall directly on the workspace. Next slide. So, as being a public space, the roof form was designed in such a way that inward slope was achieved using bamboo as framing members, which create an opening towards the outer edge, making it more grounded, light, and easy on the eyes. The layering of roof includes bamboo framing at the base with supporting V frames along the edges, which along with support creates beautiful shadow patterns. The layer above is of mud rolls on which clay tiles are placed. So choosing materials which can be used by the artisans and craftsmen themselves to build their own village. The aim was to form a community which aimed at sustainable thought process, interaction, and community building. Next slide. As seen in the section, the central court can be a multi-usable space as an eating area or an amphitheater or a place where large open exhibitions or displays can be held. This court can be switched according to the events taking place. So this place thus forms a connect between all the activities taking place in the village. So talking about the bamboo joineries used in the roof making, whole bamboo is used and combined with others to form a strong base. The wall height being around 3.5 meters, the roof goes up to 5 meters, creating a large space along with open edges at the sides for naturally ventilating the space throughout. Next slide. As seen here, a scale model exploration for checking loads and framing members has been done using smaller bamboo sticks as a roofing material, which also helped in understanding proportions of the overall massing. A detailed plan is worked out of the entrance and administrative block, which shows us the scale and quality of spaces created, with varied spaces like conference room, manager's cabin, workspaces, along with the library at the right, which follows the language of radial seatings and opens out towards the green space behind. Next slide. These are some high-level views of the village from the semi-open exhibition pavilion, the inward courtyards along the workshops, and the external workshop working areas along the edge of the waterboard. Next slide. So, to foresee the current Pritzker Award winners, we have seen an inclination towards a better sustainable living world with Francis Kere as the latest best example. We should see ourselves following the steps for a better future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nikita. Yeah. Over to you, Judas.
Nikita, what I understand from your sections is that you have a roof profile which is basically 1.2 meters above your walls, and it's a continuous. Basically, your rooms are open to the elements, right?
Yeah.
You
Yes.
have the walls and you have the roof on top, and these spaces are not just workshop spaces or day use spaces. Some of them are also habitation, like accommodation spaces.
Yes.
Okay.
So,
and what's the justification behind that? You didn't want it to be climatically controlled, or any concerns about dust or rainfall or anything?
so mainly the workshop spaces and the admin and the canteen were open from the top. So as it is an exhibition space or a place where work is done or workshops are held, I thought it to keep it semi-open. So not an enclosed space.
Okay, one might need to think a little more about that, because you do need to protect your exhibition space as well, but and especially accommodations and kitchens, those kind of areas. Overall, by looking at the scheme and plan, it just, one thing that really strikes out is that the amount of hard landscaping, and I think for the lack of better resolution in your plans, the amount of passages and roads and all the connecting areas that you have on your side, with respect to its proportion with the built space, it just feels like it's going to probably become a heat island of some sort. There's just a lot of hard landscape over there.
Okay.
In fact, it might exacerbate the concrete jungle effect.
Yeah.
So this is in Pune, isn't it, Nikita?
Yes, ma'am.
What kind of soil do you get? What's the soil type?
The soil in Pune is. I'm not sure.
What kind of soil does Francis Kere get to make his buildings?
Yes, it's quite different.
No, you should know about it. When you quote, you better know about what's happening. So this is, again, the fact is that we get seduced by images, words, and as students, we have to explore a little more than just getting seduced by images. Because most of Pune, what I've seen, is black cotton, and the way you have to work with it is very different.
Okay.
And so you may not even be able to do this, okay?
Oh.
So this is again collection of images. Now I see a certain image where you have these thin legs and a heavy fat wall above it in one of the images. Why? These are questions. And why is everywhere the same thickness as the north, south, east, west in a temperate climate like Pune? How do I design? These are not taken into consideration at all in this design as such. It's I am being harsh. It's a collection of images, and you as a student have to move. Okay. So one example: let's say your roofs are sloping on both sides, and you have a central gutter.
Yes.
You could use that and learn from it. Where does the gutter come down?
Okay.
I mean, look at B.Arch center of Mercut, and the roofs are angular and they open up to huge views. But what does he do with the water? I can't see in your articulation at all where will the gutter come down, because if I take one of the rooms, everywhere there is a window.
Okay.
So how do you pick up an element which you get fond of from other works, but The requirement is that you go deeper and look at how that architect resolves that. And that's not happening. And learn this in the future.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And besides, there is like enough and more to be talked about your site planning, which we can't get go into it. I would rather caution the students in selecting images and thinking that's architecture, which it is not.
Okay.
I think I made the statement of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, we have another 4 minutes. Sankalpa, do you want to raise any questions?
There's a lot of questions, but I'm just thinking. Uh, I'm just thinking from a point of view of construction system uh, and the choice of the form, okay, and the way it responds to directions, for example. Uh, which direction you open up and which direction you sort of make heavy. Uh, so which direction is opaque and which direction is lighter. Uh, how do you sort of work out your wall section? Because I saw one uh, with respect to your roofing system, uh, and because it's a continuous curvature, which means that your roofing system is constantly adapting to sort of the curvature. So I'm just thinking from what is the strength of the form in trying to communicate an architectural idea, and how do you then go back to your choices of systems and etc. etc. So I am quite interested to sort of to listen from her that perspective. Why do you think that the program and choice of such a strong form are interrelated?
Okay, so you're asking about why a circular form and the roofing.
Yeah.
Okay, so the circular form came from multiple uh,
Came from?
it came from multiple points like the final product which the artisans make from the community. So it came from there, as well as radial planning has its own advantages. Uh, Along with the material used, which is CACB and bamboo, I think it goes well with what the brief talks about, which is community building.
I don't think I'll respond further. I just wanted to raise the question. Now it's up to you to think how far you are able to justify within your own thought process, and how far what Chitra was saying about the image that you are trying to capture, and you are very much um, attracted by it.
No.
Okay. So if there are no any further questions, then thank you, Nikita.
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
So by after this presentation, we are ending with the module 3. And now we'll take a 5-minute quick break to freshen up, and then we can start with the module 4, which will be moderated by Professor Mandar. Okay, please join for the module 4 session. Okay, that is the final module which we will have. Thank you.
and informative, as well as a very different kind of an experience. Some of them have been really inspiring for all of us. So as we come to the final session, I would suggest that all the students stay with us for a very quick synopsis at the end of this session, after which we will declare the session closed and the jury will move on to the deliberation Google space. So in quick time, let me introduce to you the next presenter is 510-2461. So I would request the presenter to come up 510-2461 and request our
Yes.
velocity to set up the presentation. Thank you.
Yes.
Please go ahead. The time starts now.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Uh, we'll go to the next slide. Next slide.
Can we move on to the next slide? Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Thank you. So after a site visit and a brief survey, along with documenting the precinct of Gulab Sagar in Jodhpur, it was seen that the Gulab Sagar lake, which was used as a tank before, had lost its significance. So the aim was to conserve and redevelop the Gulab Sagar precinct with careful architectural intervention. To basically open up and rejuvenate the historic water body to the people. So the site is located in Jodhpur, Rajasthan. Narrow lanes surrounded by residential structure is the major fabric of the site. The street activities are the spirit of the zone. Introduction of the public space and a bazaar hut would increase the activities and add to the spirit. So the interrelation of the private, semi-private and public spaces due to the classification of residential, commercial and public spaces has been expressed. Uh, this is supported by resolving the circulation with the help of a traffic island and in turn increasing the tourist attraction, which would help in increasing the economy of the area. The climate is hot and dry with less rainfall. Thus, the requirement of the project acts upon to tackle climate problems sustainably. Next slide. So focusing on the aim and also responding to the climate and being rooted to the site, the design process begins with classification of the spaces. So the residential area is located towards the north and northwest of the site, and the public spaces are situated on the precinct of the Gulab Sagar. So the entrance to the heart is chosen such that it has a visual access and is connected to the major junctions of the site and the two major attractions, the Mehrangarh Fort and the Gulab Sagar Fort. Once you enter the heart, you first encounter is a court. So keeping in mind the user's need and responding to the climate of the site, the design offers two courtyards, the shade and the sun. So as the name suggests, the shade offers the user a space like a shaded courtyard, while the sun is an open courtyard allowing sun rays. So which lets the users have their own choice of experience. Visuals play an important role of a space. So the design connects the user with the movement of the sun. The east-west axis lets the user experience the beauty of the sunrise and the sunset. Through these visual notes, the axis lets the user have the view of the Mehrangarh Fort at the west and part of Gulab Sagar and Bachcha Sagar towards the east. So as the heart is a commercial aspect, the urban heart cafe is placed such that it is not visually connected to the street, but it makes the edge of the Gulab Sagar and offer the user a space with the calmness and the beauty it deserves. Jodhpur and more parts of Rajasthan are used to their rooftop interactions and activities. Thus, considering this, the design responds to the users encouraging rooftop interactions. To be rooted to this to the place, the design offers two baulis, which signify the importance of rainwater, supporting the driving principle of the design. That is to bring back the wisdom of the traditional water system, Gulab Sagar. With the help of orientation, the sun and the wind is tackled skillfully. The design requires the inflow of summer winds from the southwest towards north, which are pre-cooled by the presence of Gulab Sagar on the south, and blocking the winter winds which are coming from the northeast by a placement of the heavy Mars on the northeastern side. Next slide. So the plan here shows the residential houses towards the north and northeast, the heart at the edge of the Gulab Sagar. The elevation below is a user's view from standing at the traffic island. Next slide. The section shows the difference between the levels and the internal spaces and the bouleries, which are mutually shaded because of the placement of the structure. Next slide. Though this section shows the difference in levels, the internal space and the bouleries, which are mutually shaded. The bottom right image shows the overall view of the project. Sorry, previous slide. Can you go to the previous slide? Yeah. So in this section, the bottom right image shows the overall view of the project, showing the classification of different programs. The blue ones are the residential areas, the yellow is the public spaces, and the red is the commercial zones. Next slide. The section shows the connection of the Gulab Sagar to the public spaces. The cafe on the edge of the Gulab Sagar disconnected from the road, but is connected to the water body, and the heart at an upper level is connected to the road, so which allows the public interactions differently at those two different levels. We'll go to the next one. So the building materials for constructions are all locally sourced. Red sandstone, which is widely used in Jodhpur, which also makes the intervention contextual and rooted to the site. As seen in the exploded cross section, the walls are made of red sandstone along with lime plaster on the inside. The slab is a filler slab, which is connected to the wall with an I-section joinery. The clay tiles act as an insulation for heat, help in saving the material. The expanded polystyrene insulation or EPS insulation acts as a secondary barrier against heat, since Rajasthan has harsh sunlight and the roof is majorly exposed to the sun. So the double insulation helps in reducing that heat transfer effect. Next slide. Can you go to the next slide, please?
Can we go to the next slide, please? I think we're encountering some technical issue.
Yeah.
We'll just wait a few moments.
Yes, no problem.
I'll request the presentation to go on to the next slide. Let them represent, no problem.
Yeah, we are sharing the screen again.
Yeah. We are adding 15 seconds to the presentation. Please go.
There is a redstone quarry and a plant at around 9 kilometers from the site towards the north. So redstone is usable and recyclable, and it provides the thermal insulation and is also cost effective and has lower embodied energy as compared to normal brick. The steel and the the steel used for the joinery between the wall and the slab and the wooden windows are to be sourced from a recyclable and salvaged market that is approximately 7 to 8 kilometers from the site towards the south. So the maximum distance that the materials for construction are sourced within a 15-kilometer radius, not more than that, thus reducing the transportation cost and carbon emission. Next slide. Yeah, so Jodhpur has a latitude of 26.3 degrees north and a longitude of 73.0 degrees east. So considering the extreme sun positions during the summer and the winter months, the shading devices depth, height, and inclination were calculated such that the harsh summer rays are avoided, and only the sun rays during the winter months are allowed to enter the spaces, thus providing enough daylight and reducing heat and harmful rays. So accounting to the sun radiation incident on each first. Yes, sir. So accounting to the amount of sun radiation incident on each facade, the thickness of the walls of that facade varies. So the walls on the southern facade have a thickness of 0.5 meters, while those on the northern have 0.2, and the east-west have a thickness of 0.35 meters. Next slide. So in addition to everything above, I would like to suggest that the the surface runoff of the Gulab Sagar precinct should be let into the Gulab Sagar lake, thus replenishing the groundwater level with the help of rainwater harvesting and leading to the actual purpose of the lake. The residential roofs can have a green roof of about 0.35 meter thickness. The heat transfer through the roof is reduced. The commercial spaces can generate their own energy by having a solar panels fit at an inclination of 19 degrees to maximize energy generation about the roof. The the construction for that the frame could be made from the salvage steel that we get from the market. Next slide. Yeah, so considering all these efficiency measures and the way the structure was designed results in the given amount of energy, water, and uh, the 53.24% of less embedded energy in materials. Next slide. Yeah, so in conclusion, this approach for the hot and dry climate not just only tries to attain environmental sustainability, but also cultural, social, and economic sustainability. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Siddhant. Exactly 10 minutes and very interesting. I'm sure the students who are here will be looking forward to hearing the insights of the jury panel as well. So, to the esteemed viewers, please go ahead with our responses now. Time starts now. Thank you.
Siddhant, are all the buildings in the surrounding areas only ground plus one? Because your initial sections showed all buildings to be roughly at that level.
Yeah. So the buildings are around G+1 or G+2 maximum. So these are only residential buildings around the precinct. So they are not. So they are like individual families staying in those houses.
Nothing higher than G+2.
No.
So could you have explored a form which would have a greater play of height, where a lot of interesting interstitial spaces were created with shadows, allowing for air movement, allowing for visual axes, so that the overall impact of your design could have been better?
Yeah. So the reason of why I kept the height restricted to G+1 is that I wanted, like, if there is further development uh, from the precinct, like at the back where there are residential zones, if there are further development and the height of those spaces go above G+2, so they should also have a visual connect to the Gulab Sagar. So my intervention should not be something which would block the visual connectivity of the other development that would be happening in that the other side of the road.
But you're doing it right now by building this. All the buildings that earlier had a view of Gulab Sagar is now being cut. You're saying
so
if
earlier,
it on the second floor, then it wouldn't be cut.
Yeah, earlierly the existing buildings on the Gulab Sagar precinct were facing back to the Gulab Sagar. They were not facing the Gulab Sagar, and those were already G+1 buildings. So there were residential houses on the precinct, so which I reallocated to the northwest and northeast, north side of the site, and opened up the precinct to the public as a public zone where they could sit or have a performance area or something.
In your material exploration, you mentioned that stone is good insulation. How does that work?
So it has a time lag. So the heat transfer is so that is why I'm varying thickness of the walls such that the time lag is reduced. So the walls which have higher solar incident rays are having a thickness much greater than those which are not having direct sun radiation. So it is just for the time lag between the heat transfer from the outside to the inner spaces.
These are stone walls.
Yes, sir.
Stone has a high conductivity and therefore not much of a time lag.
I had considered red sandstone, so which is local to that space, to Jodhpur.
Make panels of sandstone and fill earth in between. Does the city have water treatment system?
So the site had the regular municipal drains around the, uh, which was like when we visited the site, it was in the progress. The cleaning and everything was going on.
Sewage comes into this lake? No.
No. So it is on the road level. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Siddhant, since you showed in one diagram of yours where you're talking about all the surrounding buildings and the commercial and the residential typologies, that the water could be percolated, be released back into the lake to revive it. In that, you mentioned that you had a little diagram about green roofs. And in
Yes.
your overall scheme, you also have a couple of green roofs, right?
Yes, on the residential areas.
Only in the residential. I was just curious about why you have selected a few roofs as green roofs and the rest of them are covered in stone. Like, is there any logic behind that choice?
Yeah, so some of them are used as for like the rooftop interactions between. So the commercial spaces have mostly roofs which are occupiable at different heights. So the users would be there present on those roofs, and there would be that that interaction between those different users. Also, the commercial area has the solar panels instead of green roof for energy generation in that for that particular program, the urban heart. And the residential is what I'm suggesting having green roofs so that that would reduce the heat transfer directly from the roof.
Okay.
Yes.
In the housing part, you couldn't think of using the terrace, which is kind of a way of life in places like Rajasthan.
Sir, I'm actually not able to hear you clearly.
Sir, if you can repeat again, because he's not able to hear clearly.
No, for a place like Rajasthan, where use of terrace is a way of life,
Yes.
and in the housing quarters that you design, I don't see that you have even access to the terrace.
Yeah, so there is
You even have parapets.
there is access to terraces like the houses are G+1, and there is a big balcony which is like an open terrace which is given access to interaction from the terrace to the ground level.
You have very interesting statistics for your energy and water and material measures. But when you look at your section, you are not articulating that. So how do you achieve this? Through detailing is very important.
Yes.
Like you may have it at the back of your mind, or you may have done it very systematic study, but you need to articulate that and showcase that and draw the attention to those details.
Yes, sir.
How much time do you have? We have time or not?
Yeah, sir, we have time. We can.
Okay, see, the thing is, there are few interesting moves, but at the same time, it requires more information for us to know exactly how it will work in a context. Right now, the context that you have shown are only the end of the urban form. What it means is that we really don't know with respect to contour how are rest of the form working. Because if I remember correctly, there are places in that area which is high. Okay, and so you have to climb and then low. So which area it is with respect to topography, I trust based on what you sort of safety. Now, when you intervene in a place like that, what becomes extremely important is to figure out whatever was existing and whatever is being proposed. What is the new relationship that you are building it? What is the value that you have added to the already existing relationship, and how you are taking care of it? So that to me is not coming out sectionally with respect to the urban form. What I feel still is interesting is the way you have worked out your relationship of each of the buildings, at least laterally. But I agree from the point of view of design that since when you are cutting a section, you are not telling us clearly as to when you are at each of the levels, how you have worked out your relationship to the water or to the other side, which sort of gives us a sense that maybe you were sketching but you're not conscious about it, because what you need to do is you need to walk us through each of the decisions that you have taken. Okay, in the absence of that, we are thinking about the value of it, but we are not sure about how you are sort of doing it. Now, as far as the sandstone is concerned, its U value depending on the wall thickness would be somewhere around 2 to 1.5, if I'm sort of not wrong. The lower the U value, the better it is. Not the higher the U value, the better it is. What it means is that
Half a minute, last
how do
half a minute.
you tweak around your 400 mm thick wall, okay? And how do you bring the because you cannot endlessly now expand more than 400, because as you'll make 900, obviously you will be able to get better in terms of thermal performance. But in a situation like that where already you have a tight size, how do you work out the thickness or introduce some other material in order to make it thermally work well? Or your response to the terraces, okay, in terms of which of the terraces are for morning, which are for afternoon, or which are again in the night, everything gets opened up. Are all these very clear cut moves right from urban gesture to materiality to the position of various activity in the section that needs to be spelled out clearly? Okay, so there is interesting way in which you have organized laterally, or I can see the relationship between the three intervention when it's coming together, and you can imagine the way the ground may work in terms of activity. But then as I said, that if you don't extend it further into these three areas, it remains again a diagram.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's a wonderful point, Sankalp communicated. Siddhant, I'm sure you must have taken a lot of insight from this. We thank you
Yes, sir.
for taking the time,
Thank you.
and we'll move on to the next presenter. I would request 1180044. 1180044. Our
Yes,
next
sir.
presenter. Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Thank you. Your time starts now.
Okay. Hello, viewers. I'll be presenting my second-year work, Voids. So this particular project is being focused in an area which is known as Fontanas, which is a district in Goa. So it is a self-sustaining district which is present in Goa, and it has been historically made by Portuguese, and it has a peculiar kind of fabric all over the district, and it has these kind of cracks forming in, hence the idea of voids. What if these voids actually shape the building around it, and whatever is present in the streetscape shapes the whole building around it. Hence in order to study that, we wanted to generate a kind of module which can be replicated in order to make the future structure, which is a learning center, will be coming on later, in order to have that particular module which can be replicated in the structure. We can see how the porosity of these levels work from layer 1 to layer 3 as the pressure of the whole structure increases or decreases, or the structure around it increases or decreases. The modules also get bigger and smaller, and these type of nature is being used later on in the structure. Next slide. So this is a plan which is cut on 1.5 meter, which is the ground level. So the building is faced on the north side, and it has very constructed streets, which is majorly less than 3 meters, and always offered by the site which is always less than 3 meters. Hence the modules which I will be talking about has to be divided into smaller parts in order to be constructed in over here. Hence because you can't bring in trucks to the site. The modules that have been made are made out of recycled construction material. So at the very base of the structure, you actually reduce the amount of waste you produce, and you use the waste just already produced, which is 16.3 million tons of waste which is produced every year due to construction and can be used in the process. So in the plan we can see the entrance which is at the north, the admin, the faculty room, and the libraries, which is a step down. Simple addition to the structure is the central courtyard kind of thing, which is open to sky, which is taken from a very inert Goan house in the structure. Next slide. So yeah, this so these two were the repeated classrooms. So this is uh, a learning center that is to be constructed in Fontanas. So Fontanas, be it being very self-sustaining, but the problem in the site was they were missing a learning center or a school in the site. In the span of 9 kilometers, they just had one school serving the whole area. And I consider a population of 65% of youth in India. We need more learning centers in these kind of situations, which are tier 2 and tier 3 cities. Next slide. Yeah, this is the same kind of planning which has been done for the above floors. Next slide. This is the roof plan. Next. So these are the modules that have been repetitively used in order to make the whole building in the section. So these kind of aperture or parametric design actually offers them to have a very breezy kind of a building where you can actually let in the light, let in the wind inside the building. So that shaft or that void which has been created, it creates a very small microclimate inside the structure, which can actually exhaust the whole hot air outside the building, and also providing these kind of windows or that kind of ventilation throughout the building, making the whole building very porous, reduces the amount of humidity. So the humidity inside the building doesn't stay, it actually has a porousness and interaction with the buildings. Next slide. Yeah, this is a step down which has been provided at the backside of the building, and it has been constructed into a library. These kind of checkered blocks which have been used inside of the building can be used as bookshelves and being sold as furniture, but on the outside of the contrary can be used as overhangs in order to protect them from sun at harsh sunlight in harsh summers, and also protect them from rain when it is very crazy in Goa. Next slide. In this section we can actually see the library part. It has a step down, it steps down to the library part, and you can see this kind of nature inside the building. So the building has been stepped up 900 meters, and at that groove it has been stepped down to 600. So you can see the variation of levels and the play of levels in a very small structure also. Next. So this is a perspective section in order to actually encapsulate that kind of nature it would produce inside the building. Next. Yeah, this is a small section cutting through it, and we can see the void that is open to the sky with the lady sitting at the very entrance of the site. Next. And these are the classroom and how the classroom will be leveled and faced on one or the other. Next, there's a small GIF in order to incorporate the whole feeling of cutting the building through. Next slide. Yeah, this is a small GIF in order to show how the building would cut through the whole thing and actually opens up as we go across the building. Next. So these are the modules which have been formed in the building. So each module is 3 meter by 1.5 meter, but it has to be cut down to these smaller blocks or smaller set. If we go from figure 1 to figure 6, so if you break down these modules, they transform into 1.5 by 750 mm, 1.5 meter by 750 blocks, so that they can be actually handled by your hands, and you know don't need these cranes or trucks. These modules are made up of recycled construction waste, that are construction debris that have been produced uh, in construction. So as a developing countries, we have construction going on all over us, like the entire Mumbai is being rebooted, and we have construction all over us. So we can use those kind of debris in order to make the building can be green at the very start or the apex of the building, and just not at the start of, we have few kind of preventions on water saving kind of things, but at the very start, at the very baseline of the building or the bloodline of the building can be very green and have an approach about it. So the project actually implies to have a small module that has to be made and can be replicated all over the site, just not in this site, but in other places, and adapting that kind of uh, climatic situation. Next slide.
Sutirtha, last
Yes,
2
sir.
minutes.
Okay, sure, I'm almost done. So this is just a morphology of the whole site, with how constructed and conformed the whole building and the whole fabric can be looked. These are all G+1 and G+2 buildings which are encircled around the whole site, which is very close back. If you can see, as the building grows up, the modular expands, because we want that sunlight to be trapped at the very top and can be dragged down with the reflected sunlight at the very bottom. So you don't need that kind of artificial lighting, because the building has to be used from 9 in the morning to maybe 4. Hence we can use the light around us to light up the building and also ventilate the whole structure. Thank you.
Thank you. In good time. Thanks a lot, Sudhita. I would request the esteemed panel to open up their responses. Time starts now.
Tirtha, I love the modularity. I love the exploration. I mean, it would be absolutely iconic in front of us. I have 2 questions. One, for some reason you've not looked at the terrace when it could have been really incorporated.
Yes, sir.
That is one. The second question is that Goa and Portugal is a lot about color. Why are you using such a stark exposed concrete finish as something that would lighten up the space, lighten up the context, lighten up where it's going to be?
I didn't get you, sir. Can you just repeat the question? And
Goa and Portugal, a lot about color.
Yeah.
You are choosing not to have any color and to use exposed concrete. At least that's what I can make out.
Yeah,
Is it
yes,
a
sir.
conscious choice?
Yes, sir. That was a conscious choice, because as an architect, I don't want to actually propose or impose color onto the site, because those kind of colors or those kind of nature are put down by the people who live there themselves. So I just wanted to provide them as a blank slate, so that they can actually improvise on the building and paint it themselves, and that whole structure also feels like they have also contributed to the structure, and not just an external architect sitting and just imposing a structure onto them. So it just provide them as a blank canvas.
And the terrace?
That brings us to a very interesting issue. What is the role of architect? You're so sensitive that you don't want to impose your color on the resident, but you don't mind imposing your entire system of housing blocks and modules on them.
So I think it is just a proposal for them, um, surely, like, it can be part and part.
Imagine that you continue the same approach that you involve the making of that environment, and you devise a kind of a system which they can use it more creatively.
Yeah.
You understand? So this approach could be further developed instead of resulting in more rigid kind of system. You can have smaller elements which can be grouped together to address the needs. For example, what is the role of openings in your container? Like you are talking about voids, but this openings, they bring light and they provide for ventilation, they provide for visual contact and relationships. So it requires much wider range of a system of openings rather than just one kind of an opening just because you are using a very rigid kind of a precast system or a kind of a recycled concrete system. So
Yes,
you need to explore this.
I definitely
One more comment which I would like to make is about your presentation.
Yes, sir.
About your presentation technique. Like you talk about Goa, you talk about mountain heights, but you introduce your presentation with ground floor plan. I mean, it just doesn't give us any context.
Yes, sir.
And you show us the axonometric and the lens block. So it would be a more interesting way of presenting the contextual environment and in which you are designing to make us more familiar. And how you are responding to that environment should come before you go into the details.
Yeah, the question of the object and the setting is very important.
Yes, I do agree.
Professor Rakesh Chauhan. I will take architect Sanjay Prakash. He will want to add something. Sure.
I just wanted to ask, as a clarification, that you have these modules made out of construction debris.
Yeah.
Surely there's a binder. Should I assume it's cement?
Yeah. I'm like very much using fly ash concrete in as a binder in these kind of process, and which can be precasted and brought to the site.
Well, okay.
I'm asking how are the floors made?
Floor slabs, ma'am?
Yeah.
So they are made in situ concrete bulb, and on it is made on site. So yeah, yes, you are using the kind of traditional flooring you would have, and I'm not actually exploring a lot on the structural system. But at the non-structural part, I'm also equally sieving a lot of material around the structure. But the flooring is.
Sudhir,
Yes,
none
sir.
of this
Yes,
can
ma'am.
be occupied if you don't work at structures.
Yes, ma'am.
Just coming up with the idea that some recycled material is done and stuff is not enough, because your spans are quite large. And how do they work? How do you put beams? All those are important to be thought of. And so these, I don't even know how does one module join with the other module. You can't even
So the
figure-
other module can actually, we can go to the slide where you have the modules.
Yeah. How does it take shear?
So within the whole precast block, it has these rebars which are installed in the whole concrete, and it has these interlocking system which can actually groove together in order to make a whole module. And
Yes,
these
so this is quite similar to what in the on the roads they make for highways, no, to get It's the same thing. You have a hole in it, okay?
Yeah.
Similar stuff, but there it's all in compression, and you're putting everything together, and you're a contained structure. Here we have floors, and how do they sit? And The floors are also, if you notice, they're quite a big span. One of the rooms has quite a large span. I think it's about 6 meters by 6 meters or more.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you would have intermediate beams. How do they sit? So those are stuff which need to be recorded because this is otherwise the same thing which is seen, which is interlocking stuff, but it's a very different use.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. When you don't think of that and you think of only one material, then it is an incomplete project. That is an important part where we get carried away by that. Again, what I keep is savior complex and giving it to people. They can do something, they can do that. But it's not enough.
Last 2 minutes, man.
You are really making a very you're just touching the surface. You're not going deep into it. And deep will be where we look at every aspect and start looking at how will water move, how will waste move. Those are also important if people are going to stay here. So get a grip on all those things. That's a good idea and very nice drawings. I enjoyed that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for the valuable input.
Right then, so we have some very special thoughts because they have been very deep. I'm sure Sutirtha will be considering them and mulling over them in the times to come. So
Yeah, surely.
we just have a minute time. I'm sure if anybody wants to just have a sign of remark, or if we can go to the next presenter.
No, see, the thing is, what you need to crack here is not only construction system, but also how do you modulate. So your unit cannot be of the same size. Based on what is inside, you'll have to think about how does it respond to outside. So variation in fenestration and variation in span, and therefore, you know what Chitra sir said, these are very important things. You have to take into consideration large span, small span, because your services and your staircases all come under the smaller span. The large spans will be other structures, okay? And then inside outside means that right now it seems to be same, which means inside all activities are same. Is that so? You have to think about it. If it is not, again you figure out how do you modulate a smaller thing within the larger thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sure.
Yeah, thank you. That's wonderful. We have kept time and a great conclusion to the presentation. Thanks a lot, Sutirtha. Now I would request our next presenter to come up.
Yes, sir.
3439551, correct?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go ahead. Please go ahead. The time starts now.
Yes, sir. Hello, everyone. My UIN number is 3439551 and my topic is Skill Development Center. Yeah. Be on the first slide. Yeah. Good. Sir, be on the first slide. I will say next.
Can I request the first slide? This is the second slide.
Yeah, yes, sir. I will say next, okay. Yeah. So the urge for shelter in human development is of utmost importance. In the development of this basic need, different cultures develop as per their physical settings, climate, traditions, available resources, and many other aspects. In the vernacular studio, where the community and coexistence with nature are the backbone of all the systems, it was essential for us to understand the coexisting nature of man with the surrounding. Next. The area of study is located in the rural setup of Vetipada, Dahanu in Maharashtra. Since the community is non-gated, the area located for architectural intervention for the community is also not defined in terms of the boundary. The village setup consists of 350 to 400 people and has, next, and has Anganwadi, next seed bank, next tribal temple, general store, Gram Panchayat office, etc. with undefined community spaces. Yeah, next. The settlement is on the one side of the access road of the village. Next. The hills are on the other side, and people tend to show great respect towards that since it has important significance in their lifestyle. Next. The movement of the people was mapped initially to understand the occupancy of different spaces during different period of time. pedestrian movement shows maximum movement towards the farm side, for which people occupy raw material from forest, so that the proposed structure can be used as a space to store raw material and can also be used as a hold space. Sir, next. 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 Yeah, sir. The area for intervention is identified towards the forest side and at the edge of the village so that it gets good amount of air ventilation throughout the day without obstacles. Next. Next. Yeah. After mapping the settlement in different aspects of lifestyle, culture, climatic response, occupation, food, clothing, etc., scope for architectural intervention was identified to uplift and engage the community. A skill development center, along with existing Anganwadi and a shed for cattle, was treated as a main program. Next, as it is a skill development center and the main focus is on bamboo as a raw material. Sir, next, yeah, one more time. Yeah, the provision of bamboo plantation on south side of site will tackle the harsh sun rays and will also make availability of raw material easy for artifacts. Eventually, create awareness about plantation. A channel is provided from hand pump leading towards the bamboo plantation for feeding water to plants and the cattle. Master plan shows the proposed structure with respect to the surrounding context and connected to Anganwadi. The purpose of opening multifunctional space on north side is to is for inviting people into the structure as it is facing towards the village. Next, the cut plan shows the existing element which are the main backbone of design. In this, you can see the existing Anganwadi, existing trees, and the existing hand pump, which is thus leading towards the plantation, bamboo plantation. Next, next. Yeah, so the admin is placed close to the Anganwadi, and by combining the plinth, will also promote the exchange process between both of them. And the light orange one is the classroom, which are placed opposite to each other with the space in between, which will be used as a common space for better teaching and learning process. And the one highlighted in yellow are the workshops, which are uh, staggered workshop spaces will create an inside-outside experience for the user with a sense of freedom to work. Uh, and the portion highlighted in red is the passage between workshops, is used as a transition space from classroom workshops toward the stage, which is at the bottom of workshop, and multifunctional space. The entry during any functions will be through narrow passage opening towards a broader space, which is towards stage. Next. Overall build language is followed in the volume. Next. Roof allow better cross ventilation and semi-open space beside the closed space will be used by the people to interact. The bamboo plantation located on the south side acts as a barrier to the structure, which will tackle harsh sunrise during daytime. Also, it will create some chirping sound, which will eventually give a sense of belonging to nature. Bamboo can also be used in the construction of roof, wattle and daub, as well as in workshop. Similar construction techniques like wattle and daub wall with bamboo reinforcement and timber roofing were followed to become a visual part of the village. Yeah, so footing is provided in stone masonry due to great availability of stone, which is lowered till 600 mm to improve visual quality, above which wattle and daub or jali wall is being provided, which can be shifted as per the requirement, as per the user. Next, the roof is lowered down to get human scale, and above which wattle panels are proposed for better cross ventilation. And the use of similar language by using similar material palette and construction techniques will help the villagers feel associated with the species. In the right isometric view, you can see the provision of grid system, which will provide flexibility for user to change the space according to the need by dismantling old wetland daub and construction of new one. The proposal is for the people and will be by the people around which will lead them to use it in appropriate way, continuing towards the association with the species. The grid system is thus the span of each grid is 11 feet, so continuous modules are repeated throughout the program. Next, in the bird's eye view, shows the alignment of structure along with existing structure and is gelling well with them. On this note, I would like to thank this platform for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Aman.
Yes, sir.
We've kept time wonderfully. It's 7.5 minutes. So now, with this, I would request the jury panel to open their responses. Time starts now. Anyone of the jury members want to start?
Aman, right?
Yeah, ma'am.
Aman,
Aman, when you're working with vernacular construction systems of this kind, obviously there's a lot of documentation. I'm sure you've done a lot of case studies to be able to derive at your construction system, and yes, it's it's pretty straightforward. But one really interesting exercise for you, which I feel is a bit of a lost opportunity, is that it would have been interesting for you to just figure out how different roofs meet each other, because you have individually understood the structural system of one unit, but then how do two different units interact with each other in terms of the roofing. That at say second year level, if you can master that itself, is a good exercise. And so in your last roof plan, last sheet that you have, if you can go to the last slide. Yeah, so you see the two units which are perpendicular to the longer one. There is
Yes.
no connect as such between the three units, or rather, as a matter of fact, none of the units in terms of the roofing are connected to each other. So that I feel could have been an interesting exploration.
Yeah, ma'am.
I would like you to go back to the slide before this. Yeah. Here, what is the center to center's distance? Could you use this space effectively, the workshop, when you have so many columns within?
Ma'am, the center to center distance is around 3.5 meters.
Yeah, that's very less. No? What do you do? What are you going to do inside that workshop, Aman?
Ma'am, if you go to the go in the plank, you will see they are just posts. They don't they don't have any walls in between them.
2.5 meters.
Yeah, the
It's going to
restriction
be
was because of the availability of wood. Like the maximum span for any type beam would be around 3.5 meters. So that's why I got limited towards that,
Yeah,
which
that's
is
what
easily
you have to.
available.
Now you have to explore that. That's why what's the function and what's the span is something which you'll have to learn now. Okay, you
Yeah,
can't
ma'am.
put all kinds of functions and get yourself tied with a certain span. Yeah?
Yeah, ma'am.
So there is ways to work that out. So that's why this workshop will not work. Okay, in terms of the need. Okay, next time learn. But nice work, thank you.
Yeah, ma'am. Thank you.
Coming back to the workshop, will all the partitions be along the beam lines? In that case, you'll be forced to have a corridor also, which is 3.5, which hardly gives you any flexibility to use the space then.
Beside the corridor, there won't be any wall, and the wall will just be on the three side of the workshops.
So how do you divide the smaller workshops from each other? The reason for doing this would be that you want to build intermediate partitions. If you don't want intermediate partitions, then why are we doing this complex structure anyway? Our roof form is not dependent on this structure or support.
Yes, sir.
Says, you see, if there is a function, you have to think of a different material also. So the wood is still you could use for the roof, the trussing, but you don't have to use the wood for the compression members. You could use something else because in the same section you see so much of stone available, which would have been the way to use for the compression.
Yeah, ma'am.
Aman, you have a bird chirping in your background.
He's purposely put it.
Yeah, sir, it is beside my
Sanjay
window.
has the birds, not mine. Aman has birds, yeah. So, see, so now that section is something you have to read more carefully and translate it into use. You're using a structural system of a small hut into something else. That doesn't happen, no? And in the same region, you would find people having larger mansions or larger structures, but they're not used the structure of a hut. Or it has been, again, reworked differently.
Yeah, ma'am.
Right. So we have around 4.5 minutes.
Okay. So
if you have reflections, Sankalp, you can go ahead.
Yeah. So so just I'll try to little bit further explain to you. So what you are doing is that you are trying to take what Chitra was talking about, a hut, and then you are repeating it to create a larger space. Okay, that's what is the sense that you are giving to us. Now, what eventually what you are doing is you actually require a large span, but since you don't know how to get a large span with less number of intermediate posts in between, what you have done is you have repeated that system. Okay, it's the system of construction. But ideally, what you need to understand is that the size of your size means both the section size. I'm saying this for any material, the section size and the span are related. So, for example, if you have a deeper section, you would be able to span more. That is the first way to do it. The second way then to do it is to go for some other systems, like for example, you have got compression based systems, sometimes you have got trusses. So these are other systems which you use the same element, but your configuration changes. And because your configuration changes, therefore you get a free flowing plan, okay, which means a plan where you don't require so much of intermediate support. So that's the kind of learning you need to have, is to with timber what is possible in terms when you are using a unit timber section size, and if you want to increase the span using the timber, what is the structural systems that are available for you. And that is true for all the material. So that is one kind of a knowledge that I think you need to sort of very quickly build up. And the other thing which you need to now understand is that when you cut a wall section, so how do you tie all these members together? So you have got these vertical posts, okay, and you have got your, let's say, wall plate I'm saying right now, but there will be other position also you need to tie, which is at, let's say, your sill level. So what we are saying right now is that for such a large span, the way you tie your structure is sort of not coming out clear, because you have to also understand that the timber beam has also certain ductile property, and the stone
last 2 minutes.
And the stone that what you are using is brittle. Okay, so if you try and lay stone to lace timber to the stone, and which are very common in Himalayan architecture, or at least some part of the Himalayas and Kashmir as well, you will be able to get a much more stable system. So yeah, I think that much I wanted to just contribute so that you can further work and reflect on this.
Yeah, sir. Yeah, sure. Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot to the jury panel. And moving on to the next presentation. Thanks a lot, Aman, for your time.
Yeah, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, wish you the best. And now we will request the penultimate presentation for the day. I believe it's a craft center 0112200.
Yes, sir.
MYN 0112200. Are we ready?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Wonderful. Yeah, wonderful. We are good to go. Time
Yeah.
starts now. Yeah, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. As we all know, cultural and creative sectors are important in their own rights in terms of economic footprint and employment. In growing technology-run and industrialized world, people are increasingly forgetting traditional craft and moving towards new innovation. The art is losing its grip. So the main aim was to bring back art in market by understanding needs of artisans and creating awareness. Next slide. Next, please. By selecting one art from India, agenda is to create awareness about the craft and the artisans and help the indigenous practice to modernize and prosper with the help of professionals and designers. The craft needs to conserve and create a more sustainable future for craft and artisans through design interventions. My art chosen was Khawda pottery from Gujarat, Kutch district in Bhuj Taluka, which lies on the west side of the Pancham Island in Greater Rann of Kutch. It started during Indus Valley civilization in small village of Khawda, Bhuj, Gujarat. The craft is diminishing day by day, and out of 10 families who used to practice this craft, now only 2 are left. As demand for these items has decreased dramatically, losing the battle against plastic, steel, and Chinese products of everyday use. Learning the challenges what artisans are facing were competition with the latest machine-made products of large industries. Handicraft is losing its original form due to changes in lifestyle and culture, decreasing demand due to change in the taste and interest of people, problems of quality and durability due to handmade, lack of infrastructural facilities, irregularity in employment, improper implementation of government schemes or programs, gain is less as compared to hard work. Next slide, please. As we can see in the sketch, these are the process of performing the art. The potter gets mud from a near village called Ranki Mitti. The soft clay is shaped into a pot on a potter's wheel and left to dry in the shade. After a while, pot is cleaned and put in the sun to dry and baked in a furnace powered with simple and locally available fuels of dry wood and cow dung. The vessels are then coated with a thin wash of geru, which is a type of soil, and then the Kumbhar women use red, black, and white clay-based paints to decorate each piece of pottery with distinct community-specific designs. Next slide. Next, please. As we were told to choose our own site within Nasik, my site is located on Rasbihari School Road with total area of 3,995 square meters, having dense vegetation and easily accessible from main highway and major connecting roads. Reason behind choosing this site shape is as art is a combination of symmetry, unsymmetry, and it has no defined axis, as well as it is a free flowing. The concept was to derive the form with abstraction of pots and locate it in dense vegetation, as well as having site shape with no defined axis. So the design program includes workshop, reception area, admin, storage area, toilet, stay areas, parking, display area, retail shop, dining areas, performance area, and studio. Next slide, please. As we enter the workshop here, as we enter and cross the reception area, the narrow path is created to create a darkness with ray of light entering from the rooftop, giving it a tunnel effect and creating surprising element to the visitors. Coming to the display area, one gets curious of how the art have been performed and guides to the workshop area. The workshop area have been provided with the guiders to the workshop area where they can see and perform the art. We have designers area adjacent to the workshop area. So with a less footprint and easy access, the designers and artisans can have a playful interaction. The loading and unloading platform in front of raw storage material gives the ease to artisans and smooth flow working. The bedrooms are placed such as to maintain the privacy of the area. Next slide, please. This is the part plan of the workshop area. Here we can see that the art is performed on an open platform with no boundaries, and all steps performed in art are interrelated to each other. So as to give the sense of openness and interrelate each activity, I have carved out the central area of workshop area consisting of the existing trees on site and which will be open to sky. Artisans work on a plinth raised platform, so there is no disturbance with the footfalls of the visitors. Beneath the trees, sittings are provided so the visitors can see the performance and even the artisans get and the art gets respected. Workshop area includes the performance area where the visitors can perform the art and get connected to the art. Next slide, please. As we can see in section AA-, the ramp above the workshop area is accessible where the visitors can have an overlook to the performance area, and even the ramp provides shelter to the artisans. The visitors sitting beneath the tree having an overlook to how art is performed. In section BB-, we see how the art is placed and displayed in the brick jali wall. Inside the voids, the art will be kept for the display. Next slide, please. Here we can see the column positioning. The material used for the column is a ferro cement. Due to the large span and free-flowing structure, ferro cement will provide flexibility, strength, and feasibility to the structure. Ferro cement have a low carbon footprint which emit less carbon than concrete reinforced masonry. It is a multi-sustainable material with cost benefit as well as saving of lives against earthquake with higher richer scale of 8 and perhaps above. The two mortar layers, that is the first and final, are applied on both sides of the wire mesh. The main advantage of ferro cement is that it has the low self-weight. Next slide, please. Walls will be constructed of rammed earth. I choose this material basically to show the interconnection between the Mother Earth and the ancient craft that is getting practiced in the space, which also uses the ran ki mitti or clay as its main ingredient of art and a sustainable, energy efficient material. Rammed earth edifices uses locally available materials. They usually have a low embodied energy and generate the very little waste. The soil used are typically subsoil. Formwork is removable and can be easily reused and recycled. It has high thermal mass, a 40th of carbon footprint of concrete, and has low transport emissions. It is one of the environment-friendly, strong, and aesthetic material. Some benefits of rammed earth are it is customizable, aesthetic, sustainable, energy efficient, structural, maintenance free, and has the superior acoustics. In the left hand corner, we can see how the steps are performed for creating a rammed earth wall. Next slide, please. Here are some of the construction details of rammed earth wall. To construct the rammed earth over doors or windows, we utilize the engineered T-bar lintels. These are placed over the openings during ramming to support the earth above. Whereas recesses are required in walls, formers or blockouts are placed into formwork, setup and soil is placed and compacted around them to produce the requiring opening or shape in the wall. Next slide. So yeah, art is not a handicraft. It is a transmission of feeling the artist has experienced. So let's create buildings that serve a function or purpose effectively and creatively. Sustainable architecture looks to the future by learning from the past. Thank you.
Wow, Sakshi, 8 minutes flat. You have added 2 minutes to the session. Thanks a lot for that. And I would request the jury panel to respond to this. Please come in. Thank you. Time starts now.
So Sakshi, did you choose the plan form first and decide on your choice of materials, or did the choice of materials dictate your organic free-flowing plan form?
So I chose the form first and then I went to the material.
Sakshi, have you did you go through any videos or any further study other than the basic imagery about how rammed earth is made? Because I see that you have a lot of curvilinear walls, and there's no particular geometry that is being followed. So how do you intend on making the formwork for this wall?
You'll have to waste the formwork. Use it once.
Like each of these walls will require a specific formwork which will only get used once.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's one of the main considerations while working with rammed earth, is that how do you make a modular structure to a certain extent that you can reuse the formwork as much as possible, not only in one project but in multiple projects. And that's and also so that's just one of the points where I felt there was a this is something that at academic stage it's tempting to select materials, especially for a ground floor structure. There isn't much of a challenge in just putting a material in a SketchUp model. So
But at the same time, thinking about the structural system in detail is very important, because this could very well have been a brick wall or a cob wall or any other wall, right? So there is no...
Even a CSCB wall, if it had to be made of small brick-like modules.
Right, yeah. CSCB would have probably been a better choice.
Ma'am, could I respond to you?
Yeah, please.
Ma'am, I wanted to show the major connectivity between the art which is getting practiced in the space, and that's why I have chose the tammed earth.
So art is of pottery, isn't it, Sakshi?
Yes, ma'am.
So what kind of soil is used in that art?
Ma'am, Ran ki mitti from Gujarat.
Yes, but it's not... What is the constituent of that soil? You see, this is a soil which has more clay.
Yes.
You have to check what kind of soil do you need for rammed earth. Do you use more clay?
Ma'am, it is a combination of clay, sand, and gravels.
Yeah, that is soil. Soil is clay, sand, silt, and gravel. So what one is pushing you to it, just in second year, is that don't just mouth some material, but try to learn more about it. That's one. And then how do you make a ferrocement column? What is a column? Column is a compression element. And if you only give it a skin, does it work? Do you fill those ferrocement column with any material? No.
Ma'am, can you pardon?
How are you making a ferrocement column? You have, if you go back, and one of them, you're saying it's a ferrocement column.
Yes, ma'am.
Go back. Go forward. Yeah, this is a ferrocement column which you have put in your plan everywhere. Yeah?
Yeah.
What is a column? Is the column like a tube?
Ma'am, it is a hollow column, circular hollow column.
Did you put any weight on this column and check? Does it work? Have you ever seen it? A ferrocement column? Where is ferrocement used?
Yes, ma'am. I have seen the Hussein Doshi Gufa can be the example.
Yes, Hussein Doshi Gufa. It's the wall. It's the wall which becomes the roof, which is of ferrocement.
Yeah.
This is a column. Column has a different structural system itself. And in fact, your column is much weaker than the wall which you're making of rammed earth. You almost don't need these columns if you make them. And where do you put these columns? The columns are splattered across like a rangoli, without looking at the spans. So these are aspects you'll have to learn now. Engineering aspects to understand better.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
So I would like to ask you about coordinating your plan with your sections, and then with the choice of the materials and construction system. I mean, the free flow form, the plan looks very, very creative, very interesting. I think that was your strength in this particular project. But did you not think twice before going in for more conventional sections? Show the sectional slide, please. Can you show the sections?
Yes, sir.
No one can imagine that these are the sections for the same building.
Sir, can you please repeat?
It's very difficult to imagine that these are the sections of the same building, which has free flowing lines in the plan, so well articulated. So could you not think of something else rather than taking a very safe and simple approach like this?
Yes,
sir. Like it made in the form in 3 dimensions. And since you were using ferroconcrete, it could have worked out when you know about Gufa project in Ahmedabad, you could have studied that in slightly more detail to understand how this could have been evolved with a more organic kind of form with a structural system which is integral to it.
Yes, sir.
So whenever one does the design, you should immediately grasp what is the strength of the design and you need to develop from that point of view, rather than just stopping midway and going back to something very safe and conventional and finishing. So it's a big letdown when one goes through this section. And even then, when you have a very interesting material like randos and ferro concrete, how do you combine this together?
Yes, sir.
So you need to work more on your section and integration of different systems.
Yes, sir, sure.
It's a very important observation, sir. We have 2 minutes more, and I would request if we have any insights from the jury panel. Right. So thanks a lot, Sakshi. We thank you for taking time out.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thanks, sir. Thank you. Now we'll go to the last presentation for this particular session, which is also the last presentation for the day. May I request UIN 4920221 to take place. 4920221.
Yes, sir.
If you are ready, the presentation here is also ready, right? Yes, so let's begin. Your time starts now.
Hello everyone. So welcome to the Varno Modern Clubhouse, which is settled with the pillars of sustainability and simplicity, and in the beauty of Prakriti of Kerala. Next, please. The clubhouse has its own story, and story begins with the city Thrissur, which is known by sacred sites and colorful festivals. The site is situated from 10 kilometers away from the core of the city and in the village of Kainur. Next, please. The site have two adjacent roads, which are Thrissur Manamangalam Road and connected on the leading side of the site, and another is on east side of the site. According to the sun path, the site have got a sun from leading side, and the wind flow on the side is mainly from southwest direction. Next, please. Coming on the climate consideration of the site, the first graph shows the precipitation in Thrissur. The maximum amount of precipitation in June, that is 146 mm, which is comparatively more with the other months. Below the graph, the sunny days showing cloudy day in a gray color. The day have high sun and also a cloudy weather. Next, please. The site have 6.6 meter of slope towards the leading side. So from the analysis of the sun path and wind flow, it gives the building should be elongated on the east and west direction, and openings of the building should be on north and south side of the building, and also the covered by the projections. So next. Moving on the SWOT analysis of the site, the main thing is the threat. So due to climate properties of the site, there is a chances of using non-renewable energy in a more. So according to the temperature and precipitation value, the site have opportunity to consider a user comfort with the passive strategies to achieve sustainability in the design. So next, please. The design gap, how user comfort relates to the sustainability. Please click once to play a video. So the sustainability is all about the earth, user, and the cost. And the earth and cost can be utilized with the material, and user can be satisfied with the comfort. Thus, the material and the user comfort are the two main parameters to achieve a sustainability in the design. As we see, sometimes the user is not fully satisfied with the vernacular techniques and also with the modern techniques in a contemporary era. Therefore, here is a bone point of my concept, which is Verno modern. It is a temporary ideology which is clubbing positive aspects of both of techniques by working on demerits of both of techniques. Next slide, please, and click once. Play video. Does the site have 6.6 meter of slope, and the wind flows from southwest direction, which is mainly on south side. To block a air, the building blocks should be elongated on east to west direction. The aim is to create a pocket which holds the cool breeze so that the site will be divided into the three zones, which is private, semi-public, and the public zone. So in this zoning, of the site, building blocks are elongated along the east and west direction to create a pocket to catch a airflow, and semi-public zone is contains with open and recreational spaces like pools, which is in the middle part of the site. This part will help to hold a cool breeze and able to provide it to the building blocks. So thus it helps to catch a wind flow, as well as the pool is placed on the central part of the site, so it will be helpful for creating a breeze. Next please. So the whole clubhouse is divided into the 5 parts, and the first 2 parts are the public blocks, and the last 3 parts are the private blocks. So the slide showing floor plan of the first plan. The first is the large openings created on the south side of the site to catch a maximum airflow. Second is a baffle wall, which is placed on the south side to provide a change in airflow. And next thing is the third is landscape, which is provided on the peripheries or the borders of the building to filtrate that air which is coming inside and reducing the heat gain. So also a use of airflow is that the coming from large openings and way out from 2 openings to generate a indoor breeze environment. So next slide please. So here it is. Here the wind is coming from a large opening and separated by the 2 openings to breeze a internal environment. Next slide please. Similarly, all these techniques are used in these 5 blocks along with the use of space. Now coming on the next parameter, which is material used in clubhouse. So bamboo have numerous joints and less harm impact on the earth. So the material used for a bridge is a bamboo. Then the walls are made up of the laterite bricks, which is highly made up in Kerala. And also the roof, for the roof, the terracotta tiles are used as a material. Next slide please. So the whole building is designed by a laterite brick with a RCC structure. Thus the primary material in design is sustainable and user comfortable material, and the roof truss is designed by steel instead of wooden truss to prevent cutting trees. Next slide please. Now coming on the sections, stack effect is observed in the section that, as we know, the upper part of the room catches the warm air, so the secondary roof is given to weigh out that heat. Then the cool air is coming from the central part of the building blocks from the pool, and block warm air will be way out from the secondary roof. Next slide please. Also the windows are designed according to the airflow, which are conveniently hold a cool breeze inside a room and way out a warm air, which is the another window at north side. So next slide please. So coming on landscape details. So landscape is divided into 4 types. The Ashoka tree is placed on west side of the building to reduce the heat gain, as its height is 4 to 6 meter. The bushes like rosemary. Hello.
First slide, please request. Thank you. Last 1.5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So these are all strategies to achieve a sustainability by integration of modern techniques. Thus, the Varna modern clubhouse is settled with the pillars of simplicity and with the sustainability. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, your turn.
Yes.
We have added 1 more minute to the session, so thanks a lot, Shreyas. And now I request the jury panel to create your response. Our time starts now.
Why do you- Sorry.
Can you show the plan of the entire site, all the units together, not the site plan, the complete architecture drawing?
Yes, it's on last slide of landscape details. Yes, sir.
It's very difficult to read because you have used that as a kind of a background for showing the landscape detail. In other parts, you showed parts of that to explain your airflows and things like that. So it's very difficult to correlate with the kind of image that you projected on the first one.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It have to be, yes, sir.
Like even the sections, like you are showing only part, I mean, the section should completely explain the building.
Okay.
I'm sure that you have very interesting plans and interesting sections, but the way you are presented, there's a big loss of readability.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. I will work on it. Yes, sir.
Shreyans, I want, when we were going through your proposal in the pre-selection jury,
yes,
it was actually a lot more powerful. You had so many more drawings and it all seems to have gotten lost. You don't have your basic plans over here or your sections, and that you've not been able to explain your entire scheme, and you've lost the plot in that. So yeah, I guess that needs to be practice.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
The only thing that's kind of continued is that the building is still looking distinctly Chinese.
Yes.
In a Kerala context. So perhaps you can explain that. Come to the first slide.
That was a question I wanted to ask also. How do you do it and why?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. I want to do the work in sustainability, but without unstick to the simplicity of the Thrissur city. So yes.
So let me understand. What you're saying is that upturned corners and the eaves are a method of deviating from the local simplicity of the Mangalore tile roofs.
No, sir. It's basically for elevation purpose. I have done in second year. Yes.
Somehow, because you so many drawings have now missed out, your final views and your plans are not matching. Your three structures at the back seem to be square in the plan that you were showing. Somehow in this it become rectangular with a hip roof. The joint connections are there in some views, are not there in the rest, and not there in the plan at all. So I am kind of, and we were confused and we were sorting also. Is it a scheme that you've picked up from somewhere and you've tried to rehash it to make it look as part of a proposal, or you're presenting different parts or different stages in evolution of your thinking in your design?
No, sir. It's I think Yes, I respect your question, but I think it's a gap of second year work and fourth year work. I think so. Uh, so I have to work on more details. So yes, sir. Uh,
Right. So any other response? Now we can close.
Do you still have those plans and structures on your computer?
Hello.
Can you drag them and show us?
Uh, Hello, sir. I'm not able to hear you clearly.
What sir is asking you is, do you have all the drawings necessary for communicating the project with you
Yes,
in
sir.
this PPT? In this PPT?
In this PPT, I have shown almost the techniques I have used without showing detailed plans. So it's kind of.
So you have not introduced the architectural content in this, the architectural drawings, all the drawings,
Yes,
what
sir.
you had
The
in the
major,
previous.
yes, sir. The major, the major importance I have given to the techniques I have used. So I think it was a problem. It was an issue created with the presentation. But yes, sir. It's issue done by me. Yeah.
You have to address it.
Can you just retain this sheet? And I think it's important that you go ahead and read what you have written. Okay?
Yes,
Because
yes.
what you write gets inscribed in your brain, in your mind, and you tend to think that's essential and that's right. That is RIGHT and WRIT. So you have this wall material, laterite block wall, laterite bricks are highly made up in Kerala. What does it mean? You should know how laterite bricks are formed. Okay, so
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
that
got the point. Yeah.
walls should be painted with light pastel shades or whitewashed or exposed brick with inner coating is essential. What does this mean? See, most of you tend to just fill up the sheet with, I must say, nonsense. And this is what you in second year at least should. This guy's in second year, isn't it, Manda? You should
Yes,
now
yes.
learn to avoid. Surface of roof, broken glaze tile. You're talking about sloping roof with wood. How do you put broken glaze tile? Also, the mangrove tiles are better for reacting warm and humid climate. What does that mean? Shreyas, I think you have to read what you write and not fill up the space with nonsense. And this is what you're doing, and this is second, since it's fourth semester, it's excusable that I should find this and tell you, but if it was the final thesis, you would get 0.
You know, Chitra is being quite sharp by calling it nonsense. I would call it by a softer name of fluff.
I didn't get you what you said, Sanjay, but I think the students have to learn this bit and they
Yes.
have to explore the words they use. It's beautiful if you use words and if you explore it, it really makes you feel better. And it's not only to Shreyas, I'm telling to all of you. So you learn, you understand construction with the words. And you find that, no?
Yes,
And
ma'am. Yes.
otherwise, we're creative people who are making such beautiful drawings. Like the first sheet, what Siddharth asked whether it's somewhere else. And that sheet comes up, but then when they tell you to construct, there is nothing. And so the link is the words in your head. And those words need to be understood.
And where is this bamboo bridge that passes water easily?
Sir, it was placed between two blocks of the building.
It
I
was
don't care
meaning
now.
that
I
it's no
don't
longer there.
care. I don't want your explanation. You have to learn to write properly and understand. Don't just fill up sheets.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I
Yeah.
will work on that. Yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. That's very sporting of you, Suresh, but that's how professionals are made. You have to take it into your stride. These are all
Yes.
insights which will help you structure your way forward and be a better architect in due course of time.
Yes. Yes, sir.
I think Sankalp wanted to say something, if I'm not wrong. Sankalp, sir, if you
No, I think
want to
he
say.
is enough.
Right,
He has been pondered enough.
right. So, Shreyas, good learning. I'm sure you are taking it in the right spirit, and we also wish you all the best in your future. So,
Yes. Yes, sir.
thanks a lot, Shreyas, and thanks a lot for all the jury members also. We have concluded a little bit ahead of time, and I would also like to just orient all of us. This was the last presentation that we had, and this is the sign off. The 20 presentations are done for the jury. The deliberations will happen very soon, very shortly, and the jurors will be figuring out the final winning entries and the special mentions. This will be announced tomorrow, and we will duly get back to all the participants with that regard. So now, coming to the concluding leg of this particular 4 sessions, I would invite the jury panel to just give a very quick response of the entire experience that they've had from the point of view of how the competition has probably panned up. Just to set the tone, I would probably just put up a few insights which I could identify and observe as a moderator. I was just wondering if did the architectural design process that we saw in most of the projects, did it set up a vision for the project, and were there any relevant objectives? Did the projects present this aspect of architectural design process that there is a vision for my project for
I
sustainability?
think,
And there are
Mandar, we should log off and log into the new link, right?
I'll announce that, sir, duly. We are having a little bit of time now, so we'll
Okay.
just take up this, yeah, and then we'll go to that. Yeah, so I was thinking if the process, did the projects give that process to us, and which are the factors that one needs to consider maybe while addressing and understanding building materials? Are we taking building materials very flatly, or are we investing time to really create a study? How do building elements, design performance define themselves through a climatic response? In what ways climate helps? What are ways of natural resources to sustain them, to nurture for the future generations? Most of the projects, some of the projects did definitely speak of this. What is the role of maybe shape and geometry in deciding relevance of the structural form, of the materials that we use, the buildability and construction, the technology for these kind of projects? So it was wonderful to get to know all these kind of inferences which one can definitely derive. I'm sure the jurors will add to this, and the students who are here, the participants, I would say, who are here will tend to learn a lot from these insights. So I would request our honorable jury panel, one by one, if I may start with architect Swati, if you can just summarize maybe in half a minute your experience, the most significant takeaways. So the students take it back with them and work probably towards it.
So it was really heartening to see as compared to what we were exposed to back in college, and comparing that to just an array of technologies that the students have at least formed a vocabulary for. They might not have a complete understanding of the techniques, but they are being able to, they at least have the vocabulary to then go further, do their research and have the potential of further exploring these techniques. So that was very heartening. Even there were although we had selected only 2 such examples, but there were many projects in which there was an attempt made at energy calculations, which was very, obviously it wasn't much to talk about in terms of the depth in which the students had taken the exercise forward, but it's nice to at least have the conversation going at a college level, and especially at a second or third year level. So it was definitely very encouraging to see that some of the projects that were presented over here were pleasantly surprising. Great potential at this year. And one thing that was also interesting was the difference, and this is something that Siddharth pointed out multiple times in our previous conversations, was the clarity and the quality of the briefs that the colleges were putting forward. And maybe Siddharth could elaborate further on that.
Sure. Over to Siddharth. Wonderful, Swati.
Yeah, so I felt that some of the briefs were very exciting and complex and were forcing the students to think and come up with a well detailed response. And my suggestion to you, Mandar, at that time was that maybe one of the competitions you can look at is about the briefs that are being set also. It would be quite a challenge.
That's a wonderful idea, yeah. I'm sure. Just
One
look
of
at the beautiful briefs.
Yeah. So one of the things I was just looking at, and it just struck me that 6 out of the 20 entries today were girls. Only 6 out of 20. Now, we chose 20 based without knowing who the people were. So I'm just a little curious. I mean, is there a difference in the ratio of admission or schools, or is there a larger picture that we are missing out here? So that was just one of the things that came up. But otherwise, I feel very happy that at least this is being explored mainstream at this time. No longer is sustainability or alternate materials or appropriate technology an added filter through which a design has to pass. It is something that you've got to believe in. It's something that you've got to live and definitely bring out in your designs.
Work with it. Sure. So I'll take the session next to Sankalp. Sankalp, sir, if you can just put in your remarks.
See, I think
That is muted.
at second and third year level, I think it seems that the program is rich. It is generally at second and third year level, from the curriculum point of view, students generally learn how to basically put a building together, and sometimes at an early level how to sort of work out an institution. So some very basic sense of cultural and social dimensions of it, and then how do you inhabit a building, etc. Those were the ways in which things were sort of dealt. It was always understood that the construction and the structure, or let's say the technology that would be aiding these would be brick and concrete, and therefore when students were making drawings, it was understood that that's the beginning point of it. There is nothing to discuss about it. It's understood it will result into that. Now here we see a shift now. A shift in terms of choices of construction technology in particular, and sort of materials in specific. So, of course, at second and third year level, there is a varying degree of depth in that, but it is not that it is sort of it is not that people are not aware about it at an early year. So we are also seeing a generational change here, where young people, young students needn't be convinced about all of this, because they're living in a time where these are quite visible and does not require a lot of efforts to sort of put it into perspective. And even if I take the extreme example of a vocabulary of a specific kind of 70s and 80s, you'll find that still some upscaling or some recycling is already embedded in it, which means that there is no exception in reality where our students are not thinking about it. I don't think all the time school may be pushing about it, but because it cannot happen in throughout the student. I mean, all the students that we are. So, which means that we are dealing with a very different bunch of an aware generation in some way. Okay, obviously, at second, third year level, more knowledge needs to be put into it. I fully agree with it, but it's quite interesting time. The other part is obviously there needs to be much deeper engagement in construction technology, or with the coming together of more simulation techniques, They are much more equipped than perhaps people were in 90s or sort of even earlier than that, which we can always get and demand more. Okay, but
So
I
there are
think
more
that
resources now to the disposal of the students, and I'm sure they're also exposed a lot more than what we were when we were getting education. So thanks a lot for that, Architect Sankalp. Will also take the proceedings now to Architect Sanjay Prakash. Sir, if you can share your invaluable insights in a half a minute.
Yeah, hi. Can I be heard?
Sure, sir. Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Go ahead. We can hear you.
So I too want to reiterate that it's worth it to check the briefs that are being set at second and third year level by various colleges in the studios, just as Siddharth said. And I too am very happy that when I did my eco-friendly resort thesis in 1979-80, I was practically the only one doing something like that. But now it's so mainstream that it's practically a given. And so that's all I can say. Congratulations to everybody for having integrated a lot of thinking. Having said that, I must also mention that there is a lot of struggle, and that's understandable because you guys are in second and third year, right? And clearly there is not that much understanding of how buildings are built or put together and so on. There is one thing that I found missing in all presentations, which was sensibility towards the workmen who put the building together. This is a very important criterion also. I'm sure, and Chitra will talk about it as well. But you know, you can't be building in concrete when, or in ferrocement, when in fact you will not be upskilling workmen. You need to be able to give them sufficient chances to improve their capacities to earn better. And this is something that was clearly missing in all the thinking processes that we saw today.
Yeah, it's a very important takeaway. In fact, the kind of building practices that we have seen across the country, variety that we have, India is blessed to have that, and then those things coming eventually into the studio. Maybe the coming years will probably be a time for that. So, with this wonderful point, I would request Chitra ma'am to pitch in her thoughts.
Seem to be getting the last word. I must say that it was encouraging, and especially the complexity being tried at second and third year level. I think all of them, from Swati to Sanjay, have said this. But this is a time where things have to be a lot faster. They have that luxury that they have to learn much faster. I don't see enough input, and I would not tell to the students, but to the college, that they have to connect structure and services at this level itself. They are not doing it. The students are struggling to learn structures through their design. This should not happen. There should be a lot more input from the college. Because we should not at this time tell a student that this is a compression member, you shouldn't use it like this. It should not have come to us. I'm a bit more critical. I'm sorry about it, but I'm more critical about the way the academia engages with the students. No, not of the students. Students are, and then to be also one thing is that it's not being taught on the relevance of the construction methods at all. Rammed earth and bamboo have replaced steel and concrete construction. Now everybody wants to use rammed earth and bamboo. But is this? That's why I think I've always asked, what is the soil? Or Sankalp has asked, what kind of bamboo? This is something needed. It's not that rammed earth is local at all in India, except in Ladakh or some bit in Goa they've done. It's not. And the kind of images which come of rammed earth is absolutely not the way we should use in India. So then, finally, the connect between climate and the material and the construction. That's not happening enough. And it's time that we start at the second year level. I think the students have taken it forward. The teachers have to come now and catch up with them and give them that input better. Here I see more of lack of guidance than of the students.
It's a wonderful premise, in fact, for this to happen, to take it ahead. In the coming years, let's hope that we see this blooming. So at this point, I would like to request the chairperson of the jury, Architect Akhtar Chauhan sir, to share his invaluable insights and offer a summary of the session. And then we'll request Architect Monica to take over the proceedings. Akhtar sir.
Thank you. First of all, I'm very happy that so many entries were received from 51 colleges, and the quality of the work, although it varies in terms of the scope, of the structuring of the brief, and the style of presentation, etc. There is a ray of hope. One can see the kind of interest that this group of schools have in the issues of sustainability, of appropriate technology, and innovating within the kind of restricted environment that one finds in different colleges of architecture. On the critical side, I think the faculty and the heads of the schools need to pay greater attention to this issue. And this entire process of competition, the evaluation and the jury, I think itself is a good learning material for the faculty and the head to really look deeper into this process of how to create a new generation of architects who can address these issues very professionally and creatively. The societal environment is a very confused kind of a situation. There is a great need for application of this idea on a much wider scale. In fact, each and every project needs to be sustainable. But the way the market dictates the present scenario leaves a lot to be desired. So the faculty, the heads, and the students need to join hands to really upscale the quality of work and the depth of understanding and professionalism to really make a difference. Because really struggle, wage a continuous struggle over decades to bring about that positive change in the society. I mean, we cannot just keep on repeating short stories and tragedies in architectural profession. When we are talking about earnings of the workman, I think at the other scale, the earnings of the architects have to be also looked into. I mean, the way architecture profession has been neglected by the administration and the technocrats, we need to address that issue. I think this competition gives us kind of an insight into the prospects and the problems in this process. And to that extent, I think it's a very positive development. I want to congratulate Vivekanand Education Society, College of Architecture, all the heroes who participated, all the schools that participated, all the schools who participated. Heartily congratulations to them, and let's get this competition going. Thank you so much for giving me the honor to chair.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Your invaluable insight and direction is always guiding and helping us ahead. Before we go to the concluding stage, I would request our Honorable Principal and the Curator and the Convener of our the Design Excellence Awards 2022, Professor Anand Achari. Sir, if you can take over the proceedings, share your concluding remarks, and then I can request Monica ma'am to declare the conclusion of this session. Thank you, sir. Yes, very interesting points identified by all the jury members, and we take that as a point of learning for us at the institute level where we need to move ahead. That is what the vision where we at Vivekananda we also have kept, and where the teaching and learning methods are explored, and we move towards into a more professional approach where integrated learnings are taught, where design is not taught in isolation, but we look at the practicality, economics, social aspects, address the climate environmental aspects also, and the students approach the whole project in a much more detailed and overall integrated approach is seen in the this thing, and we take these points which are mentioned by our jury into our next academic year also. And I am really thankful to all the jury members which who have taken time for the entire day and the previous sessions also in the stage one. Uh, and it's really highly, we are deeply obliged to each one of it, because taking out full day time from your professional work and giving your crits to these students, I think the students would be blessed to take your comments and move into their profession. Probably these would be fourth year students, most of them currently, and they would be 1 year out into the profession. And I thank all the colleges who have participated into this wholeheartedly and made this award program a success. And also thanks all the 20 students to, it's not about prize or something, but coming together, learning from each other, looking at various alternatives, various possibilities, learning from our peer group, learning from each other, and architectural fraternity, student fraternity, teaching fraternity, institutions coming together and learning from each other and taking things ahead, what is required for the profession. And thanks to all the students, thanks to all colleges, thanks to all principals, faculty members who are spent the whole day. That's it. I think we should move ahead into the next session. Before we conclude, sir, I will make a suggestion with your permission, because we'll need to have everyone put on their cameras on so that we can take a snap and for the records. So if I can request all the jury members, the principals of the institutions, staff coordinators, student participants, and I'll request our awards team to click a snap so that we put it on record for us. Thank you, everyone. Just Sutirtha, Mridula is also here, Dhananjay. I'll request Abhishek Kadam, Kalpak, Thanvi, Aman, Kritika. If you can put your camera on.
Chitra ma'am's camera is off.
Chitra ma'am, if I can request you, if you can just put your camera on for a minute. We'll just click a photo. Right, so Abhishek, you can give us a photo for Ajit sir.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot, everyone. And I'll now request Architect.
Lastly, thanks to the entire VES management who has supported us in this entire program, because of which we could host this. Thanks to IIA Bruin Mumbai Center, and thanks to Maharashtra Association of Schools of Architecture, that is MASA, for supporting this program and making it a success. Thank you. Thank you all.
Chitra is again switched off.
No problem. We'll move on now. So, Monica ma'am, if you can just conclude the session. Vote of thanks already, sir has taken the. Sir has given us the vote of thanks.
Yeah, we can conclude and move into the next session.
Be careful, my camera switches off it without warning.
Please spread this message that every year Vesco will come up with this competition. The focus will always stay the same. We want a responsible professional, not only for our institution, we want it for our fraternity. So we are all one family eventually. All the colleges contribute towards the whole fraternity. And we want the foundation to be as responsible and as strong as possible. So we again applaud and appreciate your efforts. Most of you have reworked onto your proposals and taken an effort to reach this competition. Please spread the message. Let the juniors also come forward next year onwards, and we'll have a different kind of a beginning from today. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Monica ma'am. If you can conclude, request the jurors to get to the next link.
Mandar, you need to tell them the procedure to join.
Yeah, madam will just.
They need to join this link.
Yeah. Yeah. As we reach to the end of the event, I would like to thank the managing trustees of Vesco, Shri Amar Asrani sir, President VES and Chairman of Vesco, Shri Rajesh Gehani sir, Secretary VES and member of Vesco, Shri Suresh Malkani sir, Treasurer VES and Managing Trustee of Vesco, Shri Bansi Vadva sir, Trustee VES and Joint Managing Trustee of Vesco. I would like to thank our principal, convener and curator of the session, Professor Anand Acharya sir. I would also like to extend my thanks to the chairman of IIA BMC, Architect Nilesh, and President of MASA, Architect Abhay Purohit. I would also like to thank all the jurors, the chairperson, Architect Akhtar sir, Architect Chitra ma'am, and jurors of the Architect Sanjay sir, Architect Sankalpa sir, and Architect Falguni ma'am, Architect Siddhartha Vig sir, and Architect Swati Negi ma'am. I would also like to thank the moderators of the session, Architect Mandar sir and Architect Abhishek sir, and also the members of the Design Excellence Awards, Architect Ajit sir. Thank you. I would also like to extend my thanks to all the participants, the students, and all the principals and the faculty coordinators for supporting the students. Thank you. Thank you once again.
So this is a conclusion.